into the night, The city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up,
Good morning, Rocket League family, and get up and get loud. It's game day, day 2 of the Spring Invitational, last online regional across the entire world for the Rocket League Championship Series 2023 season here. I'm excited to get things underway, to put another champion on the board by the end of tomorrow, and to fully set our bracket for Boston. Welcome to the pre-show. I'm Wavepunk. I got a Gibbs, a Chiefs, and a Dazzler. Dazzler, you got the double chain going today.
Ooh. Yeah, I do. Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate it.
Right.
Because I'm trying to be extra locked in for today, right? A lot of teams are also trying to lock in their spots for the spring major in Boston. The race continues on. It's getting tense, tight. Every single game's going down to the wire. I'm loving what I'm seeing. I've seen little tears yesterday as well, of course. But some teams like V1 still clinging on to hope. Gives it all kind of depends on how the day goes.
It's going to be a wild day, and there's a lot of teams, like every team that is in this tournament, they still have a chance at a world championship. Even if it's a long shot and you got to make both grand finals here in Boston, you still got a shot. I'm talking to you, Shopify, all right? Do it. I want to see it. But, it's going to be fun because a lot of these teams, they're expected to make it, but as we've seen on day ones, V1, they win one regional, but that was the meat of the sandwich, and they forgot to put bread on either side, so they just have meat on a plate now, and they're going to hope that no vultures come in. I'm not sure where this is going, but it's been great.
We were mad with it.
The food analogies continue. Yesterday, Jorby with Furia gave him the peanut butter or something like that. We are in the spring split right now. We're in the spring split invitational. So if you're doing your math correctly, if you could read, there's only 2 more events after this. We've got the spring major and then the Rocket League World Championship in Dusseldorf. It's in the middle of August, folks. I'm gonna say you're gonna want to be there, but it's literally already sold out. Good luck finding a ticket. I hope you can make it in if you haven't gotten your tickets yet. And we're wrapping up our online broadcasts as well. The weekly schedule usually packed full of things. We've just got the Spring Invitational here for North America, and then First Touch every weekend until Boston. That's kind of it. That's what's left here, folks. So I hope make sure you got your popcorn, make sure you got your friends, because you're gonna want to see today's action. It might be a little while before you see some RLCS action, because with the tickets for Boston though, if you're looking for that Rocket League action, they're on sale right now. ! Tickets. That one is not sold out just yet. It's coming close though, so make sure you go to rl.gg/springticketslive if you want to come and see me and my friends, and also all the professional Rocket League players there, folks. July 8th and 9th in Boston. It's your backyard, Gibbs. We're going home.
Oh, yeah. Northeast is where it's at. We haven't been there in a while. Season 6? 7?
New Jersey?
So, yeah.
No, 7.
Season 7, yeah. So it's been a while. So hopefully everyone comes out. Maybe we do another wave. Who knows? I don't know.
I'll be there. Oh, wait. You're talking about... Never mind.
Nah.
Folks, let's talk about what happened yesterday. Day 1, just as bananas as day 1 in the Spring Cup. I don't understand. Somehow 3 out of the 4 top teams made it to lower bracket in the first round. We've got some craziness here, folks. Walk us through the matches here, Dazzler. NRG versus Furia was it a banger?
I mean, it depends on which side of the board you're on. Everybody knew that was going to be one of the close, if not the closest match in round 1. Furia started off things close. NRG bounced back. It was a couple of close 1-2 games. But then Furia, after taking that game 3, which was heavily fought, it just felt like it was a Furia show from then on in. You go to this game 4, Utopia Dust. That's the only goal NRG scored. They lose that game 6-1, and you see why. Just that amazing turn up on the side of Furia to win that one.
Yeah, and of course, my favorite match, Gen G Space Station. It started off pretty good for Gen G, but across the board, Space Station playing an absolutely locked-in series also kind of helped Gen G. Didn't really play their best game, some missed shots and some key opportunities that would have tied things up. But across the board, really liked the approach from Space Station. Arsenal especially really liked the ideas he was coming up with. Very aggressive, really getting in the face of Gen G and making things as difficult as possible. And then LJ and Hoxer rotate through and score some nice goals.
And then we had the match of the day because of the pressure of the lower bracket. V1 versus Complexity. So much on the line. Version 1 takes game 1, but then there was a long timeout, and Complexity roars back after that, scoring 14 goals in 3 games. AJG popped off 1.5 goals per game, shooting 55%. And I always say with Complexity, They are at their best when Raise Bull does that, but also when AJG is popping off. And one fun fact, we could have played best of ones wave all day yesterday and got 19 results exactly the same, only one different, and that was the V1 versus Complexity match.
Wow, man. So you're just telling me we just wasted a bunch of people's time yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's what happened.
I think it's also, we don't have a segment dedicated to this, but I think it is absolutely worth pointing out NRG knocked out by Furia in round 1 to the lower bracket. And then as we move to the lower bracket there, we'll see NRG eliminated by Gen G Mobile 1 Racing. NRG with Garrett G, who has been to every world championship, has been eliminated from the season. Gibbs, you've been there the whole time with him. But Garrett, finally, the streak is coming to an end.
Yeah, that's a huge accomplishment. But like at some point, father time hits you, right? Like I felt it for sure. My back hurts every day now. But Garrett G is still there, though. He is still contended. He's like 9th in NA right now.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens next year. Very likely, we think this is the last time that we see the three of them playing as NRG, but who knows? And but it was a good run. It came down to the final regional, and they put up a fight. But like, unfortunately, they are out. But that opens the door for many other teams to advance through.
Certainly does. Here are the matches we will be playing today. We'll talk about those in a little bit more detail as we get closer to kickoff. You can see Complexity versus Gen G, 22 minutes, 37 seconds. We'll have that kickoff for you right here. You're in the right spot. Make sure you keep it locked in. Now, let's end things talking about yesterday on a high note. We saw some crazy goals in the highlight reel there. I want to see the top 3 from yesterday. Dazrin, take us through it.
All right, let's get it going. You talked about NRG. Yeah, I'm so sad that they're out, but like, you got to look at this play, though. They went out in style. 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. Squishy leads this one up straight to Justin, straight to Garrett. Boom! That play was absolutely incredible. Great way to get past the defense there to set up that goal from NRG. I love what I'm seeing. I want to take a look at number 2, though. Number 2. Again, another overtime. I better get a 2-2 on this one. Let me see this one. Sosa into the air, pass one. Daniel, Tudor Lewis, open net. And that was to win in the Koi matchup. Ice, game 5, pressure on the line. That's Sosa showing up. Let's see number 1 here. How we finishing this one off? Of course, you mess with the bull, you get the horns raised. Again, another overtime winner. This one to keep Complexity alive in the lower bracket. I mean, yeah, we got to take one more look at it. This is absolutely impressive.
Like the flip reset into the what is that, bicycle? Yeah, that's a bicycle. Yeah. It's like you don't see it go that way most often. That one's fun.
This is Gibbs. We've been doing this for 7 years, and and still today, first time I've ever seen that goal. Like that, I don't know. It's crazy.
So we have to talk about that. That was 2 top plays that were overtime winners against V1 to win a match. So poor V1. Like I get it, they're out, but they lost on 2 of the best goals we've seen. So you know what can you do?
That's true. That's true. They hit a 1-outer on you. There's not much else you can do. It's all right, folks. Now, because we're at the end of the season here, we said it earlier, we were looking at that graphic with the schedule. There's the Boston Major coming up after this, and then immediately after Boston is the World Championship. There are 2 different points leaderboards that qualify you for those 2 events. There's the season-long leaderboard for the Worlds, and then there's the split-long leaderboard for Spring Major. Who's going to what is all up in the air right now, and with how wide open North America is, Gibbs, there's a lot to cover here.
All right, so let's start with Boston, right? Because I think that's what everyone is talking about right now. So top 5 for North America will go to Boston. We came into this weekend with no teams clinched, but Space Station on day 1 finally clinched at 40 points. So that's the magic number. Like if you want to clinch, not worry about anything else, hit that Space Station 40 points. So Space Station will be going to Boston. So that means an Optic and Complexity. All they need to do is win 1 match and they are through. That's why that match was so important between version 1 and Complexity, because version 1 is out now and they're sitting in 4th. They have to hope that teams below them do not pass them. They can't have 2 teams pass them or else they are out. So version 1, they're alive, but they have to watch everyone else. FaZe and Gen G, both in the lower bracket, they need to at least win 1 match to have a chance to make Boston. Obviously, if they go further, then they have better and better chances. But for now, they have to win at least 1, because if we go to the bracket, we have Furia versus G2. They're sitting at 33 and 31 points, but they're in the upper bracket. And whoever wins that matchup is going to leapfrog all those teams, and they will to have at least a
Default to
top
lower
3
final.
finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So if a Fury wins, they leapfrog even V1, but if G2 wins, they'll tie V1. So that's why FaZe and Gen G both need to win at least one to gain some points. Now, if we go back to the lower bracket, there's one less team, Shopify Rebellion. They're very low in points, but if they make the grand final, there's a chance. Then they might even have to win that grand final. We'll have to see as we get there. But for now, they got to win, 1, 2, 3, 4 matches in a row to make it to a grand final, to have a hope to play in Boston. On top of all that, let's go back to the world's points now to see who makes it to the World Championship. For North America, right now, you're pretty comfortable if you're where V1 is. Top 6, very likely North America will have that many teams there. There's about a 50-50 shot that they get one more team. So Optic is sitting in that spot currently. Right now, version 1 has a pretty good point buffer, which is good, but like if a team like Furia catches up and makes that Boston major and then goes on a run and finishes top 3, they'll get a ton of points, like 30 points right there, so they will leapfrog version 1. So version 1 desperately wants to make Boston, but even if they don't, they still have a decent shot to make the World Championship, but you don't want to be sitting at home hoping that these teams fail, because who knows what happens there, as we've seen with all these brackets. But look at Shopify. They're sitting at 54 points. They still have a shot, because if they get enough points here, they'll move up to about where Furia is roughly. I'm not sure the point
somewhere
there.
In that 60.
Yeah, like around there. So they'll go there, and then if they go to Boston, who knows? They just win Boston. Why not? Then they'll leapfrog a bunch of teams and probably make it as well. So that is what you were hoping for there. On top of that, a top 3 seed, you'll go to a main event, and then you don't have to worry about wild card and all that. So G2 and Complexity are fighting there. A lot on the line throughout all of this.
To simplify this graphic we're looking at right here, version 1 sitting in 6th place. If you're in the top 6, you're probably pretty good.
Yeah.
The only teams that are under that 6th place spot who have a chance to win points at this point, either in this event or in the Boston Major, are Shopify, Optic, and Furia, yes?
Correct.
Yes.
So those are the teams you're looking at to possibly leapfrog version 1 and change up who is representing North America at the World Championship. The rest of them probably in a pretty, probably good.
Yeah, because Space Station has a pretty good chance to extend, their point lead.
Yeah, because they're already going to Boston.
Yeah,
so they already get guaranteed points too. So
there's a world where like Optic and Furia both like sun run and have a great event here and possibly take out version 1 and Space Station. I guess because they're like both at like 94, 96 points.
I mean, that's if like they both go to like grand finals of Boston, because Space Station is going to Boston, so they're gaining a few points there as well. But at the same time, then they could be fighting over that final spot when they go to Boston, because they'll be competing versus one another to gain as many points as possible to try and move up places as well. So a lot on the line, but for now, we'll talk about Boston. We'll talk about it match per match basis as well. Throughout the day. So
yeah, there's a lot of moving parts here, folks. So if you were listening to all of that and said, "Man, I think version 1 is out," just watch the games. You'll figure it out. We'll explain it again as things get simpler, as teams get eliminated. The situation will become a little bit easier to understand. Speaking of teams, though, that have not been easy to understand because of the topsy-turvy season they've had, Optic Gaming starts out the season. We think they're going to disband at one point, and now they are one of the strong contenders to make a major. They are one of the strong teams that we look at and expect to win at this point. Chiefs, what happened to Optic? How did this happen?
Yeah, they were in quite a tenuous position at the start of yesterday. 2 really big wins. We're going to go ahead and look at some key situations, 2 kickoff scenarios that's turned into really good offensive sequences, and the big defining factor for me was Reddles and his really, really solid decision making. So we're going to start off the kickoff, as we said, really quality draw to the back left corner. They get that side boost. AJ pushing into the corner to try and take away boost. Reddles Reddles is just defending the midfield here. Now, the first thing to notice is this ball goes into the corner here. AJ throws it back into the middle, and you're going to see in this corner, this boost is going to spawn. AJ's going to pick it up. Two-Piece loses track of Reddles here in the midfield, doesn't think he's still over there because Parth is going to clear this ball as hard as he can. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion wants to reset Optic's positioning here, try and fight for the ball in the midfield and get themselves on offense. So Two-Piece obviously going to try and push upfield, but if he keeps track of Reddles here, this play probably doesn't work quite as well. But the key interaction here, AJ gets this 100 boost and Reddles knows about it. So here's the clear up the field. Now, if you watch CRL World Championship, you saw that telestrator, you have an idea of what's about to come. Step 1, identify space. Memory and Parth. Parth is up here. Two-Piece just flipped down that way. Memory has to defend sort of this back corner. He's going to leave everything open here in this midfield because Parth wants to take away this sidewall clear. Parth thinks that's the delaying touch. He thinks that's the right way to go. You are dead wrong. AJ is coming up this wall and he's going to go forward and push that ball and push Shopify back onto the defensive half. So here goes AJ. He beats Parth. Memory's like, oh man, that boost isn't here. AJ took it. Somebody help. So they're going to go back onto the attack. Optic still controlling pressure. Now again, the ball goes back out to Reddles. What's Magic Bear do? He's obviously floating over here like, hey, I'm a pass. Memory knows that this is an option. So he's kind of guarding this, says, look, you don't have that. So Reddles says, okay, Parth has to recover. So what do? Identify the space. Maybe we go towards the backboard. Maybe we want to try and press something to the top of the net. And now you see the mix up. Now it's not just right back into the middle. It's this slow stutter step and throws off all the timing. Memory says, demo, wrong. Now he gets through the defense. And now he can push to that backside because Two-Piece has to make a play. Unfortunately, not able to find it. It gets covered up right at the end by Parth, but the attack's not done. Reddles is going to rotate out and say, AJ, take over for a second. And AJ's like, look, I'll just pressure you. And he knows he doesn't have to touch this ball because he knows Reddles is behind him. There's great communication here. Now we go back to step 1. Identify all this space. Magic Bear's going to take this boost. He's going to come midfield and cover all of over here. Parth and Two-Piece are kind of thinking, man, where does this ball have an option to go? Towards the back ball, maybe towards the corner for a bounce pass into the middle. Maybe he just tries to air dribble straight towards net. You kind of have to freeze here. And look what Reddles does. He takes all this space and all this time and he lets AJ slowly push forward and get in position. And he's going to throw that ball mid. Parth again, really solid defense, able to make the adjustment. And they go towards middle. They get the stop. But unfortunately, there's a third player. Magic Bear's up there waiting for it. Finally scores the open net. And it's all based around that idea of taking your time. You have to identify when you've got that opportunity to really take the time and put that ball in the place that is going to be most dangerous for the defense to handle. Reddles did a great job of that in that clip, and he does the same thing here in this second one. It's another kickoff. Game 5 versus complexity. If they win this, they put themselves in really good position to make the major, and that's what Optic really cares about. Another perfect draw kickoff over to Magic Bear. Reddles gets this side boost. Now stop me when this starts to look familiar here because it just happened in the last one. We go out to the side, okay. Reddles is trying to figure out where can I go? There's all this open space here, so we're going to trap the ball, keep it close. And Razebull goes, oh man, they trapped it. They brought it over to AJ. And so now we have to defend AJ going and doing his AJ things because he's an incredibly mechanical player. You always want to put the ball in the hands of your most dangerous player, which is AJ. Reddles does a great job of that. Now, look at this. The boost has spawned. Guess what's about to happen? AJ's about to take this boost, and we're going to go up the wall and reset the attack. And CRR is thinking, oh, look, I'm going to go catch this clear. And then he sees Reddles and says, oh, I actually have to defend this corner because Reddles is obviously going to take this ball, push it towards the corner, maybe get it out into the middle and let AJG defend the net. So Reddles identifies the space. CRR is going to turn around. So what's he do? Roll the car backwards, trap the ball, keep it close. And then here comes that stutter step again, freezes the defense. He doesn't immediately try and push the ball towards the backboard or the net. He just says, hang on, let's see what they give me here. Stutter steps. Everybody trying to figure it out. They start to rotate towards net. They give the ball to AJ. You put the ball in the hands of your playmaker. You come and try and disrupt the net, and good things happen. It's all about smart decisions, taking the time and the space that's given to you. And Optic, that's how they've found themselves in a very good position today at 38 points and very close to securing the major with a lot of good avenues of success.
Well done, man. Optic Gaming making big differences here. learning a lot. I hope you guys took all your notes. There will be a quiz at the end of the show today. Achieves, I think I've got a good idea, and I'm going to kind of put you on the spot here. I got a good idea of like how Optic is winning games right now. In your mind, what changed from the beginning of the season?
Well, beginning of the season, I think you play against people like Gen G first came in, right? Because Gen G, I think, first kind of started this, look, you have to identify space and like move the ball. And that sounds very obvious, right? How do we actually like proceed on offense and make good things happen? Well, you put the ball in dangerous spots. And I think Gen G in North America was kind of that first team to really get that ball rolling when they said you have to think about how to move the ball, right? And then FaZe come through and they say, look, we did that better. And that's when they win 2 regionals straight. They were like, we take that and we see how that works and good things happen. And now Optic is just saying like, oh, that's a process that works. Now, granted, they're not the end all be all of North American attacking Rocket League, but it does show that if you're not really ready to go and defend that type of approach or make those types of plays happen, it's quite lethal. It doesn't matter what skill level you're at. Anybody can do that. It's just you have to have people come through and do it consistently, and then everybody kind of starts to latch onto that. And Optic have been playing well enough. They've been consistent throughout at least this spring split to find themselves in a good position. They haven't had, top 4s or top 3s or anything like that, but it's been like, look, we're making top 8s, top 6s. We're having consistent enough runs to be in good spots. And when you have this really solid foundational approach to the attack, good things happen for you.
Well, they have to play what was a transcendent Space Station yesterday. If Space Station is playing the same as they did yesterday, Optic's going to absolutely have their hands full. But they're in the upper bracket still, a top 4, maybe on the table for Optic today. We'll find out before the broadcast is over. Folks, we are getting closer and closer to kickoff. 7 minutes, 38 seconds till we get there. Let's talk about how today is going to work and what is on the line for these players. $30,000 to first place. I don't know, you can add up all these numbers if you want. Massive prize pool just for this event, and everybody trying to get honestly, I think they're less concerned about the money. They're more concerned about those points. Gotta make it sure you secure your spot at Boston and secure your place at the Rocket League World Championship. We have a full bracket of matches today. 6 matches we're gonna be playing for you guys. We're gonna have the upper bracket and lower bracket get evolved up till the final 4 matches. You can see upper semis there, lower round 3, and then lower quarterfinals. Those are what we're gonna play through here. We're gonna start in the lower round 3, and then we will move to the upper. So if you're looking forward to that Optic Space Station match we're just talking about, it's going to be about in the middle of the day. But Fury is going to take on G2, Rebellion going to take on FaZe Clan, and to start things off, Complexity taking on Gen G, a rivalry match at this point. The greatest team in Rocket League at the beginning of the season. This was their kryptonite, Dazarin.
Yeah, Complexity, well, I love how you just ended that with me. Complexity's definitely had like that head-to-head matchup here recently. Obviously, there's been some wins and some online best of 7s on the side of Gen G in the winter, but of course, Complexity has had that advantage here and there. And again, both teams fighting for a major in the lower bracket early here. No one wants to be in this situation. Best of 5 to start things off. I mean, you talk about starting a day off hot. We're starting off with straight fire with this head-to-head.
Daz, I got a question for you.
What's up?
What was up on day 1 with Gen G? Because they didn't look all that good. Yeah. To be fair, round 1 versus SUP, they barely squeaked by. They put up just over 2 goals per game. They're in the bottom half for goals per game right now. They look a little bit flat right now. What is going on with them in terms of trying to put the ball in the back of the net? It seems like they haven't figured that out as much lately.
Yeah, I can see that. Now, I'm going to talk about the results here first because, yeah, the SUP match, there definitely seemed like they started out with a lot of speed, then they slowed down, and SUP ended up taking games 2 and 3 just from the fact of Gen G just not really playing that full aggressive offense that we know they can be. They turned things up in games 4 and 5, which is why it was 6-0 in game 4, 3-0 game 5.
Yeah.
Then they went on to SSG, and I feel like it's again one of those things where Gen G kind of need to be able to control the pace of play. I know I was talking to Noli last night. He felt a little shaky after today. Then I know he ended up having the stream. If you guys tuned in to watch that, afterwards he played like 5 hours. He said that he's feeling a lot better coming into the day. So I know at least individually, he's ready to go. I think Jack's been playing phenomenally well. I think Chronic's been playing good too. It's just kind of communication things and just really kind of making sure that they keep that aggressive structure, which is going to be needed against a team like Complexity, who's so fast and so, I mean, their chemistry is so good that they can react off each other almost instantly.
And it's kind of funny, I think you say that, because obviously I spent a lot of time yesterday watching Illustrated tape, and I was kind of watching all these Complexity games. I was like, man, it doesn't feel like the structure is really there for Complexity. I felt like Razebull, he was always in a really good spot, always aggressive, always a threat, we know that, but it kind of felt sometimes CRR and AJG just kind of pulled themselves out of position a little bit, and so I'm kind of worried a little bit for Complexity going into this thing, but at the same time, Complexity is the one team that's kind of consistently given Gen G trouble, so I'm just like, oh, I feel like Gen G, they have the right idea, they know how to cover up, it's just, is the mental block of Complexity the hurdle to get over more than it is Complexity themselves?
So this one's weird because I feel like normally we have a team of Complexity like a top defense, right? They're normally number one throughout the entire tournament, putting up crazy numbers. Right now, they're sitting at what, like 12th, giving up 2 goals per game. So they're scoring a ton, but they're also giving up a lot. And then on the other side with Gen G, normally they're that passing team, getting a lot of goals, a top 5 offense easily, and they're sitting in the bottom half. Seems like both teams are like just finding ways to win matches, which is good, but at the same time, they both lost one, right? They're in the lower bracket, and now this means everything for a Gen G squad to make Boston sure they're going to a world championship, but they want as much experience as possible at these lands.
I mean, there's so many different ways you can frame this. I mean, we watched Space Station play Dignitas yesterday, 3-0 in round 1. It was obviously Dignitas was not having the best of days, but there was an outclassing of Space Station there. Like Space Station was just better in every single department than Dignitas. At the point, Turtle and I were like, I don't know how we beat them. We're like, they're just faster and they're always better. They're always faster with the ball, and then they come out strong against Gen G as well. I'm not even. You could frame that loss from Gen G as Space Station having a great day rather than Gen G having a rough day, especially given that Gen G immediately bounced back and was able to 3-0 NRG. But you could frame this as Complexity. Yeah, there's Gen G's got a mental block against Complexity. You could say Complexity doesn't have that. They're going to be relaxed. They're going to be taking this match for granted, where Gen G's going to be taking it really seriously because they've got to make it to Boston or whatever. You know, there's so many different ways you can frame this. The thing you can't change is the numbers. 8-3 all-time Complexity versus Gen G across all Rocket League competitions, and the bigger one, currently on a 4-match win streak in this series. Complexity's had Gen G the last 4 times. If Gen G thought they had gotten the monkey off their back earlier, I think the monkey's hopped back on at this point, and I do think that mental block is going to be a problem. So this is going to be a tough one. Every match from this point on in the season, folks, is so important. There is not a single bad game, not a single bad matchup, or a single unimportant matchup from this point on in our season. Folks, let's make our picks. He's already wearing the jacket. You want to make a speech or anything? You want to say anything about it?
I didn't even know this.
You had a lot of great numbers, Wave. A lot of great numbers. A lot of great talks about this.
One in particular.
You know, but I think today's different. I think the tides are going to change. Not really too worried about this one. It might go the distance. I'm expecting it to go the distance, but I got my boys all the way. I'm going to see them in Boston. That's for sure.
All right. Jeeves?
I actually have Gen G as well. I think they've got the idea. Like, I think they know where they need to be, and I think their only real issue yesterday was sometimes the offense really didn't deliver when it could have and should have. And I think today they're locked in. I think they take down Complexity here.
So if Complexity wins, they clinch Boston, and Gen G is out. We can't have that. We need chaos, Wave. We need more and more chaos. So I'm going Gen G. Leave more question marks open right now.
Did you guys see Razebull? Did you see Lost? Come on, boys. My God, I cannot believe this is such a free, easy win for me. Give me Complexity on this one, folks.
It's not free.
How's chat feeling about this? If we were running a prediction competition, I'm just getting like an easy point here. It's split right down the middle on this one, though. Oh my goodness, folks. It's time. It's time to get the Rocket League underway, and these matches could not mean more. Gen G playing for their Boston life. Complexity trying to put down the big beast that won't go away. One more time, get up and get loud. It's game day.
It's game day in the most exciting North American tournament that we have had in a long time. And Turtle, I am excited for this one. Complexity with a win. Get into Boston. And V1, they're the biggest Gen G fans right now. They want to see them move on so they still have a chance to make Boston.
I mean, come on. You can't get any better than this if you're Gen G, backs against the wall, trying to at least survive. If you're Complexity, the fate is in your own hands. You just got to take this series win, and you secure your ticket all the way to Boston. This is surely going to go the distance. I mean, I want the drama, Jordan.
Drama for sure. I mean, both of these teams, they have had a struggle this split. Both of them falling early in the Spring Cup, and nobody really expecting it, especially with how dominant they've been throughout the entire season. Gen G getting #1 in fall, Complexity being right behind them at #3, and then in winter, the same deal, right? Complexity have had that come up thanks to CRR on the team, but Gen G, they kind of walked into North America and owned it for a little while. They're kind of taking a step back, and teams are starting to figure out their style of play. They're still a great team, but it's not as free as it was earlier for Gen G.
Right. I don't think that Gen G are used to being in this situation, obviously. I mean, they've made both majors so far, obviously taken a major win themselves and have competed, in grand finals of the sort. And I think that these guys, when their backs are against the wall, we can finally see how they're going to perform in this region in North America. And it's all going to go down here on this pitch right now. In the first game so far, it's been a little bit of back and forth between both teams. I've seen solid pressure on both sides. However, it looks like Gen G are trying to trap in Complexity and steal some boost.
Complexity maybe get a way out here. You see AJG going downfield to steal some boost. He actually picks up the demo. CR has a little bit of space, not a lot of boost though. Tried to buy himself enough space to get the boost. It was good enough to get Complexity back to midfield. AJG gets kicked out of the play, but here comes El Toro, drops it straight down, and CRR puts it in.
You talked about El Toro. Look at the work he's putting in. Perfect first touch to get behind the ball. Air dribble past Chronic. Nolly's caught with his hands empty and can't get a save, and an easy follow-up for CRR. And that's the setup that you're looking for to get past that Gen G defense.
It's such a nasty duo, CRR and RazeBull.
Yeah.
Now, yesterday it was RazeBull getting all of those goals, but CRR is the one slicing the defense open. And other times you have RazeBull taking that slicing role and CRR being the finisher. Either way, oh my goodness, what a pinch. Nolly gets a nice one here for Gen G.
Nolly from the corner. This is ridiculous stuff. I mean, you feel for Complexity and their defense right now. Can't even prepare that. And I don't even, do you call that a pinch or just a simple dunk there from Nolly in the corner?
A dunk pinch. So
Dunk
like
pinch.
a dinch? We'll have to work.
Exactly. There we go.
Yeah. All right. Or a punk. You got punked.
A punk.
I like that.
Okay.
I like that.
I like that
yeah,
too.
you got punked.
Whatever works for Nolly. I mean, that man winning 50-50s, getting his team back in, and that's such an important goal to get an immediate response against Complexity, who look to be building momentum.
Well, Gen G, nice little pass to apparently Jack. RazeBull's waiting for him. Gen G are going to have to work for it here on offense. Chronic taking himself on the air dribble. AJG and RazeBull in position. Attempted pass there from Gen G, but then no quick follow-up. You see AJG also continuing to harass the midfield line, going forward ahead of the ball, and just trying to disrupt the rotation of Gen G. The entire game has been him just sitting either beyond the midfield line or right at it. Nice fake from CRR, but RazeBull, the tee up to AJG, it goes across to the post and it's in! RazeBull collects, and right in it goes.
And at first, I didn't think this was actually going to fall in off the post and out. AJG gets the dunk on Chronic after having that initial shot saved, and RazeBull can easily put that one away. Good pressure applied from Complexity, and this is the start that you wanted to see out of Complexity. I mean, up against the Green Wall Optic Gaming, they scored 0 goals in the first 2 games and let in 6 against the Green Wall, and this is the opposite story. They are starting out strong, Jorby.
Both of these teams, game 1 is extremely important when it comes to winning the series. When both teams win game 1, they're around very close to a 90% win percentage. It's about like 88% for both teams. Gen G have only lost 3 matches, and so have Complexity when they have won game 1. So Complexity hanging on to this lead right here. It's a big one for them, especially with how that record has panned out for them. Gen G, though, full bore double commit. And now AJG gets a free look. Chronic, last man back. CRR's going to take it himself and just tap his car off the ball. AJG, more space. Gen G have to sit back. Nolly was first on it, had no boost. Now he's second on it. Raise Bolt dropping it back off.
He still had no boost. I think that's been a big struggle right now for Gen G. They can't get comfortable. We saw a couple of double commits. Now Abjack has some space. Looks to go for a mind game against Raise Bull, but CRR crashing through a good 50-50 with a follow-up. Now a demo, so much space for Complexity, but the pass coming out from the midfield is not going to fully go through the defensive line. And we still got a 1-goal lead for Complexity.
Complexity sitting in that first to second man passing lane each time, and it's killing Gen G's ability to pass the ball, but that was a nice progression. The shot maybe could have been a bit better, but it was a good touch, good steal from apparently Jack. AJG's not letting it go. And Chronic's just been waiting around on offense, waiting for a chance, but one is never coming. Every time Nolly or Abjack get around, look, there's another one. Chronic can't go. Actually, Raise Bull missed. CRR not quite biting on that 50-50, and CRR just wide of the net. Gen G struggling. Can they get back downfield at the end of regulation?
Pop up.
Chronic has an Abjack downfield, gets the 50. Jack moves it
up.
downfield. Nolly, not a lot of boost with Chronic, and it drops straight to the ground. Complexity take game one.
Wow, and it was confident even at the end there. I mean, we saw a couple of chances string together for Gen G, but nothing that had a solid look at the net. I think we can definitely give a lot of credit to the defense and the ability to read the field for Complexity. Barely any passes getting through. There's always a player in those passing lanes themselves, and as we take a look at the Mobile One high performance replay, we are seeing Complexity hitting their stride, feeling confident, and also winning challenges. The only goal we saw was just that blunder out of Nolly, and everything else was purely the blue team dominant and on a tear, Jorby.
And just to reestablish what the stakes are right now to make Boston, version 1 are currently still in the race. They want Complexity to win. At the start of this, I said Gen G. It's not Gen G.
Come on,
they want
Jorby.
Complexity
Get yourself
to win.
together.
But if Complexity win, they make the major. And so Complexity obviously wants Complexity to win. Optic want Gen G to win.
Yeah.
That will make their chances a lot better. Obviously, Optic have a lot of chances if they just win their games today. But for version 1, they lost theirs, and now they're sitting in the waiting room to see what happens with these results. So now underway in game number 2. Will Gen G have similar struggles on offense? They constantly got the ball killed to the corners. Complexity have a really good sense for how Gen G want to move the ball. Those soft first to second man passes, the misdirection. Complexity have positioned themselves to be ready for those opportunities, and they have clamped down the defense on Gen G.
It also feels like the challenge game is so heavily in favor right now of Complexity, and as I say that, Abjack was just trailing behind the ball, and I don't even think this came down to a big 50-50 win because AJG was going for a back pass, but Abjack had it read the entire way and says, thank you very much, I'll take the free shot.
Absolutely need a confidence builder. You're getting stuff for most of game 1. And this Gen G team, they're not really averse to criticism. In fact, some may even say they're a little too critical on themselves. Even when they're winning majors, they're like, there's still so much that we have to improve on. There's still, we're not playing exactly the way we want to. And I can only imagine how they're feeling right now with how the struggles have been this split. All that matters is what's in front of you. Jack getting that first goal. Chronic trying again, but solo ball not going to work. Raise Bull just locks it down. Complexity get back to the midfield, but that's a good 50. Back to Nolly, to Chronic, and denied by AJG again on defense, who continues to cut up this Gen G offense.
I mean, just playing man coverage, understanding exactly where Gen G want to pass this ball, putting yourself in that similar position instead of chasing where the ball's ending up. That's a good demo from Abjack, but CRR, nice dribble and waste so much time. AJG up in the air, another 50-50 win. It's challenges like that that have helped Complexity move out on offense, but it looks like the third man is extending forward. Even if that second man loses a challenge, there's always a good follow-up from Gen G's third.
They were a little relaxed in the first game, or for most of the first game too. Third man not willing to commit as often.
Yeah.
But when you're in position, you're in the lead, you have the boost advantage as well. Jack gets that challenge, but there's no follow-up coming. They get all set up. Jack's just sitting there, and AJG comes back. Razebull also sitting close, full tank of boost. Nice pop, CRR on the wing. Chronic is there. Gen G break it up. Complexity get a couple of 50s, but nothing's really developing for them.
I mean, they're trying to transition out. We're seeing air dribbles, passes like this from Razebull to AJG, back to the midfield, but good interception from Chronic keeps them in the lead and still with some confidence to move with. I think that every time Complexity have tried transitioning, they're met with a challenge like this from Abjack. Things have been picked up in Game 2 for Gen G.
No shots on net so far for Complexity. Right to the 5 from Gen G. Abjack trying to size up Razebull. He's able to lose the ball to Chronic. Now Chronic gets underneath it, but like who it is again, it's Razebull. Another shot off the bar. Jack gets underneath them. Gen G 2 up.
They've really hit a different gear. Gen G, look at the speed out of Nolly. Way in front of CRR, off the backboard. AJG's flopping, trying to get a pre-jump save. And an even cleaner follow-up out of Abjack. I'm telling you, this is a completely different roster, it feels like, in Game 2. They were slow in Game 1, losing so many challenges, Jorby, but now with that increased aggression from the third man, it feels like they can stay on offense longer and try to break down that Complexity defense.
Complexity still held over half the game played to 0 shots on net. Maybe they get one here. Razebull dumping it to CRR, but he's got no boost. That's a good 50 to get with no boost, but the follow-up not forthcoming. Gen G cover it up. Razebull will try again. CRR downfield. AJG in support. Nolly's there to clamp it down again.
Yeah, another.
And they have AJG in that area, but Nolly's already on the wall. He's already blocked the path for that passing lane. Wait,
here we go.
It's
That's
open.
everybody. That's everybody.
Oh, no.
Darby, they had it. They had it.
That's foul, bro.
It wasn't even a shot. They didn't even get a shot on target. They're still sitting at 0.
Bro, Well,
that's painful.
you don't get many like that. There's Gen G, pass in front, but right behind apparently Jack. Oh, nice 50 from Razebull. CRR, though, nothing for him. AJG forced in the air again.
All right, through the corner. Let's see what happens. And, of course, Chronic can find Nolly. Downfield Abjack is so close as that second man. And there's more space. What do Complexity decide to do with it? They find Razebull. It's off the mark again. And then this follow-up is on target. But we've got 2 goalkeepers in the net, and they're obviously going to get that save. Complexity can't even buy a goal.
Oh, and Jack on the spawn will get the save. They got the bump in midfield. They got the free chance to CRR. CRR saw the space. He just went for the shot, and Jack spawns and ruins his day. Now, El Toro with the fake. But nothing's developing. CRR leaves it. Lets Chronic take AJG. Back to CRR. Cut off by apparently Jack. Forbidden Temple certainly looks like Gen G's.
Yeah, this is huge out of Gen G. You talked about that 90% win rate after winning Game 1 for both teams, and obviously want to get a good response and retaliation from Gen G. And how about holding Complexity scoreless and only to what feels like a few shots? This is the 3rd one following up for Complexity, and I said scoreless, and I guess with 8 seconds left, there's a chance, Jorby.
I mean, CRR getting them to bite. Chronic getting kicked out of the way. And yeah, what kind of fancy stuff does Complexity have on the kickoff here?
There's no way, right? We don't
watch out for the fake. Fake's too obvious, right?
Okay.
No Spanish, just a 50. Right back to El Toro. Hang on a second.
Wait.
Nolly's there. Yeah, Nolly cut it.
Hey, it bounced. You never know, Jorby.
Touch though. Oh, that's a decent pop. And CRR. Ooh. Yo, hold up. Okay, yeah, there we go. GG. Game 2 goes to Gen G.
It looks fruitful, though. I had a good feeling about it for a second. Gen G were dominant all game long, and they do end up on the top. But they gave an inch to Complexity, who could have made an opening and created a couple of chances. But for the most part, it felt very off their mark. Even whenever they had what felt like 2 chances to capitalize and punish against Gen G, they were just slightly wide and not hitting the shots they needed to, Jorby.
Yeah, Complexity took too long to get the offense engine going. And Gen G were able to find those passing lanes. That first minute, though, it still looked promising for Complexity because they were getting in the passing lanes. They were beating them to the ball. But Jack in midfield was flying, winning those. I mean, it wasn't even 50-50s. He was just straight up beating Complexity to the ball several times as they tried to clear it out. And he just had the better of them there. Gen G have the pitch control. They get the game win and try to even it out.
I do like the aggression out of Jack, though. I mean, you're talking about apparently Jack. I think that first goal speaks to the new style that he's going for, at least in game 2. Extending that rotation forward, being more aggressive, staying behind the ball, trailing it more instead of trying to highlight his own defensive capabilities. I think that him being aggressive and letting Chronic and Nolly have more opportunities behind the ball when it pinches out is the ideal perspective for Gen G here. And moving into game 3, it's all for Complexity to respond and retaliate.
Is Jack playing in a kitchen?
Dude, he's
I swear, Jack is in a different location every tournament. That's true. Your proximity to water is really close.
You're close to the water filter. You got some ice there. You got CRR with some ice on the shooting too, but unfortunately can't get past Abjack, who continues to refresh his water as he's in the kitchen, and he's not missing.
He's cooking.
That's right.
Let's see what he cooks up here for Gen G. Well, he comes right back as third man. Take away the option for Complexity. Not the best first touch from him. He didn't get a challenge out of AJG, though.
Oh, what a
Chronic.
dunk.
Easy challenge for him. Nolly, nice
Got
catch
a
off the
flip.
ceiling. Oh, that's disgusting. Hello, Nolly.
Oh my. I think I need to take a shower after this and just use every ounce of body wash that I have, because I feel disgusting just watching this. From the ceiling, saving the flip on the bottom side of his car. Snipes it into the goal. That is ridiculous out of Nolly.
Just has, he's got that it factor, man. Here he comes again. But he's not going to get much. He was looking for Abjack. CRR had him covered. And Abjack, nice job weaving with the Complexity defense, but that 50 just squeezes the whole way back to Gen G's corner. Again, nothing there for Complexity. Forced back to the blue. Gen G really starting to own that transition.
Yeah. I mean, the midfield has had their name written all over it, but Raiseball by himself, those are the passing that we were looking for out of game 1. You think back to that initial assist out of Raiseball where he was able to stay behind the ball. More of that would surely yield some results, but they're getting stuffed in the midfield again. Chronic faking the challenge, leaves it for Abjack, and it's clear down the other end. Complexity cannot get any movement behind the ball past the midfield.
Yeah, ball squirt right, or just squeezes right by the middle, but how about the lead from CRR on this one? Load up the gunpowder, 138 kilometers per hour. Sheesh.
And they're actually prioritizing the possession there. You saw the touch from, I believe it was Raiseball, who kept it in the midfield and didn't want to go forward down the other side. Back and forth, the possession strong for Complexity. And we've seen some highlight plays so far in game 3.
Bump on CRR. Abjack tried to get there. Raiseball available to cover. Just trying to clear the ball out. Abjack back to Chronic. Make life difficult for Complexity to build up that pressure. AJG, full tank of boost. Just trying to keep it tight. Give himself a 50. He got it, but he's also got to get the follow-up, and everyone's getting deleted behind him. Nolly, non-touch against AJG, gives Jack the ball. There's that misdirection again for Gen G. Complexity, they see first man behind the ball. AJG thinks, I gotta get up there, gotta challenge that. Nolly takes advantage, but here comes El Toro. Abjack again on the wall. And everything that starts to look like a threat for Complexity ends up being a nothing burger. But how about that one? Nolly serves that one up on a bun, and he gets a second goal.
Look at this vision out of Abjack. He sees Nolly pushing forward. Nice little pass in the midfield. Raiseball doesn't cut the rotation early enough to even get a piece of the ball. And it's a beautiful shot out of Nolly. 2 goals to that man's name. And Gen G are back on top.
Let's see what Gen G got again. They win the kickoff clean. Chronic. Decent first touch, but Raiseball comes out to meet him. Now Abjack after the first. He's by AJG. Forces the 50 out across another. The shot denied by El Toro. Chronic getting up there. The deletion. The scoring. Chronic puts it in. And Gen G starting to own Complexity here.
I just want to talk about Abjack every opportunity I get. This man is going Super Saiyan. He started that whole playoff with the fake into the air dribble, and then now he sets up his teammates, Chronic, Nolly, getting aggressive, getting a demo, and also the follow-up. That's 3 players from Gen G all participating in a single goal and securing security with a 2-goal lead. Gen G comfortable, but there's still plenty of time for Complexity, and especially with a pass like that off the backboard, we might see another one.
Hit up high here for Nolly. Raiseball with control. and a reset, but it dropped away. AJG just gets
Space.
a piece of that. CRR, last man, Razebull rotating in behind. He turns up, aggressive from Razebull. AJG now back alone. Jack knows it, but he can't get the bump. Nolly puts it right by him. Gen G will continue the pressure. Continue the scoring. Nolly, another for him. Throw your hat on the field. That's a hat trick.
3 goals for Nolly. This is 2 assists out of Abject. The connection finding itself once again for Gen G. Dish it out into the midfield, and you've got a fiery Nolly who's ready to snipe it again into the bottom side of the net. Abject, the vision. He's always finding his teammates, and Nolly's always hitting those goals.
Yeah, Nolly's eaten this game. He's created his own. Jack and Chronic have helped serve him up a couple. CRR just misses. Razebull, and how much he's going to do with all 3 Gen G players stacked in the net in front like that.
Oh, look at the patience, too, from Abject. He's got all the boost in the world, and he just wants to run this clock down, stay behind the ball, get a good 50. And I don't know about you, Jordan. We can talk about Nolly all we want, but it feels like Abject has been the star striker and assist playmaker for Gen G, always behind the ball, always creating opportunities. And even on the defense, he's getting the saves, but not in time as Complexity just bring it within 2.
No, not in time indeed. Chronic comes off the wall while Nolly was still completing the challenge. Chronic with no boost, no pad spawning for him either. And Abject ends up losing that one, but what can you do if you're Chronic? It's an awkward situation. Abject has to come into cover. And Complexity finally found a situation where they could catch Gen G out. You catch them on a little too low of boost. But now can you actually capitalize here? There's not a lot of time left in game 3.
I mean, it's just another moment where Complexity are surging late in a game. You think about the previous one following into this game number 3. Complexity had found a good goal with 8 seconds remaining, couldn't get the equalizer. Now they have 2 to get, 32 seconds on the clock. It just doesn't feel like there's enough time for them. And of course, we're going to see them continue to try their best, but Gen G have them covered in the midfield. Abject staying behind the ball, but I just don't think it's enough out of Complexity. We needed a better start.
AJG can't even win a 50 in midfield. AJG have wasted enough time on the clock. Now it's just about keeping that rotation sound. How about do it? Well, Gen G, after game 1, have completely flipped the table on Complexity. Complexity trying to find a way to recover right now. 1 more to go for Gen G, and they're moving on, and Complexity are out.
I don't think we can overstate how important this series is alone for both teams. Complexity hold their own fate in this series. Just winning against Gen G will send them to Boston. But Gen G, if they lose, of course, they are out of Boston and don't even have a shot at making the major. This is everything on the line for them. And of course, they're playing like it. You see Nolly getting the hat trick, Abject being behind the ball, and Chronic filling in the gaps.
For Complexity, the offense has broken completely apart. Their rotation has been, a lot of solo effort, a lot of desperate clears. They have not had control of the ball for these last 2 games. And like, there's no passing. There's really no effective team play from them on offense. Partly due to Gen G, but I also think due to how much pressure Gen G have had, Complexity just feel the need to boom the ball away or go for the solo air dribble, hope for the next 50, because you aren't winning in the passing lanes right now. Gen G with Nolly and Abject and Chronic are trying to put it together. It looked like it might be disastrous again for this team, but can they recover right here? Oh, Razebull, nice fake. 1 to beat in Chronic. Abject comes right back. It's never just 1, is it, Turtle?
Yeah, I mean, look at the hustle. Abject was one of the 2 players who actually bid on that initial fake, but he gets back in the rotation. You don't have enough time to slow down the pace with players like Abject getting back in rotation that quickly. And I agree. I think that since game 1, there hasn't been an area on the field where Complexity are excelling and beating Gen G. The 50 department has been all Gen G. The passing, the shooting, as well as just the vision, especially from Abject, has been in favor of Gen G. And because of that overwhelming pressure, I think Complexity are panicking a little bit more, but this has been a great beginning of their game, just moving the ball forward, and we're seeing better bits out of Complexity.
They're getting stuffed again. Oh, AJG, nice clear. They're gonna need a little more than that. CRR knows it. He at least forced Jack back a little bit. Razebull didn't really get a solid touch. He did push Jack off the ball. Gives CRR another chance. But again, where's the thought here beyond, let's just push it to the back wall, even though it's defended. We're just going to full-on air dribble and hope we get something. Here's a demo, but then Chronic, he stays behind the ball. They have to work harder than that. That's a good 50. Back to Razebull, but a poor shot. Chronic makes an easy save. And Nolly gets the clear downfield. Complexity, again, a broken play downfield. There's not much thought beyond slap the ball to the backboard and see if we get him to flinch.
Right.
But Gen G, they have not flinched.
Well, I don't think they want to take the risk of sending more than one player behind the ball as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gen G frequently will send 2 players in similar positions to go for the pass connection. And at this point, it looks like Complexity are waiting for a mistake out of Gen G. They just want to punish and not risk anything. But they're sending 2 players on the ball, and you know what that means. A free goal for Chronic if you get past them.
Oh, Chronic once again. CRR pulls off on this play, but Razebull's also covering that angle. The CRR coming around gives Chronic the space, thinking he can go and cut him off. But Razebull also has that position right there. Somebody, really, it's up to CRR.
Yeah.
Turning and challenging on that ball, trusting that Razebull's got the fail state covered. But instead, you put both of you in the same position, and that just makes it a little easier for Chronic to push it by. AJG able to flick it by 1, but Gen G are owning the lobby right now.
Complexity refused to play as a unit right now, and instead just want to send 1 player forward with an air dribble, hope that the solo play works out, or maybe a demo can cause some panic. That's a equal demo there for Razebull, and I believe Chronic taking each other out. Nolly behind the ball and air dribble, and at this point in time, Gen G have the lead. They can just hold things down, look to get better 50-50s, and run the clock into the ground with some demos from Abject, a little pop out. CRR still behind the ball, and a good transition. What are they going to do with it? It's immediately met by Chronic. Double 50-50, back-to-back wins, and Gen G are still behind the ball, Jorby.
I mean, that attempt from CRR to leave to second man is great if you've got second man right behind you on that lead, but Razebull was coming from a little farther back. His pass denied again on the shot. It's too low. It didn't force anybody from Gen G to barely jump a few inches on that one, and Abject, hard clear. Razebull cuts it off. Complexity, though, nobody's there for the follow-up again. Abject in traffic. AJG is there to block him out. Chronic, quick shot. Razebull takes it away. Complexity are in desperation mode right now. They need the win. You can't rely on other people to get you to Boston. You're not going to get what you want.
Yeah.
If that's the case, they started off well. They got that game 1 win. And Gen G obviously want to make it as well. And they're looking like it might happen. They don't qualify if they win, but they do get a little closer. And there's the second goal.
CRR win for it off the sidewall. The mechanical issue. Everybody on his team trusted him to find a touch, expecting him to at least hit that ball into the corner or possibly off the backboard. Anything to waste time for Gen G on the transition. But unfortunately, he doesn't come up with a single hit. It's another free one. 2-goal lead for Gen G. And Complexity might just find themselves in a similar position of V1, waiting, watching on the sidelines, hoping that things work out and you can make it to Boston. And Gen G are trying to pave their own path.
Well, the Tri-County, or the Tri-Country boys are having some trouble, but they barely get the save. Razebull desperately passing it to Nolly. The wrong player, the wrong time, and the wrong set. Nolly delivers what is likely the dagger to Complexity.
This feels like the final goal for Gen G to send Complexity out of the tournament. And like we said, they're going to be watching from the sidelines. 44 seconds left. A good kickoff, though. If this rolls in, Abject can't get there in time. So there's a potential for Complexity. We've seen crazy things happen, but I just can't see anything else getting through the defense of Gen G besides maybe a kickoff play like that.
Yeah, that's the only way.
Right? That feels like
Complexity are holding the dagger. They're holding it back somehow.
Yep. All right, let's see what happens.
They don't get the cheeky kickoff win there. Razebull's got no boost. AJG's got to play him close.
He
just goes straight.
Past CRR.
He's got CRR right there. But he feels like it's covered too, because you have both players sitting there. You have Abject sitting on the left side, and then you have Chronic sitting on the other side. So AJG's thinking, well, I'm just going to go air dribble this, because if I pass it, CRR's third man, and we're going to get dunked, and we're going to lose. But, like, this is the time to take the risk.
Yeah, I mean, and that's been the outlet every single time for Complexity. They could have gone for the pass. They could have found somebody on the right wing or left wing, but instead they wanted to go for the pass across, and now finally it comes through, but it feels too late. 8 seconds remaining.
They were in this position last time. Complexity scored with literally 8 seconds left. 1 down to Gen G. It didn't have any cheeky kickoff plays.
Do you believe, Jorby? Do you
no,
believe?
No Spanish.
I believe.
Did we get the Spanish? Did we get it? No Spanish.
Okay.
But hang on.
5 seconds.
Off the ceiling. Abjack there. AJG. No chance. Chronic going to keep it close. Pop it up. Oh, AJG tried to get there, but no chance at it. CRR going to come back at it. He's not going to. Full boost. That right to the corner makes it easy for Nolly to kill.
Still up.
Or keeps it up. 20 boost for the bull. He's got it across.
Ooh.
Complexity denied in front of the box. Gen G, move on. Major qualification still on the line. They're not done.
Oh, but Complexity, they gave them a run for their money. In the final few seconds, they got a kickoff goal, finally connected on the outlet on the left wing, and almost kept things up on 0 seconds. But you're right, Gen G, their hopes for Boston are still alive, and Complexity are going to have to see how things unfold. And now they don't control anything and have to rely on other teams to pave their destiny.
Now look, Complexity are literally 1 point away from qualifying for Boston. So if you're a Complexity fan out there, it's going to be pretty hard for Complexity to
You don't have to worry too much.
Boston. And if they don't, well, unlucky. Go next. For Gen G though, massive for them, and V1 now hurting because all it means is that like a Furia win will eliminate V1. That's the position that they're in right now.
And this is also beneficial. I mean, you're thinking about Optic Gaming watching this as well, who were in favor of Gen G. This bodes well for Optic Gaming and the Green Wall to move on forward. Gen G, I mean, they've made every single major so far. Why not Boston? Coming out clutch, winning challenges, playing their A game after that first initial loss in Game 1. But we've got more Rocket League coming up right after the break.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Doesn't have a flip. He's trying to use it. The pass down is unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Furia and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Want another rise under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field on the reset. Getting out by everybody. That was otherworldly.
Could be the one, yeah. Could be the one, yeah. Replaying your words there in my head. When you're not here, I'm stuck in bed. I'm starting to break. I'm starting to break. I'm starting to break down. Watch all of the bullets fall to the ground. You took a shot and I'm yours now. But I'm starting to break. I'm starting to break down, break down, break down, break down. Could be the one, yeah.
It turns out Gen G knew exactly what they needed to do. After dropping game one, they didn't look back. Cleanly in control of the series, they knocked Complexity out of the Spring Invitational, and they get that crucial win they needed. V1 fans are quaking in their boots right now. Welcome back to the desk. I got Gibbs. I got Jorby. Jorby, you were down on the battlefield. You were in the skybox talking through the match here. What was it like from your perspective?
Complexity had started out really well. They were cutting off Gen G's passing lanes. They were like, AJG was winning every single 50-50. And then I don't really know what happened in game two, but Complexity just started pulling off the ball. And they started looking less like a team as the series went on, and I'm crediting that to Chronic and Gen G. Turtle talked a lot about Appjack and how effective he was in the rotation. He absolutely was, but in the back half of this series, every time Chronic would get onto the ball, he'd be beating two players almost every single time. And you're just not going to win like that if you're Complexity. And then put it on top of that, Complexity are just dumping, chasing the ball down the field until you see one team play that's actually successful. This one, I think, got into Complexity's heads a little bit because I feel like they're a better team than what they showed in those back three matches or back three games. But credit to Gen G. I mean, they look like vintage Gen G in that match.
And really quick, we're going to look at the spring points because that match was absolutely crucial because Gen G got 2 points there. And that doesn't seem like a lot, but that moves them ahead of version 1. And now they're in that 4th place spot. We still have Fury and G2. One of those teams will move up to where version 1 is. So Gen G needed that to stay alive. They haven't clinched anything yet, but Complexity, they're at 39 points. Right now, the magic number is 40. So Complexity has not clinched, and now they have to watch and hope that the results go their way. There is a small chance that they miss out on this Boston Major now.
You can see the matches here as the bracket evolves. Gen G moves forward in the lower quarterfinals. Complexity is going home. The upper bracket matches, we're still waiting on those. We got to complete these lower round 3s. Another team trying to pass V1 in the standings here. Shopify Rebellion going to be taking on FaZe Clan. Nobody expected FaZe Clan to be in the bottom. Well, you know, maybe after the Spring Cup, maybe a few people expected it, but most people didn't expect FaZe Clan to be in the bottom here, but here they are looking to get another match against Gen G. FaZe versus Gen G happened all the time this season, but usually it was a grand finals, Jorby, not lower round 3.
Yeah, no, not lower round 3, but you know, NA's hitting a little different this split, Wave Punk. As far as this matchup goes, though, I mean, look, you gotta look at the match record. These guys have matched 4 times during the entire regular season, and all 4 times, FaZe have won. In fact, FaZe have only dropped 2 games to Shopify Rebellion. The series is not close. As good as Shopify Rebellion have been, because I do think that this team has peaks where, you know, they could beat almost anybody. FaZe aren't one of those teams.
And like, you have to feel for them too, because they're playing FaZe. They just played them last time. Spring Cup, FaZe lost to Furia to drop down here, and then we see a Shopify making a run. They beat Gen G last time. Then they go up against FaZe, and they got 3-0'd. And now they have to do it all over again. So Shopify got to make a grand finals, though, anyway. So you got to beat everyone in front of you.
We can't talk about this match, though, like it's already a done deal. Shopify, they're showing up, they're prepared, they have earned this opportunity to take on FaZe Clan in the lower bracket, and we play the matches because things can change. There's a lot riding on this match, too. FaZe has got to strap in and make sure they are ready to go. With a win, FaZe Clan would eliminate version 1 from the Major. Shopify would be eliminated from Major and from Worlds. This would be the end of Shopify's season if they were to lose here. If Shopify wins, though, FaZe will be eliminated from the Boston Major. It's not what they want at all. So there's a lot riding on this match here, Gibbs.
Oh, absolutely. And I think FaZe, though, we saw them last time, lower bracket, they ran through it. They were looking so good, probably favorites almost in that grand finals, but version 1 was just on another level. FaZe is like, we've been here before, we can do it again. There's something about day ones with them. Maybe they don't like to play on a work day, like a normal work day, and they want to play on weekends only. I'm not sure, but FaZe, they got First Killer, right? He is the man, right? He is the best player in all of North America. I don't care what teammates tells you. So watch out for him. Obviously, he's going to be a difference maker. But on the other side, with Shopify, yeah, very likely not Major, very likely not Worlds. But this is maybe their last moment for these 3 players to show everyone on a mainstream what they can do, right? Because who knows what happens in the offseason with roster moves and all that. You got to show up. Because like a 2-piece, I think he's going to be a hot free agent as well, like unless he stays with the team, because like he's been looking so incredibly good. So this is your last moment, possibly, and you want to basically extend that moment as long as you possibly can. That's what Shopify is trying to do now.
I mean,
Okay, wait, Punk Gibbs. I got a little quiz for you because I think you'll be surprised by this.
Oh no. Okay.
So currently 4th in the spring split in goals per game. A Shopify Rebellion player is in that 4th spot. Who is it? Would you guess? If you had to guess, who's in that 4th position for goals per game in the spring split? Gibbs, you looked at the sheet. You're a cheater.
I did not, but because you were like...
You cheated.
Oh,
nobody would pick memory leading in goals per game.
You gave
Literally
it away,
nobody.
Jorby. You gave it away by saying no one's going to choose it. Of course.
I didn't say no one's going to choose it.
Well, you were basically like, oh, here we go. It's going to be a true
You
question. Everyone's
assumed
going to
that
get
was
wrong.
going to happen. Anyways, 2-piece is the highest score per game. He's like 489 score. The dude's absolutely ridiculous. And that's the only point I was trying to make, okay? He's up there in assists. He's up there in score.
He's up there, folks. I mean, we do. I think this one's pretty simple here, Gibbs. I think we're all going to be going FaZe on this one. I don't think we need to go down the line. Is for the Shopify Rebellion fans in chat? Is there like what is the key? How do you stop First Killer? Is there a way? Is there a road to victory?
So you got to just take your hands off the keyboard and just get Spirit Bomb energy. That's what you need right now to beat FaZe.
They can do it. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how they can play, folks. Let's get down and see how Shopify handles FaZe. Again, FaZe has never lost this matchup, but we play the games for a reason. Let's see who's going forward and who's going home.
And Chiefs, we cannot say it enough. The implications for the Major and for the World Championships spots. FaZe Clan, if they win, version 1 is taken out of the Major, and Shopify, they are eliminated from the Major and Worlds as well. But if Shopify win, it makes things interesting. FaZe Clan would actually miss out on the major.
Yeah, big stuff for both teams as we will have a restart here. Some issue to be resolved for some players, but all things considered, winning in pretty much. Not necessarily for Shopify Rebellion, but that's how version 1 sees it. That's how FaZe sees it. And I think the big question asked by the desk there, what is the big key for Shopify Rebellion? I actually think their biggest hurdle isn't necessarily going to be handling First Killer. Yes, he's going to apply a lot of pressure, but I think they've got the tools to at least delay and keep First Killer at bay. And obviously, you're not going to be able to keep him out indefinitely. The bigger problem I see here for Shopify is when they get on offense, finding their way through that really strong backline and Mist. I think he might be the biggest issue for them going forward.
Yeah, and Mist also, he's always that threat offensively as well. I can't even count how many times he's had crazy angle shots from the corner or, set up as the third man going for the double taps off an undefended backboard. So this is going to be a big challenge, I think, for Shopify. But for Shopify, there's a little tournament that Riz and I operated called The Draw, and Shopify actually won the last event. They took down Furia, and that was, that really made me a believer in the Shopify team. We've already seen them kind of, hover around the top, but not quite break through to the top in RLCS. But I think they've got the tools to do it. I was actually really impressed with Parth. I think Parth isn't talked about too much on that team, but Two Piece is one of those players, Achieves, where you think about Chronix rising. Two Piece very much is like a Chronic to me, with the fact that he's a young player, new blood in North America, can really help a team achieve success. And I think a Two Piece has done that already with Rebellion, and now a chance to really do some damage here against FaZe and deny him a spot at the major.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's a lot of really good pieces over there on Shopify Rebellion. I agree that
was that a intentional pun there? Or?
No, but it should have been. I wish it had been. But Two Piece definitely, I have to agree, is probably one of those people that you want to keep one eye on if you're somebody in North America and you're looking to make a roster swap. Maybe you make some moves, considering taking a chance in something like that. But I agree that Parth as well, really, really solid support player. And obviously, there's kind of that structure where you'd like to see Two Piece on the ball, you like to see him create opportunities, and then you like to have that really strong backline in memory who's been around for so long, that really veteran defensive aspect with some decent put-away potential. But the real flex player is Parth. Can he figure out where the play is headed? Can he keep you on offense? Can he reset the attack? And I agree. The draw was a good experience for a team like Shopify Rebellion. Get a lot of really solid games in, and they show a lot of really good stuff. So if you're looking to be a team like Shopify Rebellion, you want to take down FaZe, there's a lot of really tough things to consider, of course. You already know that FaZe is a team with a lot of different options as they come forward onto the attack. Obviously, First Killer, the first thing to worry about, the mechanical ability. But the biggest issue after that is the flexibility, like we were talking about. Mist, really strong put-away potential and an incredibly solid backline. Sypical then filling that same role that Parth tends to play, as Parth always has that sort of flexibility, rotation through the midfield, and they're trying to figure everything out. So a lot of different things to consider when you go up against a team like FaZe Clan, but it's the real test for Shopify here, because back's against the wall. You don't have another way out. You got to beat one of the best teams in North America to keep chances alive here.
Oh, no doubt about it. And I think this really is that last hurdle for Shopify Rebellion to really cement themselves as a contender here. It does give them an outside shot at the major and at Worlds. So, we'll just wait and see. But honestly, Achieves, I look back in North America, I look at all of the results. I still sometimes ask myself, how does FaZe lose in NA? Like, how do they ever lose in North America? I don't understand. I mean, the version 1 loss in the last era in the Spring Cup, that kind of makes sense. But, just seeing FaZe and also at the San Diego Major, making it all the way to the finals, you just feel like FaZe Clan should be the best in North America, especially right now.
Yeah, it feels like to me as well that generally accepted wisdom that pretty consistently they should be on top. Now, obviously, everyone asks all those questions, what happened when they came back for the Spring Open? They said it themselves, got a little bit complacent, took some time off, weren't really playing the game as much, but bounced back really, really well. in that Spring Cup, making it all the way to the Grand Finals. They'd like to do things through the upper bracket, of course, but that's the nature of improvement. Everyone sees you at the top, and they know that you're the team to beat. People starting to slowly figure out FaZe, but it's a long road to go. It's one thing to say you're figuring them out, and another thing to go and say you can beat them.
Yeah, and to beat them when it matters in RLCS on these weekends with all the fans watching. So we'll see if the Rebellion can come through and get this upset. And Jorby also talking about Memory, one of the players you don't expect to be up there in goals per game. And I would agree. I just think, Gibbs was right. Jorby didn't set it up too well.
Not quite as disguised.
Yeah, he kind of showed his hand a little bit. But we'll see how Memory does in this matchup. As you alluded to, Mist, one of the best defenders in the game. And already FaZe being tested with that shot blasting off the crossbar.
Dangerous movement there down into the midfield space. Identified, moving that ball into those dangerous areas. Not a good touch from Mist here, and they will get capitalized on. Oh, I talk a big game for a strong defender, and then you miss hit one like this, and they jump all over it.
That one. I had flashbacks to when we play our in-houses. You're normally in a situation like that, you're trying to clear it down the sideline, or at least, if you make a pass like that, you have a teammate there. So I think you can kind of chalk that up to, first game of the series, still getting the thumbs warm, because normally Mist does not make mistakes like that. And now Jupi's looking for a pass up to Memory. Memory will go for the boost steal and trying to get that tip. One of the things that Memory did fantastically in their victory in the draw was work the corners. He was always able to bait in the defenders, make them dive in, and then find a teammate on the pass. But now we see FaZe trying to go. And look at that. Oh, that may have been vulnerable. Sypical was trying to rotate back, but you're seeing how quickly Shopify is able to kickstart the counter.
Really like that vision as well from Shopify. On defense, not really getting thrown off by the misdirection, kept a good mental image about where everyone was on the pitch and what they all could do, so didn't lose track. It's typical, but they just let them through. Nobody challenges the ball.
This is a little low altitude Doomsy dish here. You see him kind of roll out, get low on the post, and just knock it in. It's Memory getting the second here for Rebellion. Two-piece sitting back watching as his teammates do most of the work here, and now a 2-goal lead, and we might see 3. That pinch off the crossbar, rebound to Parth, and that's saved aside from First Killer. But First Killer, I mean, he's got to be frustrated he's even in that situation.
Steady the ship here if you're FaZe. Parth, really nice takeaway on that play. FaZe clan, rocky start to say the least. And really, you don't even care if you lose this game at this point. You just want to say, okay, can we at least not make some silly defensive mistakes and actually get the offense going and make sure that we're structurally okay before we worry about the outcome?
Yeah, I mean, structurally okay. Right now, it seems like the supports are rusting away. It's about to, the FaZe ship about to sink to the bottom of the ocean unless they can figure something out. Two-piece getting some space. You can see the little touch Two-piece had there to take that shot far post, but it was defended nicely from FaZe, and now double commit. You see Parth rotating in at the right time to get that cleared out to the corner. Parth also going again. Typical stretching across the field, but Mist rather wasn't able to get there in time. You can see how much time Two-piece was able to get there with that air dribble.
Really liking this approach on defense from Shopify Rebellion as well. They really could just kind of wait to see that first touch, but as soon as they do, they're up there and ready to go and challenge it, take something away. And Parth, he notices First Killer a little bit deep back, decides to keep it tight, almost throws it into the net with a little support from Mist. Cleared aside. FaZe keep the deficit to 2, but not from lack of trying on the Shopify Rebellion side.
Starting to see some little mechanical misexecutions for FaZe. You saw the double tap there messed up from Sypical. He didn't get the second touch. That actually kickstarted that Shopify counterattack. We saw Mist hitting that one off the ceiling. Just a little bit of imprecision there from FaZe as FaZe are trying to stabilize. You see Memory didn't really have anyone breathing down his neck, was able to safely get that over to the side. Now Sypical possessing the ball in the midfield. He's challenged. Pinched across the half. Parth
so slow
for a 50.
everybody on FaZe, it feels a little slow on the pickup. Memory just comes through and picks one off. Thankfully, it's off the post, but that FaZe midfield defense feeling incredibly soft right now, giving a lot of space away, and Shopify just happy to take it when it's given.
Oh, and you can see two-piece bailing out. Parth had much more boost to go for it. It started slow for FaZe, and it's ending slow. Under 30 seconds left to go. A 2-goal lead here. We do see a demo at the midfield. First Killer taking out two-piece. This might be a chance for Mist, but you can see First Killer gets demoed, and now Memory wasting so much time. It feels like the midfield game is being dominated by Shopify.
Oh, and no one really believed that pass was actually getting through, and unfortunately with that, game one comes to a close. FaZe kind of started to get something going, maybe one for the road, but Mist not able to turn it in high off the corner. So a nice closeout to game one for Rebellion. Big miscues from FaZe. Not the way you want to go, considering that this series determines whether or not you make the major. And you're getting, what is that, 14 shots put on you by Rebellion? Not a good look.
I mean, I'm a little bit speechless because Achieves, I asked, how does FaZe lose? I guess like that, It's Parth 8 shots alone. Two-piece 3. Memory also having 3 shots. FaZe really didn't have much of an answer at all. They were stuck so much on defense, we didn't really see much space at all for First Killer to work with. And I think that's where First Killer is most deadly, is when he's got that space in the midfield or on the sidewalls with a lot of boost. We really didn't see that at all. The midfield was dominated by Shopify. They were keeping FaZe on their goal line, and then a few missed executions. You saw Mist passing it off his own ceiling down, and that resulted in a goal. Typical missing a double tap that almost resulted in a goal. It was just a little bit sloppy. They look a little rusty out there. I'm not gonna lie, Cheats.
Yeah, ugly game one to be sure. And the kickoff is gonna go wrong. Oh my gosh, you can't write it, James. You really can't.
You feel a little bit bad, but getting the height on that shot is not easy. Parth has to get that shot over First Killer, but under the bar.
And it's got to be
he hit that perfectly.
Yeah, it's a timing exercise on when you jump on contact there, and did a picture-perfect job. Mist may get it back, and they will beat Memory to the back post. Mist is able to get it right back, wipe the slate clean.
Ooh, and you saw how greedy Parth was there. He wanted to go for the solo play, wanted to get that mid boost. We're all guilty of that, Achieves. Would you see that wall? Or just
eyes get huge.
Yeah, you're like, oh, this is it. My double reset in RLCS. Finally here, but no. And it actually allows FaZe to get back into this game, and FaZe needed that. They have been struggling. They got shut out last game. They gave up the kickoff goal. That was actually quite an impact play there from Mist.
Big steady game move for sure. And that position right there for First Killer. Great try, and Mist aggressively positioned, but savvy enough to understand when to pull the plug and just delay the attack. As FaZe trying to work out of their own half.
Trying to position for that air 50. Parth with a backflip will give that space over to Sipical. Jumps late, but Sipical had him anyway. And there was a missed execution from Parth that leads to a FaZe goal.
Yeah. Oh, the little backflip, you're right. And then he actually cut inside. Didn't even believe Sipical had the air roll. Hung two-piece out to dry on an island. And First Killer, boy. Here it comes, get ready.
I mean, he hit it hard, but it was somewhat close to the defender, but still the power on the shot, enough to overpower. Last grand final in San Diego.
Devastating. Yeah, because now you don't have any more splits. After this, you really want to gauge where you stand on, the international scale of competition. Miss out on Boston for a team like FaZe that a lot of people think are at the top, as a double commit from FaZe in the middle of the box, trying to jam one home, may cost him on the counterattack. Two-piece cutting left and right, faking out Mist. Parth to the net, and he goes for the back post. He was like almost 200 IQ, but unfortunately, Parth overdoes it, kicks it wide. Shopify Rebellion don't find an equalizer off of an excellent push on the attack. And FaZe happy enough to just reset and buy a bunch of time. First killer flip reset towards the net, bounced off the wall. Here comes Mist down into the center, denied by 2Piece. Typical in charge of buying time. FaZe looking for opportunities to grab boost and reset the attack. Great position off the backboard, and Mist will come through. Turn one in.
And that was a nice shot there from Mist, just cleaning up after Typical doing so much work, and you're really starting to see FaZe get comfortable now. You could tell they were uncomfortable at the beginning of last game, and even at the start of this one, giving up the kickoff goal, but sometimes it just takes FaZe a little while to find their feet. Now, the question will be, how will Shopify respond? We saw them dominate that midfield game early on, and now they find themselves trailing by 2, but they've got half the game to work with. We'll see if 2Piece can do more here. 2Piece! And we saw 2Piece on that dribble as well with the cut be able to get his teammate an opportunity, and now double demo the dish as well.
So Memory flubs a shooting chance, but he will make up for it by opening the door as wide as possible for 2Piece. He won't miss that. He's good enough to score a freebie like that. 2-3, Shopify keep themselves in the mix. Great press. The FaZe Clan turned to scrap.
Typical. Going into an air dribble past 2Piece. Memory gonna stay behind it. Memory trying to dribble this down. Mist will now cut. Memory gonna rotate all the way out, get some help from a teammate, but will be able to turn, and this Parth stays upfield. 2Piece will jump though. 2Piece doesn't make contact. Mist already airborne. Will boom it downfield. Now Mist. Flip reset potentially. No. He's trying to force that ball down into the defense and get a rebound. Quick counterattack, testing the net, but first killer back with plenty of time. Mist will lob it downfield. Gives it back to Shopify. 2Piece lets it bounce up. Now trying to get it past the first defender, does so. First killer dribbling into the corner, and now pass one on the wall. First killer going solo, leaves it for Typical, and there's a block from Parth.
And it's a quality block too. Throws it to the corner with minimal momentum. Not a lot of threat for a second shot to follow through. Mist trying to keep it jammed in, but the layering of that defense from Shopify Rebellion, excellent job so far. It is no easy feat to keep a team like FaZe out from consistently finding attacks. A little bit of a missed touch from Parth. It went behind 2Piece, so they kind of have to give the ball up here. They will reset nicely. First killer, hello. You don't see him in the back corner very often, and he gets the attack going again for FaZe.
Parth will try to tip that over. First killer taking time. Mist now approaching. Lob towards net. Parth off to the side. Typical will control this. Now Typical happy to waste that time. But still with a 1-goal lead, you don't want to allow yourself that opening. You can see a demo from behind. More demos at the midfield now from FaZe.
Ooh, and he might score. First killer, top right off the bar and in. It's alt end to end here. The replay doesn't quite show it, but he was on an island in a 1-on-3, and he just picked the ball off and beat everybody.
And pinching that ball off the bar like that, it is unstoppable. And you could see the perfection of control that first killer had, getting the first touch with air roll, and then using his flip to increase the speed of that ball and get that momentum to drive it through. So all around, fantastic game. First killer showing you what he's made of and why he's one of NA's best. But now we see a late goal for Shopify. Memory will put one in with 4 left on the clock.
Everybody on FaZe staring at Parth right there, and rightfully so. He's the primary option, but you kind of lose track of Memory rushing forward there, and they're just trying to keep it in the middle of the box so he has a nice clean lane to shoot from. Risky business for Rebellion, and it pays off big. Can they get one more?
Last opportunity. Mist. Try to tip this down. It's kept alive. Parth over to first killer. First killer going to try to double this off the backboard. Actually gives it to 2Piece, but 2Piece can't clear it. And why not? FaZe getting one more.
A little awkward here for sure. First killer, really solid double tap, but 2Piece, he doesn't want to let that bounce in case somebody from FaZe is right there, but he actually ends up giving it to him. FaZe, talk about a reset there in game 2. You go from what was it, 14 shots allowed in game 1 down to a respectable 9 while putting up a insane amount yourself.
Now, I mean, 9 is still a decent amount to give up, but you could just see this offensively a much better game for FaZe. And thinking back as well to the play from Mist being able to get that block on Parth at the midfield and score that first goal after FaZe gave up that kickoff goal. That was a big play there to get FaZe back into it.
And of course, First Killer getting a lot done defensively and offensively. 4 saves, 2 goals, and 1 assist. Massive game for him, almost 700 score. It wasn't necessarily like people are dishing the ball to First Killer. It's just he's putting himself in the spots where he can make something happen, and boy, did he.
And that is what you expect from First Killer. First Killer, one of those star players, without a doubt, in North America, and he continues to show everybody why. So big game for First Killer, big game from FaZe. We'll see if they can keep this going. See 2-piece into the corner, trying to work it. First Killer gets a nice read. He didn't have much boost. He'll stay on the play, picking up small pads, and there's the impact of First Killer. Rebound out. Parth will try to tip this to safety, and Memory actually does get a very nice hit downfield.
Ooh, Typical wanting a bit of a post pinch, and he didn't quite hit it right, but everybody pulls off the play for Shopify Rebellion. They have to race back. They should enter into a possession battle here in the midfield line.
2-piece knocking Mist off the ball. Parth marching downfield. Mist just trying to mess him up, but couldn't do so. And Parth will do it all himself. The full field flick.
Oh, forget the possession battle. Mist, he was so sure that Parth was about to hit that ball again. He just wanted to push that up the wall into the corner, let his teammates approach it from a nice, easy angle. He didn't want to let that ball get in the middle, and Parth just let Mist beat himself.
Now another chance for Shopify off kickoff. That one blasted off the bar. And now on the other end, First Killer. Close range double tap. 2-piece couldn't believe his eyes. And it bounces off his face and goes in.
Because 2-piece, he knows. He knows First Killer can't actually put that one online right there, right? Surely no way. He's going to have to bounce it off the wall. 2-piece is positioning.
Yeah, he's ready.
Take away that pass.
What kind of angle was that, First Killer? Goodness. You know that 2-piece has got to be annoyed about that. You know, he's
just like, there. Yeah, okay. Do it again, you know?
He goes for those. Yeah. That was wild. I mean, that shot, if 2-piece wasn't there, it would have gone in. But, I mean, 2-piece, you can't really blame him on the positioning. That is a 1 in 100 shot there.
Massive goal from First Killer, to be sure, and he might find himself into a situation to score a second here. Parth will take it away off the backboard. Nice tip to safety, but FaZe really trying to settle in here in Game 3 now that they feel like they've got the offensive muscles warmed up, stretched out, and ready to go.
And there's a shot. The response from 2-piece. He says, you've got a tight angle while I can score from run as well.
And Mist as well. He's sitting there in the net thinking, yeah, I'm going to go get this pass, but boy, 69 miles per hour, absolute bullet out of the corner to the back post.
I mean, you could even see the laugh there out of 2-piece as well. You know he's thinking that.
He's like, yeah, I got it too.
Yeah, exactly. So with that, Shopify get the lead back. It's been a tight series so far. And now we almost see another goal for Shopify, who won Game 1. Shutting out FaZe in Game 1. Game 2, FaZe was able to crack that nut finally. But Shopify start out hot again. 2-piece and Parth both scoring goals so far, and that one from the corner from 2-piece was something else. But now we see FaZe on the attack. First Killer tipping it up. There's a pitch hard off the sidewall. Memory will boom it downfield. 2-piece getting bumped out of the air. Now a demo from behind. That was a critical touch from Parth, because that demo had opened up the counter opportunity.
That's really the problem for FaZe right now. It's that, again, that layering. The timing is so good from Shopify Rebellion. put themselves in good spots. Don't lose track of people, of course. They do allow a little bit of space here. Missed, what can you make happen? It's typical. A little too far away, and he will get cut left to right. And that first killer on the ball, and it actually may work out. Parth will recover. But it really does feel like Rebellion is just trying to keep an open eye on where everybody is at FaZe at any given moment, because they don't want to get caught off guard, because that's generally how FaZe tends to score a lot of goals. They just don't see a challenge coming from somewhere, some way, and Shopify is just like, okay, let's just make sure we don't get caught out. And they're making FaZe work really hard to find the back of the net.
They are. You can even see First Killer working really hard to try to get two-piece off the ball. Finally out of his hands. First Killer going for the air dribble bump, but Parth got up and over the challenge. And now you see two-piece clear the way for Parth a bit with that bump. Two-piece will boom it downfield. Memory with the demo as well. Shopify trying to get their wheels back under him. First Killer flip reset. Back to the air.
Oh,
the
nice.
musty pass. Rebound.
Oh.
It's missed from missed.
That was everything. First Killer absolutely pulled all the defenders out with that flip reset and the musty pass off the backboard. You just need the hammer to come on through.
And you wonder if you wish that you were on Mist in that situation on his cams. I know I wasn't. But you wonder how he did not make contact there. We see FaZe trailing by 1 with Boston on the line. First Killer has some real estate to work with. There's a flick, not a hard flick, and it's easily cleared out to the side. Pass down to Mist. Mist booms it. It's off the crossbar and out. Two-piece out to the corner. Only has 23 boost. Will need some help. Mist racing Parth to this ball. Will opt for the mid boost. Gets bumped off the ball as well. Parth being a bully. Parth stealing boost as well.
Oh, he might score. Oh, hello, Memory. Out of
Oh, and he
nowhere.
bumps two-piece. Two-piece has to go through a challenge. It is getting dire here. Infield, and there it is. Mist will clutch it up off the lovely pass from First Killer. The mounting pressure finally blew the lid off of Shopify.
Pandemonium for both teams. Everyone trying to find that counterattack and just box the other team in. Rebellion blink first. They don't see a juicy pass down into the middle from First Killer. Huge shot to tie things up. OT on the way, barring a shot here from Parth.
Oh, hold on.
Wait,
Don't
it
get
may
ahead
be
of
early.
yourself. 20 boost. He can't get back to it. Typical will try to possess.
Okay.
There's 2 gone. It's a 1v2 right
With a
now.
flip?
And there's an extra touch from Sipical. Mist did not have it read, but you held your breath there in that final moment of Chiefs.
You saw him get the flip reset. You thought, ooh, maybe. But unfortunately, not enough juice behind it. Harmlessly to the floor. OT, First Killer, and Co. survive an incredibly important Game 2 regulation. This advantage point here.
That advantage point, the swing game here in the series. Shopify was leading. They were doing so well before giving it up in those final seconds. Will FaZe be able to steal this game, or will Shopify close this one out? First Killer, big boom to the backboard. Parth into the gut, had Memory there to clear it further downfield. Mist will launch it up high. Two-piece has to jump from a standstill. That's all he can do. Mist up over to First Killer. First Killer, the light touch. Parth was already airborne and had the angle locked down.
That's the dangerous aspect of First Killer, right? You can keep an eye on him, but can you predict a touch? Two-piece defends the back post, but he doesn't get a hit. It will ricochet in the middle for First Killer. 2-1 in the series phase.
Oh, that was a crazy ending. You can see Two-piece was just trying to defend that shot. He's trying to defend the goal, but the post bounce is what ultimately did them in. And FaZe, you have to credit to them. You have to give credit to them at Chiefs. That was a comeback right there. The pressure that they had building in the final seconds, the poise to pass it as well, and for Mist to be there ready. That was a textbook infield pass play under some dire circumstances.
10 saves for Shopify Rebellion. Boy, if they didn't try. But that is the thing about FaZe. They just keep coming. First Killer alone, 10 shots.
Yeah, I mean, and 2 goals. I mean, shooting 20% ain't bad, especially in a close game like that. But wow, the one goal we saw from the Rebellion was that full field carry from Parth.
Oh, so
the
good.
flick. That was how they started out. So Shopify has had some fantastic starts. They have done really well to get to put themselves in a good position early on in the games, but you see that comeback potential of FaZe and really the scoring threat that FaZe always pose throughout the entire game. And this is really where Shopify will be tested. Can they come back, or will FaZe get this win and end the chances of version 1 at the major?
Gotta credit First Killer himself, of course. It's been a great job moving that ball around on offense. And look, now he pulls out 2 defenders, throws it out to the sidewall, steals the boost. It's like, that's not one that shows up on the stats, but it's a play like that that sets up the ability to pressure that's so dangerous. Missed free ball for Sipical with the bump. First Killer, can you just figure out where this needs to go? Slow Pop takes the space. Needs a little help here, and unfortunately 2-piece the first to it. Sipical waiting in the clear lane.
Oh my.
Lip reset, top of the net, and he will be denied, but First Killer will drop the hammer.
And this was back-to-back plays where the ball rolls out to a FaZe Clan member and gives them that solo play opportunity, and Sipical makes the most of it. Taking it airborne, makes the first defender miss, and then you get that rebound chance for your teammates. That is what FaZe does when they're confident, is they have everybody contributing those solo plays. That time, Sipical making a massive one there. Now a chance for the Rebellion to tie it up.
Wow.
First Killer with a bit of a pinch challenge. Prevented that from going towards net.
Oh, and look at this. It shows you're not challenging me. I'm going to keep letting that ball roll. FaZe can really work the clock at pretty much every opportunity here, and this one should be a pretty simple strat of, okay, wait until they commit to you and then just dump the ball somewhere, and they should be able to waste a lot of time.
Do you switch into that mode already if you're FaZe to try to
Don't even
waste the time? No! You just keep scoring!
And it's not even necessarily switching into the mode, it's just you can approach every challenge in that way. It's not like you're thinking, okay, let's buy time, but what a dish from First Killer into the middle. And everyone's just thinking, oh, how do we defend this? You never see that cut all the way across with that type of pace on it.
Oh, well, I mean, even there, what you talked about, just taking that challenge with the, just getting the ball pushed forward out of the hands, keep it out of the hands of the Rebellion. Mist did that there. He delayed his challenge, went to that, just decided to let the panic play from Rebellion bury themselves. And now we see another shot come in. Rebellion are stuck playing defense simulator right now. Finally, they break through this half-field defense, or midfield defense of FaZe, but it's right back down.
Oh, but Sipical has no boost, doesn't really make a good touch on it. So here's an opportunity for Shopify Rebellion. You can take a lot of space here. You have to be solid, and you can't miss a challenge like that. You gotta push FaZe back.
Those plays even more critical with your back to the wall. Time ticking away. Your chance at the major and also the world championship for the Rebellion. Both of those windows close with one more loss. 2-piece going for the double. That one hits off the post. First Killer can't get to it. First Killer tangled up on the goal line, and he can't get the clear.
He really did get tied up there. He was just so focused, I think, on following that air dribble and trying to figure out if that double tap was in. He didn't really think about what would happen if it wasn't. So he comes into the net super hot and unfortunately cannot adjust to the follow-up. Shopify Rebellion worked their way back in.
It looked like he was trying to get back down to the ground instead of playing float defense, blocking the shot lane. And that allowed a decent rebound opportunity there for Shopify, who are now within one. They must force Game 5. It's a bump from First Killer. First Killer getting physical there. Sipical to the corner. Parth trying to find 2-piece. 2-piece getting in a scuffle with First Killer, but still able to make that play. There's a demo at the mid. Sipical. Oh, Sipical with the delayed shot gets past Parth, but 2-piece, he continues to stay on the line, and that's going to be an open net for FaZe.
2-piece is just stuck here on the goal line for an eternity. He sees Mist leave, and he's thinking, cool, I've got a little bit of time here. And then I think out of the corner of his eye, he sees First Killer coming. It's like, oh, I took way too long. And boy, did you.
I mean,
Screw it, right back across.
well, we're starting to see how many bumps and demos are coming out from FaZe. So Two-Piece is hugging that post to try to make himself not vulnerable to the bumps and demos. But with where that ball was, you've got to go out and pull a sharp turn in order to get to the ball. It was just too far away. It resulted in a goal. And now we see another demo from behind. First Killer bringing the physicality. But there's some revenge. Remember, he'd taken out First Killer.
Only problem is First Killer's demo took away the next player on the ball. Shopify's demo took away someone who wasn't going to be in the play for a while, and that difference of timing of demos that can really make or break. And there goes typical the time-wasting challenge. Look, I'm going to flick, and then you just throw it out to the open space. Mist gets caught one hand in the cookie jar, but he's able to close the lid real quick, keep the lead to 2.
And you can see the setup. That was so telegraphed, though. First Killer was up to defend that pass to Memory. Now Parth, awkward play off the backboard, still gets a nice touch. Missed, self-pass, goes for net. Double commit from Rebellion. Memory tries to parlay that into a bump. And now taken back. There's a pinch off the ceiling and down. First Killer gonna try to take this to the air, but oh no, he does get it by Memory, and a pinch down. It's a trade, an open net, but you can see First Killer had no boost to Cheese.
No boost, but he knew Typical was coming, so he was thinking, make the next best play, go ahead and try and steal the corner boost if it spawns, limit Shopify's Rebellion's attempts at a counterattack here with limited time left.
The final seconds ticking away. FaZe had a slow start. Shopify got the first game. You thought maybe they can take down FaZe, maybe they can prevent FaZe from going to Boston, but that is not the case. FaZe Clan get the dub and also eliminate V1 from major contention. How about that, Achieves?
Tragic for all the V1 fans. Ecstatic if you're a FaZe Clan fan. They, like you said, real rocky start, but boy, did they dial in fast. It got dangerous far more quickly than I think Rebellion would have liked, and got to give a lot of credit to everybody on that FaZe roster. The timing upgraded, the challenge game upgraded, figured out some of those awkward miscommunications and mistouches that they were having in Game 1.
Yep.
And unfortunately, that's the reality of being in North America if you're version 1. Even coming into this tournament, number 1 in the standings, tied with Complexity, you could not afford a bad showing, and they see why.
Without a doubt. And FaZe Clan, despite the rough start, they show you what they're made of, and they keep on going. First Killer, some brilliant plays. Missed as well. You saw Sipical with the solo play that led to the rebound. FaZe get the win, and they are moving on. But we've got to go to a quick break. When we come back, more RLCS.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic, I'm a nick kind of finality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one, without first killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down is unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Rotation back. Forced it. Hit one another. Rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo. Gets the ball. He's now taking to the opposite side of the field. On the reset. Getting out by everybody. That was otherworldly.
I think the competition at NA for these 5 spots is the hardest it's ever been, and it's not even close. We have about 7 or 8 teams, maybe even a couple more you can throw in there that are legitimately competing for major spots. It's absurd how close this is. Everyone wishes there was more spots, but there's only 5 to deal with. But, you know, having this good of competition just elevates everyone's gameplay even more. So tougher matchups equals more entertainment, and this third regional should be quite entertaining for sure.
Presence, but as soon as it goes to the blue end, it seems tough. But when you strike quick, you strike hard.
I would say that we aren't feeling that much pressure to make the major, and it's kind of weird saying that because I think there's a lot of teams above us that have more pressure where we're kind of more on the outside looking in. We know we've kind of, you know, had a really rough season for our standards, and I think we've slowly been starting to figure ourselves out. And I think we started doing a really good job recently, so we know we're not just going to be able to produce results in an instant. We're just going to try and get better for this regional and see if the hard work we've been putting in is going to pay off, and hopefully, worst comes to worst, we get to Worlds and we can show it off there.
Already a crazy quarterfinal, crazy goal by Atomic as well. So G2 will be.
I think the 5 teams that will qualify will be FaZe, Complexity, Version 1, us, and I think Space Station.
That is going to be from JNats to Atomic, back to Chicago, into the blue goal.
G2's goal for this last regional is obviously to clutch up and do what we need to do to make Boston. We've made every major so far. We obviously don't want that streak to end, so we've been doing everything in our power to try and get ready and perform our best for this final regional.
Attack from G2, a pass to the redirect from Atomic. It's disgusting.
Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said,
Poor Rebellion fans. They gave them hope in game 1, just enough to make them maybe believe. And then FaZe Clan comes out of the gate. 2 matches we've had today, both of them Spaceman sweeps, with one team winning game 1 and the other winning out the rest of the way. FaZe advances. Version 1 knocked out of Boston major contention with Gen G and FaZe both advancing. And now it's time to start talking about the uppers here. James, that was the match closer than it felt on the scoreboard?
I think at the beginning you saw FaZe stumble a bit and allow Rebellion to put their foot down. I think once FaZe got going, it was clear that they were the better team. I think the Rebellion, though, have had a great season. I think for them, it was a very successful season, and they got a lot of good results. But this is the FaZe Clan we saw make it to the grand final in San Diego. These guys are the real deal. They're up there. I guess you could say they're the best in NA. That is what I feel like. I feel like FaZe right now the best in NA, and they prove it over and over again. They're in the lower bracket. It was a close game 1, but other than that, Wave Punk, I think FaZe had it on lock.
Gibbs, it's a weird world where a team in the lower bracket right now is the best in NA. James says that, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm not sure who else you put in that spot right now.
Yeah, but those 2 points that they just picked up, absolutely huge. They were right behind version 1. They have now moved past them. So version 1 out of major contention. 2 other teams that are down there, Furia and G2. They will be playing each other. One is guaranteed at least top 3, but both, who knows, could meet in the grand final. So those 2 teams are alive with the other 5 teams up there in points. So that is what we're looking at now for the major race.
This is the crazy part where the teams that lose in the uppers now drop to lowers, right? As is tradition with this bracket format. G2 is going to be very incentivized, or Furia, whoever loses that match, to eliminate, I believe Gen G is the team they will be playing if they drop down there. All those teams still fighting for that last spot here at Boston. So every match going to matter so much. It's going to be exciting stuff. Optic versus Space Station's coming up a little bit later on, but for now, it's time for our first upper semifinal match. Furia taking on G2. Both these teams trying to establish themselves, trying to prove that they are in the top conversation in North America. G2, they were absolutely there for so long, but then continuous rough performances, I think, has a lot of us questioning here, James.
Oh, yeah, and, we're still wondering if they can... can they make this major? Can they make a major this season and perform? They made some moves. They obviously dropping Kaio, bringing in Lost. A lot of people were questioning that move. Even a lot of the doubters questioning should a Furia have even come here. And I think those questions have been answered. Furia made the right call coming to North America. They are contenders here. They continue to be a threat no matter who they play. I mean, I don't care which team you are. When you play Furia, you're not excited about it. These guys can all pop off. And, I think it's concerning just being an NRG fan, looking at the result. I think out of the 7 times NRG played Furia, got beat 6 of them. So, personally, I'm quite afraid of the Panther. Like, when I see this Panther logo, I get scared. And I'm scared for G2 right now.
People always say, like, why'd you move to North America? So we all know why. Like, it's a lot better, like a bigger salary and all that. So, of course, it's a good move. But this season is very close to a failure right now. They have to perform on a weekend, which they haven't done, like, all year round. So they had a very easy bracket last regional, and they went 0-2 on the weekend and bounced out. They cannot do that again. If they do that, they are missing out on Major. They are missing out on Worlds. So this is huge for Furia. While G2 is very consistent, they're happy in their spot, but they want to make Boston as well.
And I'm with you, Gibbs, on this kind of being a make or break moment. This is the fork in the road, really, for Furia, where it could lead to the promised land for them. If they make the Major, they make Worlds. We saw how they played at Worlds last season, but this is the point where they're going to have to make that performance.
That performance at Worlds, though, I think is a big catalyst in my mind. It's a thing that I'm thinking about when we're talking about like moments where you have to show up, you have to clutch. We've seen Furia absolutely answer that call and stand up to some of the clutchest teams in the world in moments when it really mattered. So I don't think that the pressure of this moment is going to be the problem. It's just going to be, is G2 the better team? Let us know who you think is going to pick in the fan vote in chat. James, who you got?
Dude, why did you ask me first? Why could you not start with Gibbs?
Gibbs, who you got?
G2.
Thank you.
Throw it on the board. There you go.
James, who you got?
Easy.
Oh, this is so hard for me. I don't know how it's so easy for you, Gibbs, to just throw it up there. I feel like, to me, Furia is the favorite here. I think Furia, how much they've done recently, the way they've been playing, I think that they are the better team. And my heart wants to pick G2, I want to believe, but I'm going to have to go Furia here. I think they've been playing phenomenal Rocket League. Put me down for them. And if G2 wins, I'm still happy.
No. Don't hedge your bet. Don't hedge your bet here. Give me Fury on this one as well, folks. I think G2's been looking strong, but I do think Fury's going to respond to the call here, and I'm excited to see them perform. Make a top 3 on this one. Chat, pretty split down the middle as well on this one, but the Army going to be showing up for G2 just slightly there, folks. We've got our first upper bracket semifinal. Moving to best of 7s here, folks. Got to win 4 games to make top 3 the Spring Invitational.
There's not a whole lot on the line here, Daz. Only 5 very, very, very valuable points and the ability to climb up the leaderboard and try to cement your spot at the Boston Major. No pressure, right?
Wrong. Game starting. Furia, G2 Esports. This is a race to the major. Again, even for some situations, maybe even World Championship, things risked here between these two titans, but all that matters is what's in front of them game by game, second by second, as they try to get the advantage here and make this probably one of the best tournaments for the season for either squad. It really depends on how they both show up.
Furia trying to win a best of 7 for the first time this season as Jan's shot deflected away by Chicago. Now lost. Started the season in South America. They brought him in, try and elevate this squad to get them to not just majors, but to the World Championship in Dusseldorf. As Lost will have that go right down to Chicago, and he's not going to be able to continue that play, but maybe Jane Apps can. Lob to the backboard, nobody on the weak side, so Lost will have it. And G2 will at least try to keep the pressure on here with Atomic, bringing in Central. Chicago there, and it's too strong for him. So Furia get another lifeline here as they try to work out of the zone.
G2 already, though, trying to get those pass plays, good connections from them, or at least attempts. They have the speed right now and the start ahead of Furia, but in terms of that offensive front, just seeing a little bit more passing, a little bit more of that G2 style of play could make the difference here. That being said, Furia, they've got to start controlling the space a little bit more. It just feels like G2 have had the ball for the first minute and a half.
G2 have had a lot of possession. Here goes Atomic again. Just float one to the backboard. Try and generate some rebound opportunities here and let Furia beat themselves. It's Lost. Giving it away to Chicago. And Card will have to try and take this all by himself. And there's a pair of G2 defenders just waiting for him. It just seems like every time Furia gets to the center line, somebody, at least one, is there to rudely greet them and bring the ball right back into the blue half. This time it'll be Chicago from the back line with Atomic to his left. That's a good win, though, on the offensive end for Furia. Lost now with Jan forward still, and that's deflected out to the corner, and just so happens that Jane Apps is over there. Here comes G2 in transition, and the save by Jan.
Couple of demos coming out here. G2 still looking for some space up in front. Furia have been doing a good job being able to reach the ball, but even then, sometimes little slips come through like the one you saw just there. J-Naps gets that beat, and the defense isn't ready, then the ball's going in the back of the net. So far, first half as it's gone by, we are scoreless, but both teams tied up in shots 2 for 2.
Card will flip one to the backboard, and there's Atomic again, down to J-Naps, and this will go wayward. Lost and Yan getting on the same page. Yan stays home, and he could go to the ceiling of the net to make that save. And now Atomic with the boost steal out of the corner, but it's Chicago's shot that gives G2 the lead.
With that G2 pressure, it was only a matter of time. Love this initial pop here from JNabs, and then the follow-up, the light touch there to Chicago, who's so quick, puts it in the perfect spot. Yan can't react in time. G2 pressure pays off as they kick this game off at 1-0.
G2 comes in trailing Furia by just 2 points. This would be hugely significant for them. A win still only guarantees that they would be behind FaZe and Gen G, who both have a guaranteed 37 points. G2 would be sitting there on 36 as they take a 2-0 lead. It's JNabs, and it's great to see him going.
Yeah, this is a little interesting though. There's a bit of a disruption there. Card, oh, he just couldn't read that bounce in time. Got stuck in no man's land off the initial pass from Chicago. G2 pressure, like you said, JNabs being able to get on the board. That's his first goal out of 3 shots. And spreading the wealth here, as both goals have been assisted on the side of G2.
Shot on here, easily sent away by Yan. It's a 3rd save for him. Now Card up the ladder with Chicago. Had to play that to his own backboard where Atomic could get to it. That's good defending, but that was not. Lost with the fake, and then the shot sent away by Chicago again. Chicago's defense on point yet again for G2 here, as Lost will stop this before the center line. Yan forward towards the net, but Atomic's there. G2 at least holding the line for now with a 2-goal lead, trying to shut out Fury and send a message in game 1.
Talking about Chicago, his field awareness has been phenomenal this game, offensively and defensively. That ball got away from him, but he still bought a little bit of time. No, Lost will get there. JNabs couldn't recover. Fury make this a 1-goal game in the final minute.
This had to be as powerful as possible. Lost still put it in a spot where JNabs could get to it, but not close enough that he could save it. Furia get 1 on the board. They've still got just under a minute to go here to tie up the game. The kickoff goes right to Chicago, who just seems to have had a magnet for the ball here. Now Lost, looking for more. Flip, reset, and swatted away by Naps. Yan actually got away from JNabs, so he was going for contact, and then the bump, and Card ties it.
Oh, I love this set play. I mean, Yan takes his time, that misdirection. Card wants to get involved, just has to outspeed Chicago. Gets there in perfect time, perfect shot to the top left corner. Furia strike late and get on a 2-goal run.
First half of this game dominated by G2. Second half of this game, really the last minute and a half, has been all Furia. Just a matter of time before they finally broke the seal. Now Lost will carry him one across. Yan will send it downfield. He can follow this up himself. Drop down towards Card, and it's boxed out and sent further downfield. Chicago now tracking, making sure Card plays this securely, which he does. Now down to 12 seconds. Overtime looming as G2 have let a 2-0 lead disappear. Can they steal it back? No, he lost with a save. Now JNabs indirect, nobody home, and Yan will clear it out. We've got overtime if this ball can get down to the ground, which it will.
You got to give credit there to Furia. Again, that strike back towards the end. 2 back-to-back goals within the offensive front. They get a little space in that box. They will stretch G2 thin. You saw G2 towards the end of the regulation start to go for a couple of offensive plays. I mean, I believe that Atomic downfield, he had a pass set up. And even though they had the space, Furia's defense was set. Whoever wins this overtime is going to earn it.
JNabs has been trying to get a couple of demos coming out of the zone, or at least bumps. And the last couple tries, he's been unsuccessful as he makes that save, falling back to his back line. Now it's Chicago downfield. Lost full tank of boost, and he doesn't power this away. Plays it close to the vest instead. Yan avoids contact again, and a race to the corner. Yan will steal the boost. It pops out to Card for the win. Off the crossbar and away. And now it's only Lost against JNabs. And Lost got a touch and put it in his own net. Oh, it's disaster for Furia.
No way. Lost went up. He had 18 boosts. And he ran out. He was floating after JNabs had that flip reset. And yeah, it does go off of his Finnick. G2 is going to take game 1. They had a little bit of help there. Disaster on the side of Furia. That is not how you want to start the series off.
Well, Jorby dropping to his knees, watching that one. It's a best of 7. It's a long, long road here, but that is a tough first pill to swallow here as we look back at the Mobile One High Performance replay. G2 got it started very early on. They had the 2-goal lead, but then Yan getting the play started for Card to tie it up. And then shield your eyes, Furia fans, the own goal set up by JNaps to give G2 the dub in game 1. Again, 1 down, 3 to go. So much on the line here, Daz, with teams all over the standings. Everybody in North America got their eyes firmly on this one to see just how much more work that they've got to do to stay ahead of Furia and G2.
Yeah, Fury have already shaken that game off. I'm pretty sure you have to stay locked in at this point. But regardless of that, again, it's a game-by-game thing. Dropping that one, it just gives G2. Now they just need 3 more. For Furia, we've seen them have that strength in offense. Again, 2 goals within 15 seconds of each other is definitely very impressive. Late in the game 1 as well, where G2 have a comfortable 2-goal lead. We know Furia have the ability to be able to strike here against G2 Esports. But if they're not completely locked in, if somebody jumps up and they have just too little boost, you've seen G2 take full advantage of that. Game 2 on the screen. Let's see if we have any adaptations.
But Yan with Card running forward to the right. Not quite there now. Yan for loss, trying to make up for it, and he does. He scores to give Furia the lead.
Making up for that one quick. You gotta love this pass out. Yan says thank you, plays it past the defense. Lost is up quickly, but also make sure his shot's on target.
Maybe the biggest adjustment here, Daz, for this Furia team is the transition from Yan, the hard carry, to Yan, the facilitator. Everybody kind of looks at him to be the guy that's scoring everything, kind of like the way people look at First Killer on FaZe, but he has been, I think it's been kind of a maturation of his game where he's not forcing it. He's not trying to do too much. He's trying to get his teammates involved because he realizes as the team goes, everything goes a lot easier, and it's finally working out now for Furia.
Right, and you're seeing the success of that. You're also seeing the confidence from Furia as they ramp things up here. This time, they're controlling the possession here in the opening minute. You think back to game 1, it was on the side of G2 mainly. Now we got 2 demos, and yeah, we'll have a free ball here to work with. What's he gonna do with it instead? Try to see if he can take control. Good old JNaps right off the respawn to be able to deny that ability.
Lost looking for a corner boost that was not there, so Yan's gonna come in and save the day. Now that boost spawns, and Lost still couldn't really go for it, just in case. G2 got a quick shot on, so now it's Lost right at Chicago and through him. Yan's up the ladder now. He can play this hard to the corner, and nobody else is Cetro, but Yan still takes this, and it sails high and wide, harmlessly across the goal. So now it's Atomic with JNaps coming up. He gets obliterated, and Chicago's got to play it away just ahead of Yan. The game within the game here is Yan looking at JNaps. That's on the backboard, and Card could not bring it to a scoring position.
The side of G2, things have not been looking too structured here, at least in that last play or so. They're trying to kind of get things together. It's been a very crazy, all over the place game in game 2. But Fury is still in the driver's seat. G2 still trying to get things going. They got 3 shots this game, but they haven't necessarily felt too threatening on offense, considering that they haven't had that much time on the blue half.
0-6 in best of 7s is Furia. Once they went to game 7, they came oh so close. They have one in 5 games, and well, they more commonly go to 6 before falling short. Trying to exercise their demons here. Double commit from G2 could be costly, but Atomic slowed them down just enough. Everybody able to recover, but here comes Lost. Here comes Furia. To the backboard, JNaps. Yan intercepts on the way out, but Chicago will have Atomic downfield, who got another boost arm. He's got a few that kind of go under the radar here in this series. He'll circle around and clear this one. Outlet towards Chicago, and Yan is right there.
Good control. Fury still been able to maintain the pace. They're even looking for each other as they try to play the ball around, but G2's been a little bit more reactive. They definitely kind of slowed things down and started taking their control.
Oh, Atomic, just high, and what a save from Lost ranging back. Follow-up from JNaps off target, and Card will at least give Atomic something to think about as he tries to set up Chicago. And JNaps will have to keep this in the zone at the center line. But it's Furia breaking out again. Yan got a line to shoot through, and Chicago shut it down.
It was interesting. JNaps was on the way back, almost had an initial challenge, lost there, just tried to keep JNaps kind of stuck on top of the Fennec for a little while. Didn't matter. Defense got back on time for G2. But now they need to start kind of turning up the heat. We're approaching the final minute in gameplay. They have increased their shot totals, but it still has not really bared anything to be of concern just yet. Even with that one, lost there to block out Atomic, and G2 still trying to fight for possession in that midfield.
Not a great pass there, intercepted by Chicago and swatted out by Card. As Furia try to hold a 1-0 lead, G2 watch the 2-0 lead evaporate right about starting now. Final minute, as Yan will have enough to chase this down. Card underneath him, and maybe they're not on the same page there, but it could still work out for Furia. Drop down towards Lost. Chicago's got it out. Spacing not great from Furia. G2 is spaced out, but they're denied yet again, and Atomic has to chase it down with 35 seconds remaining.
Oh, he's getting chased down by Yan. Card's putting a shot on, and Furia is scoring again. They get all that pressure on the side of G2. They have to turn around, and Yan wastes no time. He went off the ceiling for that challenge.
And Chicago had to be aware of his presence behind him. Might have caused him to react just a split second too late. 33 seconds remain. Yan's got 3 assists on the 4 Furia goals in this series. And now he's got a good stop in the corner with this 2-goal lead now. G2's got to scramble, lest Furia tie this series up. Yan further on, and Atomic has to deflect this out, but time running out now for G2 here at Forbidden Temple, and they're gonna run out of time here unless they can score right now, and they will not. Everything's a mess for G2 in this little scramble at the end as Furia answers back, though they've got to hang on for 1 more second.
They still got a second. If G2 pull this off, I will be
seen it recently too. What was it? The draw had happened? Was it Rising Stars? It happened somewhere. 1 second remaining. Just got to get over the ball here and keep it down to the ground. It does go in the air, but towards the G2 half. And can G2 pull off the unthinkable? Yan, drop it down, and Furia hangs on. A little tense at the end. They made it more interesting than it had to be, but Furia tie the series.
You're right. Definitely, again, G2 striking in the final seconds. I mean, we've seen that before. And even though it seemed like Furia, they had 5 demos again, it felt like a lot more. Just very impactful in terms of slowing down G2 offensively, getting them out of the Furia zone. And then when Furia was up in front, I mean, they struck with precision. Look at this one again from Lost in the highlights. JNaps is up there. He had the timing. He just couldn't get the touch on the ball. Had the speed, but that's, again, going back to that striking level that we've seen from Furia. Defense was also good on this particular stop. And then, of course, that last play, just not letting G2 feel comfortable, even on that back half, even on that defensive half. Big key factor here into slowing them down and allowing Furia to take that game.
Yan is so locked in. I assume he knows that there's a wall there and not another person with a fist there. He just fist pumped the wall. All right. Just reflexes at this point. He's the guy that's got to keep it going now for Furia. Has not scored in this series, but again, he's been, I think it's clear to say, he's been the MVP for Furia so far. He's set up everything for them. As Lost, intercepted by Atomic. And down towards the corner, Furia trying to keep the momentum rolling here, but it's Chicago with Card having to turn around and retreat and then make that stop on him. Atomic now out of the corner, trying to get this over to JNaps, and it's blocked away by Yan. Now downfield, Yan's gonna score just over Chicago, and Yan gets on the board for the first time. Long overdue and well-deserved.
G2 trying to swarm Furia, but that one gets away from him, and Chicago just barely misses the touch there, sails over his head, and Furia picking up where they left off, starting goal in Game 3.
Furia have got through the first couple of games without Yan getting on the scoreboard. Now that he is, G2 has an even tougher task ahead of them. It's already difficult, as Card will have this, and it's Yan to just play it further along. Lost creeping up as well. Lost and Card almost ran into each other, so that will slow them down a little bit, but they keep the ball on the offensive half, at least for the time being. Card now trying to set up Yan. Lost falling in behind him. He'll take over now. Towards the backboard, intercepted again by Chicago. And without Chicago putting, I wouldn't call it necessarily a master class just yet, but without his defense, G2's in a world of trouble against Furia.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to what I was saying in game one before they end up getting scored on. Chicago's awareness this series has been very good. He's been all over the place, making some really solid touches to keep G2 either in place or to slow down Furia. And these aren't touches that would necessarily give you a lot of points, but they make a difference between a goal being scored or not. As G2 gets out on the goal line, Lost will clear it away to the side. It was a goal line save under a little bit of pressure, but Lost held firm.
On a weekend where we've seen some uncharacteristically high scores, we've also seen players like Razebull and Chicago put together incredible defensive performances, as Yan will have that taken away by Atomic. JKnaps lurking again as Atomic goes all the way across with Lost. G2 trying to put the clamps down here, and Chicago forcing one through that goes wide thanks to the defense of Furia. Not out of the woods just yet, though, as Atomic and Lost collide. And it's Yan that finally gets that to the G2 back line, but for not very long, because here comes Atomic again. Chicago coming on, and that just bounced a little too high for him, so he's got to be a little more patient.
A little bit more control halfway through the game. G2 trying to make the most out of their drives. You can even see that one sent all the way down, pinched across. JKnaps wanted to go for it, but he was last back. This one's going to get away, and Atomic has to chase that one on his way back to his own half. G2, though, the counterattack. Oh, if JKnaps could have got a piece of it, it would have been phenomenal. They still have more work to do to find out how to get around Fury's defense.
It was almost good enough, too, because Lost was a little confused there on the goal line. We've seen him put in some awkward spots, sitting at the edge of the goal in this game alone. Certainly a couple more times in this series. That deflects out. It'll be chased down by Atomic. Can he get a second touch on it? He avoids contact from Yan. Still across. Here comes JKnaps. Oh, great pass! What a play by JKnaps and Atomic!
There's the connection. G2 trying to find each other. You get that initial challenge. JKnaps says, let me put that back into space. 1-2-1. G2 get their first goal. Tied up, 1:46 to go. It's anybody's game in DFH.
Everybody in the world gearing up for the shot, and instead it's the extra pass as Chicago deflects this away. Back to the backboard. Good win from Furia, but that's all it turns into. No scoring opportunity as it's shut down by G2. Still tied now with 1.5 minutes remaining. Atomic picked his spot, and Lost was there to meet him the whole way.
Hard, getting a lot of room here on this sidewall. It's going to allow Fury to be able to move up into the space. You can see them. They want G2 to try to play the ball into him. See if they can not let go of this possession. They're holding on to it very well, trying to see if they can get something going in last minute. Playing it off the corner. Lost does get there first. Looking for that follow-up touch. Is going to be denied here. Furia have to retreat as G2 are making a push into their space.
Bounced out, but it'll be Atomic. Uncontested to the backboard for the moment. Lost will at least get it out. Played further on, but there's JKnaps, who will blink here in Game 3, breaking this 1-1 tie in the game and series. It's Atomic trying to go underneath Lost. Chicago got around Card, but only for a moment. Yan not on target. He's trying to draw out the defense, and it does not work out this time. So it's Atomic with just under 30 to go. Overtime looming again as it's deflected to the side. Atomic couldn't follow it up. Lost can, and JKnaps stops him cold. 15 seconds remain. Chance for Fury to finally break out of the zone. Lost with a quick shot, and Atomic with a good reflex.
Time ticking down, final few seconds. Fury is going to try to want a playlist, but it gets sent to their own zone. Lost is going to pop this up. Yan, good redirect, just barely kisses the ceiling. JKnaps sends it across. Atomic, oh, G2 won a piece of this action too. 50 in the midfield. Chicago, he says, no, we're not playing those games. Let's go into overtime. Swing game in Game 3 going the distance.
I'm glad somebody had to be the adult there as this drops right down to JKnaps. And it almost caught Atomic on his way down. Here's Lost. Winner gets the winner here between Space Station and Optic. Coming up next, an SSG squad that has already punched its ticket to the Boston Major. Optic Gaming trying to get one step closer themselves. Lost downfield. JNAPS will have it to his own corner. Try to get away from Yan. Good luck as he goes all the way to the ceiling. Great read. How much will that mean? As Jan's got the midfield boost, trying to get a piece of Chicago on the way through. Did not work out. JNAPS waiting to see what Chicago's got up his sleeve, and it's nothing there. Now JNAPS, Atomic in front, drop down, and Jan's there for the save.
Strong clear out from Lost, and it's just going to be an open net. No one home from G2. Everybody, 2 people on the back wall. Chicago was on the side boost. The net was wide open. And Lost will send it from one end to the other, giving Furia the lead in this series.
Whoops. Seen a couple of them. It's been a very good defensive series, all things considered. But a couple of mental lapses on either side have canceled each other out. Furia's got a 2-1 dub in Game 3 and a 2-1 lead in this series now. As Lost, I think, has more than made up for the own goal in Game 1. He gets MVP honors with a goal and 5 saves. As we look back at how Game 3 shook out, JNAPS got it tied up, but that's all that happened for G2 as they leave the door open behind them. Now Furia in the driver's seat here, halfway towards a top 3 finish minimum here in the Spring Invitational.
Furia now just 2 games away. G2, even though they had a lot of pressure towards the end of that game, and we saw the success of the offensive passing, just not too, it just felt like they overextended. They did overextend. They got punished for it. They've got to be a little bit more efficient on offense. Look at that spacing. Furia's spacing has been phenomenal this series. And you can kind of tell just from the way, just from looking at Yan as an individual, he's had so much room to work with. It feels like he's breathing almost new life here. I think that's just credit to Furia and how they've started to adapt over the course of the season. Yan gets to a big dunk to set it up. Carr trying to finish. Lost does go for this, but he was last back, so someone needs to stop G2 pushing upfield. Oh, Atomic?
They just barely have, with Lost getting the clearance from the backboard. That was a tense moment there for Furia. They got to feel like they had to come away with a goal from that. They'll be disappointed now as we're still 50 seconds gone by with nothing. It's JNAPS, though, for Atomic. Chicago avoids contact in midfield. That slowed him down, though, and he couldn't dive in for this. So now JNAPS quickly out to Chicago. Instead, it will fall to Atomic. The pass too strong. He retreats, and Lost will take charge instead. Flip reset easily dished out by JNAPS.
The reset, trying to give space, open up the defense. Didn't really do too much. And that clear, Chicago will try to get a piece of it, but he completely misses that one. Will instead just steal the corner boost, maybe look for a bump on his way out. Meanwhile, Lost and Yan are trying to push up field. Furia understanding, okay, let's just get this ball to the back wall and then just try to contest more so in the midfield when G2 trying to push into our own half. It was working until JNAPS away. He had a free lane, went for the lower left corner. The shot, if it was just on target, we see G2 in the lead.
Well, JNAP's got to be a little frustrated. Yes, he had that one goal back in overtime of Game 1, but it really was an own goal. The accuracy hasn't quite been there. He's got 3 into the net so far, but he could have so many more. Atomic gives this one away to Yan. And that's easily set out by Chicago. So back and forth the teams go again. A little ping pong action. It's Atomic threatening. Try to waterfall that down, and Lost was in the way. But this is a free ball for Chicago. JNAP's trying to get in Card's way. He did just enough. JNAP's on the doorstep again, but Yan got a piece of it.
Now, Yan just trying to get back. He ends up bumping Atomic. That's going to create a little bit of separation. Maybe even a play. He's looking for JNAPS, but JNAPS is able to get there and make the save in time. Almost a heads-up play, but now things are going in the other direction. Atomic gets the double. Ooh, Chicago wanted to, but instead, we'll have to let this one go back to Fury. Another flip reset on the play, and another uncomfortable situation that JNAPS once again has had to make the stop for.
story for G2 so far in this series has been they haven't done what they've wanted to do. They want to play physically against Furia, but they've been denied demolitions constantly. Shot here from Lost goes across and just past the outside of the post. And now it's Chicago. Oh, JNAP's got bumped on his way up. So Chicago's got to play this himself. Jan will intercept. It's only Atomic at the back. And he will have this sure-handedly around Card. Lost with an eye on JNAP's going after him. And Card will just send this out to the side. Lost making sure they don't get starved out. JNAP's indirect for Atomic. Back over towards the corner. What else can he do here? Intercepted by Card. And again, Furia hold the line.
Yeah, they do. G2 still swarming. They're looking for a chance in. Even Atomic thought he could catch out Lost there, just playing a little slower than normal. G2 understand that Furia pressure. I mean, we saw them have G2 in a very dangerous position. As time's ticking down, G2 is starting to fight for that space more and more. But Yan here on the solo could be dangerous here as well. JNAPS though, again, another great stop from him. He's had at least 2 in this game alone. Final minute, he may be needed here, but I mean, I feel like they need him most to get going on the offensive front. If he can start getting some shots on, things will look so much better in favor of G2. They've only got 3 shots this game. That one almost went in. It will be a save out. Add 2 more to the tally for G2 in the shooting department, but it's still a 0-0 game.
Chicago will set it up volleyball style for JNAPS to come through. This one's on target with 36 to go.
Asking you shall receive. JNAPS being there. G2 all in on that play just to give JNAPS the lane. His second shot of the game goes in, and G2 now trying to tie up the series. They got to hold on against Furia for 35 seconds.
You wonder if win or lose, G2 would even consider using the timeout here. Certainly after a loss they would, but even after a win, this game has been frustrating enough, the series frustrating enough, that maybe they would need the mental reset. Yan, almost uncontested from the back wall. He's still forward and almost got in Chicago's way. But almost is the theme for Furia. It's just not good enough. Lost now, has Yan waiting in midfield. Can't play hero though, it could kick out to Card. That's what they're trying to get. 1 second remains and Yan at least got it in the air, but not for long, and G2 tie it up.
Tied up series, G2 fight back in game 4. After it felt like Furia had that one in some of the offensive possessions we saw. So again, level of control was great. Individual mechanics for Furia was great. They had 10 shots that game. G2 only had 3 for a majority, and then the last ones they took finally ended up helping them score. But my goodness, if Furia make them work for it there on that defensive end. Talking about defense as well, JNAPS, the guy who scores this goal, had 5 saves. 5 saves, gets 1 out of 2 of his shots. It was so very well done.
Yeah, 5 saves from Lost in the previous game to go with the goal as well. And now JNAPS putting together a very similar scoreline. He's got 4 goals in the series as we go to the Oasis. And get ready for this series to slow down to a snail's pace, because you know, one team's going to use their timeout after this game, and if it goes to 7, we'll probably get another timeout before that. But let's focus on the present as Atomic goes back, and G2 kind of an unconventional kickoff plan here to start off game 5, and it almost yielded a goal.
Trying to see if they can get that ball at Atomic with full boost, get that offensive control as well. Worked out, but not necessarily, didn't catch Furia off guard too much. So needs a little bit of work there on the execution, but it's still a great start here for G2 because they're all boosted up and in control. Now it's just, again, this kind of midfield battle where if Furia have that ability to have the ball and do what they want in the air, they can really break down that defense and make them have to make uncomfortable saves like the one we just saw.
There's a great setup, and Yan couldn't ask for much more there. Lost. Oh, he didn't get the second touch, and that threw off the defense, and Lost will score from the ceiling.
He just needs 1 there. You're right. They all expected the second touch. Chicago, who's had such a read on the speed, the off speed is what threw him off there. probably saying, hit the ball. Fury didn't need to. They start things off, and now look at them. They're even leaving the kickoffs as well. They kick off there in favor of Lost. Lost and Card both able to get boosted up, and now Fury with offensive possession.
Bounce back out as Yan got the boost and ball in the corner, but it's Atomic that came away with it for the moment. Now Card with Yan forward, off the crossbar and away. Lost diving in again. There's nobody back for Furia. Card has to just play catch up here, and Furia kind of got away with one, and that would not count on that happening again as quickly as we've seen G2 moving in this series.
I mean, start paying attention to both these teams when they're in the upper third. Look at the resources that they're using. Furia, this is not the first time they've gone all in on offense, especially so early in the game, even with the lead, as that shot's gonna be blocked out by Atomic. Yan still has the ball. Popped up, everybody from G2 up, but Card cannot really do much with this. Has to play it into the corner, which is gonna buy time for G2 to try to get a little bit more reset here on defense. Furia have had their opportunities, but G2 trying to build some of their own. It's just really tough to play around Furia when they have you stuck in your own half.
The shooting was a little more accurate, especially from range. You really cannot afford to have defensive liabilities, as Furia's had at times. They hold the lead, and that's all that matters, trying to take back the lead in this series as G2 nearly ties it up. Chicago's drive denied by Lost. Now JNAP's lob it back in. Got Yan out of the field, but it's Card throwing it downfield, so the demo's all for naught.
Light touch there. Good touch there from JNAPs as well. Has to force someone cleared on the back wall, but no one there to cut that midfield challenge off, so then G2 once again having to start from their own end. They're doing solid defensively. They have to remind themselves they are still down by one halfway through this game. Only 2 shots on their side.
Oh, Card jumped there in midfield. That's going to slow him down on his way back. A little indecisiveness almost cost Furia, but Yan will power it away. Try to chase this down. Atomic sure-handed at the back, and he will bounce this back out towards midfield. It's Chicago. Stopped by Card for the moment, and then JNAPS will score. It's another one that goes off a blue card.
Again, JNAPS, he does a couple wave dashes to get forward, then just explodes. 40 boosts, that's all he needs. Gets a piece of that one, like you said, off the Furia car. Defense still knew it was going top right, but they just couldn't react in time. JNAPS strikes again, G2 tie again.
I think it was off of Lost again. Of course, this one much more of a chance of going in on its own, as Card now slowing it down. Lost is there to stop Atomic. Picked his pocket clean and answers back.
Picked his pocket is actually right. Just says, all right, Atomic. He waits, goes on the ground, perfect jump, says, give me that. G2 defense just not set on that play. They were expecting the 50 to come out of that initial challenge from Atomic. Ball just got a little too much separation between Atomic and the ball, and Lost was able to reap the benefits of it.
Lost and JNAPS have been connected a lot in this series, as Chicago had his drive denied by Lost. They both officially have 5 goals. This popped up, we'll give it away to Lost by JNAPS. And now JNAPS trying to break through traffic here, and Yan will slow them down. Even Card turning around, and that's got to be frustrating for G2, as they've got to range back when it really looked like they were one touch away from breaking out in formation.
G2, oh man, that's a good care from JNAPS. Seeing just them now, when Fury in that offensive front, they're looking for demos, they're looking for bumps. Fury have just been doing a good job of just dodging those, making sure that, you know, they don't take themselves out the play. Anything to slow G2 down has been the prerogative here. Minute to go, and Chicago's even trying to get that redirect. Lost was up, that double is huge, no one home, and he is gonna score that goal. Lost does it all himself to submit this game.
Unassisted, he's got a hat trick. He's got 6 to lead all scorers now in the series, and less than a minute for G2 to scramble and get a pair. We have seen a 2-goal lead dissipate already in this series, and with roughly this amount of time between goals here. So now Card, important to maybe add one more just to make sure. Lost has done just that. Lucky number 7. It's a playmaker for Card. The accolades just keep on rolling in, and the hits keep coming.
And he has not missed a shot. 4 shots, 4 goals, 4-1. 40 seconds to go here. If you didn't think the game was cemented beforehand, it surely has to be now. It's been the Lost show here on Deadeye Oasis.
You can already probably hear the timeout being called by G2 as we get down inside 30 seconds now. Again, this is upper bracket, so nobody's eliminated here. Oh my gosh. He actually can do, okay, he has done some wrong, but he can't do any more wrong.
Look at that. 50 past 2, get in the weight room. Great challenge. He's got 974 points. This is incredible.
Cards assisted on 4 of them. The only one he didn't have the assist on was the one nobody had an assist on. Now the only question is how many more can he score? He's lurking around here. Jan staying way at the back. Now Card is going to feed Lost. Why not? Jan through the center. Lost could score this. No, instead, this will drop down to the ground. G2 will immediately take it. I think they took that timeout during the game. And Furia is on match point, looking for by far its best finish of the season.
Wow. Furia at that, I mean, look at that. Look at these stats too as well. I mean, 4 assists on the side of Card. And of course, you saw that individual goal there from Lost. It just feels like you're looking at, I mean, we've seen Furia all season long, but they look like, I think the Furia a lot of people expected going in. And G2 on the other side of things have really been struggling to kind of deal with that. Been tough to get out on offense, tough to get consistent pressure on Furia. And then, of course, on the defensive side, they can only hold on for so long. They've been doing a good job, at least being aware of how things are going on the field. But at some point, that pressure just breaks them. And for G2, this is a big-time timeout. Like you said, series was tied 2-2. They don't get to take it with them. Of course, they got the lower bracket, but figuring out how to stop a Furia team after a performance like this, they're gonna really have their work cut out for them.
Furia with a 2-match win streak over G2 this season. It was G2 that got one of those best of 7s that Furia have been unable to close out this season. That ended on this very field coming up, Neo Tokyo, as we look back at the unofficial, official Lost highlight reel. Lost even scored that one technically, and then everything else was just Lost and more Lost and more Lost, and then G2 lost.
And yeah, fist bumping. He's locked in. He's fist bumping the wall. I respect it. Maybe they're all fist bumping the wall. I don't know. Well, one thing I do know is that Fury have this series on match point. They're looking confident than ever. The question is, can they close it out? Of course, G2 definitely a good team in terms of making those changes that they need to. We've seen them take games in this series. We've seen them even allow low goals here on the side of Furia. I just feel like, of course, that last game got away from them. If there's any time to gain control of things, it would be right here, right now.
Final few seconds waning away here on this timeout. Neo Tokyo, Game 6, brought to you by Bob's Ramen. About to be underway here. G2 got a win to stay in the upper bracket and force Game 7. Furia trying to get into the top 3, and it looks like G2 not quite ready to come out of that timeout, and they had some kind of technical issue, so we will step aside, come back to our smiling faces for the moment, and kind of reset everything here. You've got Furia up 3-2, where again, think about this. You look at North American top 4 finishes in regionals, Daz. You've got Atomic, of course, not with Chicago and JNAPS the whole time, so he's got a few more. He's been in the top 4 20 times. Ooh. Chicago and JNAPS each 15 times. Of course, Card, Lost, and Yan in NA top 4s. As many as me, 0. This is a huge moment for Furia, not just because of what it means in the standings for them, a chance to get up to 38 points and leapfrog a whole bunch of teams, but just for their confidence, having by far their best performance of the season.
Right. I think that's really the biggest thing, just getting these wins is to show people what they can really do and the lengths and bounds this team can go. Starts here with this series. starts here with this game. As we are almost set to go here on game number 6. It'll be up to Furia to really kind of dictate how things go off this initial jump. Can again keep that momentum going up that they had in game 5.
Final hurdle is the tallest. That's what Furia has to overcome here. G2 coming off the timeout. We're back underway here at Neo Tokyo. The fresh restart from 5 minutes. Card to the backboard. There's Lost. Oh, he almost did it again.
Oh, he was on target. Card still. Flip reset across to Yan. Yan couldn't find it. Lost the shot. Denied by Atomic. He'll clear things downfield, and G2 will escape when Furia almost had them in a death grip.
All JNAPS can do here is lob this back towards Card. It's Lost at the back with Yan running forward. Great pass, and the shot well wide.
Oh, the control, Yan! No! Blocked by Atomic! Another clear from him!
Oh, Chicago up to the backboard, though. Here's Card, who's got to have it away, and he does. But a lot of near misses, mostly on the side of Furia. As JNAPS for himself, shot on, saved away by Lost, and he got a piece of that follow-up as well. As now Card will play this in the general direction of Lost. Why not feed the hot hand? Oh, he must have thought Yan was a lot closer than he was. And then Yan actually had to avoid Chicago trying to T-bone him on the way back. As now Lost will take over again from the side wall. Dances around JNAPS. Got through Chicago. This goes across. Lost at least trying to disrupt the defense. And maybe he's done enough, but Chicago will range over and at least be present enough to stop Furia. Lost denied by JNAPS. Chicago will play it out. Card can't keep it in. And G2 can wipe a lot of sweat off their forehead now as they have escaped harm.
Yeah, for the time being, the first minute's gone by, and the shots were at 5-2. And since then, they've only increased by 1 as G2 stood up for themselves, slowed down Furia, and now are trying to make some offense of their own. Atomic gonna bring this one all the way across. JNAPS was on the wing, but didn't want to interrupt that play. And Yan, once again, all that control in the midfield. Of course, he's gonna bring it back to that back wall of G2. They just give him the room to do it every time.
Oh, Chicago missed on the backboard, and Card will score. He'd been so great for most of this series, but this is one you cannot afford to miss.
Missed it. The ball goes off the post as well. Lost was there to follow it to make sure it went in. It was going in anyways. And now Furia has put the clock on G2. 2:40 to go.
Third goal for Card to go with his 6 assists. Granted, 4 of them came last game when he was just beating Lost over and over again. Speak of the devil, here is Lost, slowing down Atomic, but he's able to slip through. Atomic now, oh, denied by Card, and Chicago will try to set up JNAPS, but Lost is in the way. Atomic try again. Nobody else available to follow that up, though, and Lost will have it out as far as JNAPS. Chicago going headhunting. Card avoided him and could not make the save. That interference from JNAPS just enough as Atomic ties the game.
Yeah, I mean, look at Chicago here.
Chicago, yes.
Just trying to get that, making Card awkward. Knew he was going to have a bad challenge. Atomic has been ready for those moments. Make sure, forces that one through. G2 forced their way back into the game.
Now Atomic trying to create more for G2. Lost, bounced by 1, got a piece of JNAPS and he'll score again! He is actually unstoppable.
Gets this individually, gets the pop pass 1, JNAPS toodaloo! It's in the back of the net, Atomic can't get there in time. And Furia again increasing the pressure. That time it was Lost. Who will it be next?
9 goals for Lost in this series. What a performance where, again, after the own goal at the end of game 1, a lot of players would have kind of folded. It would have been all chalked. Not for this man. Got it on the wing. Trying to snake it through, but it's going to be Atomic over Card. Stopped by Yan, and Card will turn on this and try to slow down Chicago. He's done just that. Here's Lost. double tap could not put it away.
And now G2 have some room here to work. Chicago trying to lead the charge. JNAP's last back. He's sitting at the midfield line. Atomic is able to get this there, but no one there to follow it up. And now Fury will have the ball once again. These clears going to kill the clock so much. G2 are only going to get so many opportunities. That was a great redirect from JNAP to push it to the back wall. If he would have scored that, I don't know. This series would have given us everything. But that one gets through. Is it going to go? No, it's going to bounce down. Yeah, in there to push that into the back of the net. Fury on the counterattack strikes.
All they could do is just watch helplessly. Atomic doing all he can to get back down to the ground. It was not quick enough. Yan may have just delivered the dagger here with 52 seconds on Neo Tokyo. Have Furia finally got a top 3? Have they finally won a best of 7 this season? Chicago outlet to JNAPS, intercepted by Card. And if not for him, it could have been a free run the other way. Instead, it's just more bombardment on the G2 half of the field. Lost bringing it back to the side. Second touch will bring it to Atomic. And Yan slowing down Chicago again, down to 25 as G2 watching this series slip away from him. But Atomic, oh, he didn't get a clean touch. That was the opportunity for G2. It's gone by the wayside, and now the victory lap perhaps can begin. One last push now for G2. JNAP's got to bring this down. It's Atomic to Chicago with 4 seconds left.
They strike late. We're not done yet. Don't wrap this one up. They still got a kickoff to go. Everybody getting involved. Chicago gets there. G2, 4 seconds.
We saw Furia score with 1 and at least give it a run here. Atomic cheating up. Had that swatted right back in his face. This one's gonna die, and so too will G2 in the upper bracket. Furia finally gets over the hurdle and into the top 3.
Heard a specific analyst see the numbers and said, well, it sounds to me like they're due. 0-6 in best of 7 series this season. Furia, when the lights are brightest and when the pressure is on, they show up and do what they could not do before.
There's something to be said, Daz, about peaking at the right time. And, we've seen teams like a Gen G have maybe their peak early in the season, and it's tough to maintain that. We kind of saw that with Team BDS in the fall last season, and they had to kind of reinvent themselves into the spring. Furia may be hitting that stride at just the right time, as now they're on to Championship Sunday, into the top 3. And what about the performance of Lost? 9 goals in the series, which I think G2 had 9 as a team.
That sounds about right. That being said, Lost with a stellar performance. Who will have that performance next? Optic and Space Station Gaming coming at you to see who will meet Fury in the upper finals.
Opportunities like this, Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Let's see how much flip. He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Furia and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. hit one and never rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now picking it up to the side of the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
I just turned 18, saw your whole life in front of me, and to know one day I miss clearly how you called me. Now I'm sitting there singing broken heart, helplessly I'm praying, blaming God. Ooh, she told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The words of heaven will be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry, told me don't worry now, told me don't worry, told me don't. She said we soulmate three, doctors and friends and family. When it was time to leave, there was only one, and it was me. Got so good at working next to you, next to you. Couldn't bear the thought of something new. Ooh, she told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The words of heaven will be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry, told me don't worry now, told me don't worry, told me don't, told me don't.
Went to game 5 on this one, but it's best of 7, so not as climactic as it would have been saying that a series ago. Furia takes this one down. Game 6, excuse me. Game 6. That was game 6. My bracket hadn't updated yet. That was a big win. A big win from Furia. They advanced to top 3. I definitely got that number right. And folks, we have Furia in a great place here. Gibbs, this is going to have massive ramifications for the points.
At Furia, they are Panthers, and, those Panthers have 9 lives. So it took them all 9 regionals, but they've made it to the top 4. They've won a best of 7 at the right time because they are so incredibly close now to getting to that Boston Major, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But G2, they fought hard, but the one thing that I think me and the Chiefs were yelling at throughout the green room is their third man every time when they're on offense. They creep up just a little bit too much, want to do a little bit too much, and they leave wide open nets like that. That game 3 overtime was a killer. You cannot leave that open, Stacks.
Yeah, absolutely. But a lot of credit to Lost. He had an otherworldly performance. Sure, a few of them were like, okay, G2 should have not done the things they did, but Lost had this series where it just felt like he really could do no wrong after, he had that own goal in the overtime in game 1 and he thought, okay, well, he's going to be chalked. No, he was stellar in the middle of that series. They kept feeding the hot hand. And now you see where Furia is after all of that. Look at the logjam up at the top.
That's insane. Version 1, they're out of major contention. They're only 4 points away from first place. That is absolutely nuts how close it is for everyone. But for G2, that really hurts. They're sitting at 31. They're going to have to make a run. I think they have to make grand finals now to have any chance, because if they make third, they would fall tied to version 1, I believe. So it's incredibly close. But for Furia, they are now tied in third. There's still work to be done, though, because FaZe and Gen G are both right behind them again by 1 point. We saw what happened with version 1. Well, FaZe and Gen G won their lower bracket game, so they moved up. So that could easily happen again. So everyone's got to watch out. But this next game is absolutely huge. Optic and Space Station in that upper bracket. Optic just needs to win 1 match today, and they clinch as well. Space Station is already clinched, but you still want that number 1 overall seed and get as many points and money as possible. Plus, for both these teams, they got destroyed by FaZe in Regional 2 when both of them fell to the lower bracket. Neither of these teams match up well when they play FaZe Clan, so they want to avoid them as much as possible.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem for Furia. They want SSG to win because they're already secure, whatever. You don't want Optic to get points. But I don't think they want to deal with Space Station Gaming. I don't think they want to deal with Hoxer with having all this pressure on them. So now it's kind of, darned if you do, darned if you don't, if you're Furia.
I mean, but the thing we were talking about of why Furia was able to beat G2 here, the pushed up third man, seems to be the thing that Achieves was telling us on the pre-show is what Optic does really well. So I don't know, it's a rough situation. All the teams are pretty good here, folks. We got a great matchup coming down the line here. Optic Gaming, the green wall, going up against Space Station, but on quite the hot streak here. This one is for the top 3 to face off against Furia. Loser drops to face off against FaZe. As Gibbs was pointing out moments ago, neither team wants to deal with that. A win here for Optic, huge, as it will secure them a spot in Boston.
And a mediocre rise for both these teams. Optic and Space Station, not many people had them as a top 5 team throughout the spring split for 2 different reasons. Optic was warming up, but people might have thought that was just a one-and-done thing in winter. No, they kept going. Space Station, they lose Daniel. They pick up a good player in Hoxer, but it's hard to replace a Daniel. But it has worked out. And I just want to point out one more time, I'm going to shout out Sad Jr. as well, going over to Space Station, the new coach there, making things happen. Obviously, players get a ton of credit, but I want to give some credit to him as well to turn around that team. So Space Station Gaming, they must be on cloud 9 right now. They feel fantastic. They've made major, but there's work to be done. You want that number 1 overall seed. You want to avoid Vitality. That's what you want to do. Avoid them to a grand finals when we get to Boston. If you're number 1 overall seed, you won't have to worry about them for a very long time in that bracket. So that is what Space Station is trying to do. and Optic, Reddles and Arsenal. There's bad blood for about like 3 weeks, and then they were good friends again. So that's all behind them. But Optic, they want to get this done now because we saw last regional, they fell out here. They went down to FaZe, and they had an 0-8 day. That was a miserable day last time. They don't want a repeat performance here.
It's going to be a rough... I mean, the FaZe is literally waiting for them again if they were to struggle against Space Station. Space Station is no slouch. Who do you think is going to win? Hashtag OG, hashtag SSG in the chat, and get your votes in so we can tally those at the end. I mean, I'm torn on this one, though. I am torn on who I favor in this matchup. The power we've seen from Hoxer. Hoxer is building so much speed here, or so much momentum, kind of like socially, people are talking about him more. And it's for good reason. The player has been delivering on the pitch. Optic Gaming also continuing to build their momentum in the stories here. It's time for us to make our picks. Stacks, who do you got?
If you asked me about a month ago, I probably would have taken Optic because I feel like, Magic Bear would have had something to prove and there would have been a big chip on their shoulder. The problem is 0.71 goals allowed per game. And they didn't do it against slouches. They did it against Gen G, for crying out loud. I got Space Station Gaming, man.
Not only that, 3.29 goals per game. They're leading that by more than half a goal versus every other team here. Space Station had a phenomenal day one of the best we've ever seen. Can they repeat it? Yes, I think so. I have them.
Those are two really strong arguments, chat. And it makes me want to pick Space Station, but I'm not going to. Give me the green wall, folks. They've been continuing to build momentum. Achieves pointed out that they have adopted the thinking strategies of the wonderful Gen G that we saw go on the craziest grand final streak we've ever seen in history. I got Optic on this one. How's chat feeling about it? The green wall is starting to show up more and more here, even though Space Station... This is their match to lose. Optic Gaming, they got the fans in chat. We're split on the desk. It's time to go to a best of 7. This one is going to be a banger, chat. Strap in. Let's play some Rocket League.
One green wall meets 3 spacey boys. One trying to get to the major. The other already sitting pretty and chilling. Hoxer and the boys, they are sitting pretty turtle, but Optic, they still got a lot to play for.
Oh, absolutely. And this is a tight matchup. I mean, you've got Optic Gaming, a team that has been honestly looking the best I think we've seen all season long. And the same could go for Space Station Gaming and the incredible story that they've had, dropping Daniel, or actually losing Daniel, picking up Hoxer, and everybody's thinking, okay, there's no way that they can get back to their peak form. But it feels like they've exceeded that at this moment. And I am so thrilled to bring this game to a pause as we get to talk about it even more, Jorby. We get to talk about it more.
Where'd they all go? We don't know. All the players decided to leave, and they're all getting back on the pitch. They tried the old lightning dance, but then the admin was.
And none of us joined the game either. I just want that to be clear. Okay, that wasn't our fault.
No one.
We haven't done that in a while.
In
right?
years. It's been years. Shout out James Bott.
Yeah, I've never done that either.
We're about to get back on. But we have 2 of the coolest stories of the split here between Space Station and Optic. Space Station losing Daniel, adding Hoxer, and a lot of fans out there felt like that was a giant hole that could never be filled. But really, the team's synergy has really made up for the hole that Daniel has left. And Hoxer has been an incredible component to this team, underrated for such a long time. And now he's put with LJ and Arsenal. It feels like he's finally unlocked that next level that a lot of us have kind of been waiting to see.
Yeah. And to me, you mentioned the name Arsenal. I think he's been having a fantastic split. In every single interview as well, he seems so comfortable as we do get back into game number 1. 5 minutes on the clock, technical issues thrown out the window, and we can start this crazy best of 7 that surely should go the distance, Jorby.
Optic, their story is, well, with the rumors back in winter that Magic Bear was going to be replaced, and then the entire domino effect that followed where no roster moves happened. And then Optic stuck around, they made it work. Oftentimes, if that kind of thing happens to a player on your team, it's chalked, you're done. That team ain't gonna be a thing anymore. But Optic have somehow reversed that and have put out their best performance of the season so far too. So 2 teams that maybe many people thought didn't have it in them in the season, but here they are.
Yeah.
in contention not just for Boston, but also for the World Championship. AJ trying to get it started with a flip reset, easily taken away.
And for Optic, I think that has been the bread and butter a lot of the times for them, is throwing AJ forward, letting him get comfortable in his own space. And here he is again, an air dribble. Demo play as well from Reddles. That's a routine strategy from Optic Gaming that you'll see. You've got Magic Bear, the third man, holding it down. AJ going for a solo play, and Reddles taking charge with a demo. Oh, but another
Arsenal.
physical play. Okay. Takes him out on the other end.
Yeah, Arsenal, long known for his physicality, but really, that's just a great catch. Sticks AJ right on his own back wall. Nothing he could do about it. Real quick work there from Arsenal.
And talk about the transition, the ability to get all the way back towards the other end. You just got a goal line save, and you're able to break out that quickly. It takes so much skill as a team to find the positioning, carry the ball, hold possession too, and not just give it away immediately. I know, Jordan, we talked about that a lot in our last series. Just holding possession as well. So important for both teams that are mechanically gifted with all three players.
Holding position for sure, but I mean, as we saw in that Gen G complexity match, it's not enough just to hold position. You gotta be able to perform as a unit. You gotta be creative. You have to be able to mix it up. Hoxer up high, you won't get another look at it. Optic, nice little touch from AJ. It only delays LJ, who, you know, everyone wants to talk about Hoxer, and everyone has been.
Oh, he's getting bumped.
Oh, Hoxer will get the goal. Arsenal getting another bump. Space Station, 2-goal lead.
And AJ, he's getting tormented. He got the boost in the corner, so you're thinking he's going to be able to get the save, but Arsenal has other plans. Just the pressure alone, forcing him to dodge the bump, get out of position, and with an accurate shot, they're going to go up 2-0.
Nice work from Arsenal. He's going to end up talking about AJ, but so far it's been Arsenal and Hoxer in the first half. AJ has certainly had a come up as well. People expected him to pop off a little earlier than he has. This appears to be the correct roster for that reality. Optic struggling right now. Only 2 shots on net. Both from AJ. Now 2 get deleted. And LJ's think it though. He got the 50 off the bar, and it goes in. Oxer will make sure of it. Space Station rolling at the start.
This is just unfair. If you're anybody on Optic Gaming, you don't have a chance to even stay alive. You've got somebody like Arsenal driving around in your own half. 2 demos for him in the matter of, what, 5 seconds. There's free, wide open range, free real estate for Space Station Gaming. And my, oh my, it has been a demolition derby for Space Station Gaming.
Well, Arsenal wanted to find a way to LJ. They still work together well. Now Hoxer uses the stealing off the board, and Optic is there again. A 4th goal. Surely put this one away early. Still Space Station with the clinch buff, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's not even a buff.
Oh,
Look at
come
LJ.
on,
That's
come
the perfect
on.
turtle. Like, they've been the most consistent team in North America this split. They're showing you right now. They get the bumps. Arsenal, he had it on solo play earlier. They can get the pass. Arsenal still bumping people. And then there's LJ. Easy flick, easy goal.
And I think the main highlight of that goal is there was no bump or demo on the play. Yes, previously, you know, maybe 20 seconds ago, we saw a demo that could have led to a lack of boost, but for the most part, that's LJ, a solo attempt by himself. Mind games 1, flicks past the 2nd. There's so many outlets and options for this Space Station Gaming roster. You can have Arsenal go for demos, LJ with solo plays, Hoxer can fill in the gaps where he's needed with his striking abilities, and of course the playmaking that we've seen from that newcomer on this roster. So much potential and raw firepower from Space Station Gaming, and that's why they're 4-0 in Game 1.
Looking like 5-0. I'm sure there's a way out for Optic right now. Arsenal, it's his lobby. He started the firing, and there's no shortage of gunpowder for Space Station. Another one for LJ. Looking for a 5th. Hey, this Optic team, they have not played badly overall in the split. The Space Station team just proving a little too difficult in game number 1. No doubt Optic licking their chops a little bit.
Yeah.
Be looking forward to Forbidden Temple.
I mean, if you're a Space Station Gaming fan, this is the best Game 1 you could have asked for, because with how unbelievable of a performance they had on day 1 for SSG, like Gibbs said, it was unheard of. I mean, surely got to be breaking some type of statistical record. They're number 1 across the board in goals per game, goals against, assists per game, demos per game, score per game, shooting accuracy. This is all in day 1.
Keep going,
and
keep going.
They're continuing the trend. Number 1 in save percentage as well. Jorby, there's always stats for Space Station Gaming, I guess, after day 1.
Apparently they own all of them. Magic Bear's not going to get any help. Well, maybe he does get some help from Reddles, the OG Demo King, and LJ puts it back again. I say OG Demo King. I'm sure someone in Europe probably has a problem with that, but Magic Bear will sink one for Optic. With 15 seconds to go, they're looking for some feel-good moments before heading to Forbidden Temple.
Yeah, and this is actually quite positive for Optic Gaming, obviously. There's not enough time to get back into the game, a 3-goal deficit, but putting up a goal towards the end at least paves the way heading into game 2, builds something that you can expand upon. But as we do have the final 10 seconds, this game absolutely over. Space Station Gaming, a dominant start to this. You know, I said it was gonna be a long series, but if we keep seeing this, I'm not so sure, Jorby.
Space Station, how about it? Your first North American team to clinch their ticket to Boston, and they come out firing like that. Clearly, the endorphins rolling for this team, and the play is just phenomenal in game number 1. They put on, 15 shots on net to the 5 from Optic Gaming. That's not gonna get it done.
And to be honest with you, you expect a team to come out here after making the major, not fired up, not amped up, but we forget that there's one player, Arsenal, on the other side. I mean, that man is just full of so much energy, and you know he's bringing it to the squad, the communication there, the new coach, Sad Jr. Everything feels like it has fallen perfectly into place for Space Station Gaming after losing Daniel. It's been incredible to watch, and the come up for all of these players to make it to Boston, now putting up a fight against Optic Gaming to go top 3. This has been something else, Jordan.
It really has. It's been one of my favorite stories over the course of these last 3 regionals, where the rest of North America has been a topsy-turvy, no legs on your table. Well, I guess your legs are just broken.
Yeah, I don't know. What happened to my legs? I don't know.
I don't know where we're going with that. You know how it goes, Turtle. Sometimes we get there, sometimes we don't. Space Station, though, they already got there. And Optic are still trying to meet Space Station at that table.
This has just been ridiculous, and I'm now getting statistics from Direct. Or actually, I think this is Stacks. Stacks, the new statistician, saying that SSG are outscoring opponents 27-6 this weekend, which is unbelievable. I mean, that is
crazy.
That's just unfair at this point. And it's still early on in the series, though, Jorby. Okay, we've been talking a lot about Space Station Gaming. I can already see the chat hating on us right now. All the Optic Gaming fans are upset that we're only talking about Space Station Gaming. Okay, so what is the shining hope? What's the light for Optic Gaming? What's it going to be?
I think Optic might need some stats facts. Help something to pull from that they can do. I think what you're really looking at is the spring split leader in goals per game. That's AJ, averaging over, I think it was 1.19 goals per game. And he has been really the biggest reason that Optic have been as successful as they have been in spring. He was shut down. He did have the most shots. He had 3 shots. Obviously couldn't deliver any of them in game 1. He continues to try and find a way to wrench open the Space Station defense. Arsenal, with the midfield boost, forces Reddles off the ball.
It's a good idea for Reddles to at least try and get a better 50-50, but just immediately losing possession and all the way back down the other end. I'm still impressed with the speed of Space Station Gaming and how they can go from one end to the other in a matter of seconds. Arsenal looking to get past 2 players, a good flick over, but a better read from AJ as still Optic Gaming struggling to get out of their own end. This defense standing tall, but can't flip the script and get this ball out.
Still trying. LJ wants a bump. No boost to really push himself into Reddles. Optic still having trouble actually getting control of the ball in midfield. See Reddles, he got that first touch.
Over to LJ.
Immediately saw he didn't have it. LJ took it. He left. Now a demo for Space Station. And again, the midfield line. Just Optic can't get it. Reddles gets the 50 here. Magic Bear tried that stutter step. Just turns into a bit of chaos. AJ comes away with it. Low 50. Missed bump. LJ had him red. Got the pass out. Shot on target. Off the bar and down. Arsenal, he's not going to leave without a goal.
Oh, he's not giving up without a fight. And he's going to actually pay off with all of his hustle to get back in front of the ball. Typically, you'll see players take a shot and sometimes leave the rotation, but Arsenal knows there's an opportunity at hand, and he's using every ounce of boost to get up to that ball in time. 1-0 for Space Station Gaming, and I was just about to compliment Optic's ability to hold Space Station scoreless, but now the goals are flourishing for Space Station.
My goodness, they cannot stop scoring. Hey, Magic Bear turns that cam. Where's the pass? Oh no, the backflip. That makes it way too easy. Oh, Magic Bear, he didn't have a lot of boost. And as soon as he saw it, you see him flick his cam to the left just to make sure that pass is coming. He knows he's got to go up to defend that pass. That puts him in a really tight spot. And that's where you see the backflips the most, in those high pressure, quick input situations. Magic Bear couldn't get it done. Optic tried to split the seam, but LJ keeps it out.
It's nearly impossible at this moment to relieve the pressure from Space Station, but with demos like that from Reddles, I think that's going to open up an opportunity. Hawkster pre-flips across the goal line. And you'd think that Optic Gaming have open space. They've got a demo. They got another one there from Reddles. It looks good, but just not quite enough to break through.
Yeah, Reddles is really trying to break through, even trying to demo Hawkster on that play. But Hawkster gets the 50. Nothing more.
Oh, that's
Reddles
over,
can do.
Magic.
He has to rely on Magic Bear and AJ. A little awkward now, but nobody from Space Station immediately in the area. Now here come Optic. They get a demo for AJ. Still AJ's ball. And Optic work forward. That's a good 50 for Magic Bear. They got to make it work, though. Magic almost put a threatening opportunity on, but the rest of Optic saw the play dying after it. AJ, another catch. He's got a demo for some space. He's over another. AJ! Oh, baby, that was amazing!
One feels like all by himself. Thankfully, we got a demo from Reddles. Now he's coming off the backboard, saves the angle, and puts it back in the midfield for Magic Bear to crash through.
Excellent read there. And what a carry from AJ. That's exactly what Optic needed. AJ giving him the juice. But Space Station, they can drain him quick. Comes LJ again, hard ball to the opposite side. He's just giving the ball back to AJ. AJ underneath on the 50. What? Hawkster wisely putting it away from the Optic rotation.
Doesn't have any boost. Ooh, scary sights there for Magic Bear. Another moment where he's on the goal line with zero boost. Remember what happened before? He backflipped, and now here he is again, the third man, but this time he's got boost to work with. Control elegantly off the backboard, all by himself. And for Space Station Gaming, you just want to run the clock down.
Space Station on defense again. Hawkster losing the ball, but nobody immediately there for Optic. And Space Station flip it right by them. Reddles has to protect the rock. He does that and a little bit more.
Magic
Optic
looking for
get
the
another
demo.
chance on the transition. Reddles
AJ.
pulling forward off the post and in. Payday for AJ.
Another moment where that front man has to get the demo, looking for the bump. It was Reddles before. Now it's Magic Bear forcing LJ off his line, destroying the rotations, and AJ can come through. Optic Gaming, 10 seconds in, late resurgence.
Well, Space Station, it looked like it was going to be more of the same after game one, but Optic have come alive. In no small part thanks to AJ. Reddles setting him up on that play. Magic helping AJ on the first opportunity as well. Everyone from Optic getting involved. They're finding a way to get AJ that last chance. Now here he goes off the kickoff.
AJ,
One more.
no way.
Reset. Got the dunk. It crossed. Arsenal able to push it back out. Space Station have quickly lost this momentum. They have to stabilize.
We saw glimpses of brilliance out of Optic Gaming at the beginning of this game, but it felt like the timing was slightly off. We were seeing some demos from Reddles, some good plays from AJ in the solo department, but none of it, was connecting at the same time. However, that is not the case in the second half, and if you're an Optic Gaming fan, you're hoping that can continue on in the OT, but it has been a lot of Space Station Gaming holding pressure and trying to force out a mistake to punish against Optic.
You see AJ really trying to be economical with his dodge there. Knowing Hawkster's right there, knowing if you flip too early, you've just given up possession, but Optic have retained it. Reddles buys a little bit of time. Another free ball for LJ, but the space closes quickly, and he gets 50'd out. LJ breaks out here for Space Station.
Reddles, kind of an awkward play there. A lot of bumps coming out, and You talk about bumps. I haven't seen too much from Arsenal. I don't think he's been as aggressive either, but we had a save from Magic Bear, sniped it, and snatched it out of the hands of Space Station.
Oh, Reynolds went for that boost. That gave a little bit of
down,
space.
Magic.
Hoxer and LJ goes in. And Optic, it looked like Reynolds maybe should have been the one to turn onto that ball, but he needed the boost. Magic Bear came out. He was late on the challenge. And they found the one team. Space Station survived the comeback from Optic.
You just have to see some kind of touch on the challenge from the backboard. I think that was Reynolds looking for any type of hit. I mean, you can't rely on Magic Bear to get the save as that drops down. Such a difficult position and an awkward situation forced from Space Station. They were taking boost, have so many shots in that OT where they just wrote their name all over it and changed the outcome of this game where Optic had all the momentum. Like, what happened, Jorby?
Just lost it on that, just the rotation. Space Station found that one seam, and honestly, I'd have to look at it one more time, but it did look like
had to be Reynolds off the backboard, right?
Not even off the backboard. I feel like he could have turned in against Hoxer as it was coming down before he even goes, because Reynolds is prioritizing the boost and to play it up the wall, you're right. But as soon as he goes up the wall, Magic Bear has to come out of net because Hoxer literally has the ball on his hood. Like, going to the wall, I mean, sure, but Magic Bear's coming back from such a disadvantaged position that it was so easy for Hoxer to put it over him, and Reynolds was on the backboard. And what was he able to do? Nothing. LJ put it in the back of the net, and we're 2-0 Space Station.
Well, and it was just such a weird bounce, too, as we looked at the Mobile 1 replay. It bounced all the way out in front of the net when I initially thought it was going to go straight down, and I'm sure Reynolds anticipated a different outcome. But I guess that's just the way that the cookie crumbles sometimes for Space Station Gaming. And that bounce definitely was fortunate for them. And more demos out of Arsenal to start out game number 3. The physicality is back.
Space Station, another great start to their incredible spring split run. Hoxer going quickly around the corner and gets a nasty 50, forcing Reynolds back.
Ooh, Reynolds, what is that demo? Mid-air, are you kidding me? Can't believe he even went for that by himself. We do have Magic Bear looking for a clear. AJ off the ceiling, saved by Hoxer. Back and forth action between both teams. More physical plays like I talked about coming out. AJ looking for a solo play by himself. Optic Gaming. That has been the play that has been so routine for them. Sending AJ forward by himself, looking for a play that he could develop. Reynolds off the ball has been lights out. And then how does Magic Bear come in and make a difference? I think that might be the saving grace for Optic. And you can include Magic Bear more because you can't keep leaving him alone. How many times is Magic by himself, third man back, has to make a play and can't come up with it?
Oh, LJ, he just left it on the reset too. Magic Bear tried to find the read. LJ got no pop on it. Just got that straight arrow. And LJ, oh my goodness. Quite well. Space Station continue to just give Optic problems.
Yeah.
AJ.
On a tear, Jorby. What do you do at this point? They're firing up, getting demos, in your face, winning challenges. This is a good sign, though, for Magic Bear. I want to see him get more involved. I feel for him. The pressure that new player on this Optic Gaming roster has to deal with, it's a little bit too much to handle right now.
Oh, nice pass. Nice shot. AJ again. The owner of every Optic goal so far. And there's another four. Actually, that one goal that was not AJ's, so that's actually wrong. Magic Bear got the other.
And he's also
AJ gets that
missed here. I mean, Magic Bear, look at that pass out into the midfield. I want to see that develop more, see him get involved. And it's a different option for Optic Gaming, not just a solo play. Magic Bear has to get the save again. He finds it off the crossbar and out.
Oh, close one. Now Hoxer. For him. Optic feeling a little pressure again from LJ. But that's a safe space now for AJ. What's he going to do with it? He lets it drop for Reynolds. At the 50, kind of slips away. AJ has to make up for it in the rotation. Magic Bear looking on the far side for Reynolds, but Reynolds had pulled out to the midfield boost as the pass happened. And it ends up breaking up. Space Station killed the ball in the corner. They get the dunk, and they're back on offense.
Space Station look vulnerable in this moment here. Hawks are up for the ball. No touch acquired, and that's going to let AJ do some damage in this corner. Good speed, and LJ, it could be an own goal. It is. LJ went up for the save, trying to get a block, but ended up boosting the ball.
Radostin has been so inspirational. LJ thought, hang on, let me show you how I can do it.
You take that. You take those if you're Optic.
Absolutely. Oh, man. You gotta love it.
That is so frustrating if you're Space Station Gaming. I mean, you understand what he's trying to do. Go in for the challenge behind the ball, try and disrupt a little bit, but sometimes it just doesn't go your way, Jordan.
Certainly not that time. But with how well Space Station have looked, you know, you can easily wipe that one away. For Optic, though, great chance to hold this lead. Get into this series. AJ missed the ball! How can you expect to save a laser on the backboard? LJ ties it up.
I mean, just look at the positioning. This is all three players out of Space Station Gaming so confident and close together. They know for a fact they don't have to rotate back or space out. With a bullet like that, nobody's saving it. Nobody's getting a touch. Space Station Gaming, you mentioned it, quick to get back into it. And Optic Gaming, they held the lead for, you know what, felt like 20 seconds and immediately back with an equalized game.
The own goal was all part of the plan.
That's right.
Make them think they have a chance and then ruin their dreams. LJ, light shot. AJ puts it safely down. Arsenal getting chipped as third man. Reynolds won't let him go, and the former teammate will have to back off of Arsenal for now as he moves back down to the blue.
He wanted a demo on AJ. Given some good pressure. Nice little back pass from LJ. Reynolds, another bump. How many times have we said that? This man continues to push forward and be the aggressor out of Optic Gaming. It's not enough, though, because you still have to deal with some pressure out of SSG.
LJ, a pass to nobody. But LJ receives a pass, goes high. Reynolds met him, and a dump pass. Another shot somehow. Space Station are coming away with shots, and Arsenal just slotted it. Oh my God, get out your protractor to figure that angle out.
I mean, the ice in the veins to hit this shot is ridiculous. So many different players would have gone for the pass across because the shot looks impossible, but not Arsenal. He knows he's fully capable of hitting that.
Perfect timing on the dodge. My goodness, Arsenal having a great series.
He's had a great tournament. I mean, day one, Arsenal, unstoppable. It looks the same day two.
Now up by one. Optic in danger of going down 0-3. And I don't gotta tell any of y'all about what happens when it's 0-3 for a team. And what is very unlikely to happen. Because when you got Hoxer, who's just taking the freebies, his Space Station, they're never coming back down to earth. Look at this. Hoxer, little shuffle step. AJ, too late, bro.
That is, it's just tough. I mean, I'm looking at Optic Gaming, the rotations, Reynolds coming through. He had to backflip because he was out of position, didn't read the play well. It looked like a freebie for Hoxer, but you got to respect the dribble. Okay, the awareness is there, but can't be making those mistakes and giving free space to a player like Hoxer, as well as Arsenal. He's going to make you pay. Crossbar and down, almost gets the second goal to his name. 5 seconds left. Space Station Gaming going up 3-0, putting us on match point in this best of 7.
Brick by brick, the green wall is being dismantled. And it's a giant space station right above them. That's the thing about walls. You can only build them so high.
Yeah.
Space Station got them figured out here. Optic have kept it close at times. But without the assist of an LJ own goal, Optic, the tactical timeout, honestly, come on.
I mean,
No. Come on.
Bro,
you all
okay.
know this doesn't work. This does not
you
work.
need, Jorby, what else? Well, you're not going to take the timeout.
After they completely threw game 2, you don't think that's when the timeout should have came?
Okay, I agree. That's when the timeout should have happened, right? But at least take the
timeouts are useless.
You have to do something to cool off Space Station Gaming at this point.
You should have given it a game ago.
You're telling me you want to go into a reverse sweep in a best of 7 against Space Station Gaming looking like this, as on fire as they are, and you're not going to use a timeout to at least try to do something? Come on.
Look, come on. No, it's not. Look, it's not the fact that they're using the timeout. It's when they're using it, Turtle.
I agree.
You know,
but why were you mad last game? Why were you mad last game whenever it happened, Jorby? Where was the anger and frustration?
I was so focused on what you were saying, Turtle, and I don't remember what that was.
That must, you know, most of the stuff I say is not important. So I'm glad that you don't remember that.
That's not your fault. That's
no, that is my fault. I'll take the L though.
You're great.
And let's hope that Optic can realize that if they take the L in this situation, Jorby, it is going to be a painful road for them ahead. I mean, this series alone is so important. Optic win this series and get this reverse sweep in a best of 7. Then they clinch Boston, which is just as important because in terms of the world's seeding and rankings, they need to catch up to Furia just to make it to the World Championship. I mean, this is everything, it feels like, for Optic Gaming. And now they have a mountain to climb against SSG. Where do you even begin? What is step 1?
Step 1?
I'm ready.
Score more goals.
That's genius. Write that down.
Done that once.
That's
LJ,
probably on Farah's whiteboard.
That's the last
you
time
know,
I'm gonna say that.
You know, we've been seeing the whiteboard in the background.
That's why
of
they put
Vitality.
analyst next to my name. You know?
There you go. Good job, Jorby.
But I mean, hey, Furia are looking at this series, and they're feeling pretty. Furia got to be feeling pretty good about this. If you're a Furia fan, you know that Optic losing here at least guarantees Furia a tiebreaker for Boston. So there's that on the line elsewhere. But for Optic, they don't really care about any of that. They got to move forward. So how do they get it done? Space Station have owned the match. AJ, Reddles, and Magic Bear have had moments, dare I say, flashes, where it looked like they could take them on. But Space Station have answered the call every single time Optic have challenged them. Now all the chips on the table for Optic, no more lives left.
And I'm not gonna lie to you, Jorby, the statistics don't look good for Optic Gaming taking a timeout after going down 0-3, and it continues down that same path. It's 2-49 for teams winning that game.
Wait a minute.
That's just below 4%, and now LJ comes out with the first goal. It's not looking good.
AJ's in the Bumblebee.
Okay, I like it. Hey, that car is actually it's pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie.
If you're not familiar with the Bumblebee, just released with the new Rocket Pass, or not the new Rocket Pass, sorry, it's its own bundle. But it's pretty cool. Unlike mostly anything else, I'm going to assume AJ did it for the color.
I mean,
yellow car.
It's essentially
but also
just
that Dominus hitbox.
That's what I was about to say. It's a Dominus hitbox, and it's very accurate to the car and how it actually looks aesthetically. And we've seen AJ go on the Dominus before, so before people start thinking, oh, you're trolling, this actually, you know, this could be pretty sick. Pretty sick for AJ.
Let's see what he can do.
I mean, they need something, man. They need something.
AJ. It's impossible for them right now. I mean, that touch from Reddles is just delaying. Hawks 50, back to Arsenal. Chipped up Reddles, and that was enough. Arsenal with the Giga Brain move against the Optic defense, and Hawkster splits them again.
I don't even think Optimus Prime is enough to stop this SSG offense. I'm not going to lie to you. That is ridiculous stuff. The mind games, throwing everybody on Optic Gaming for a whirl out the window. They don't know where to go, when to challenge, where to be, who to be, what car to play, even 2-0 for Space Station Gaming.
You know, some players have been trying to make the Maquis a thing. So far, AJ not doing Bumblebee any service, but Optic continuing to get harassed by the Space Station line. Right here, popped up, LJ just flying for it. We'll get a demo for his effort, leaving a free ball for Arsenal. And he gets it back. LJ got back to that ball. Hawkster just can't go, he's too deep. Magic Bear cut off.
We'll see what happens now. We've got 3 minutes, a little bit over, for Optic Gaming to figure things out. This could be it, AJ. A 1v2 situation, got bumped out the play. And even when Space Station are running back, they're still influencing the rotations and messing with Optic Gaming and their comfortable, or how comfortable they are, excuse me, on the field. They're rotating back, getting demos, getting in your face. And this is scary stuff because FaZe Clan are waiting in the lower bracket and Hawkster's waiting in the midfield for a beautiful pass out of Arsenal.
It just doesn't stop, Turtle. Boom goes the green wall. And it's just absolutely melted. AJ tried to force the 50. He got full chassis instead. And there's a lot of times in Rocket League where getting full chassis works out for your team. But AJ was the last guy back. And the ball skirts out right to the middle of the field. Here's another try. He sends it up to Reddles. Finally, Optic knock on the door and break it open.
There we go. We get a sign of life out of all three players on the blue side. Reddles It's one shot to the top corner. Maybe the goal line defenders thought he was going to take it to himself, but no, it's a quick, immediate shot and an immediate response to the third goal. Optic Gaming, do they have what it takes to get back on the horse and fight to break down the Space Station Gaming defense? They've got to do it at least 2 more times just to tie things up. And there's the second one from AJ.
All right, now the bots are starting to roll out here. AJ got that 50.
Rebels with the
Hit
bomb.
right back into him, and then he gets the redirect in front of AJ's face. And now Optic got plenty of time.
And they're fitting into their roles rather nicely. Reynolds with the bump, Magic Bear the assist, and AJ on the Bumblebee that you were doubting, Jorby. You questioned it.
I didn't doubt it. I just said so far.
Hey,
he wasn't doing it a
you were throwing
certain time he
shade. You were throwing shade on the Bumblebee, and I don't
You're right.
appreciate it.
You're right. I apologize, Bumblebee, and I apologize, AJ.
He's gonna go crazy on it. Just you watch. Just you watch, man.
If AJ proves me wrong, I'm happy for him.
You better main Bumblebee if he somehow turns this around.
I've never queued a dominance in my life. Talk to Achieves about that.
All right.
AJ trying to search for Magic Bear. Finds himself now Arsenal. Nice little flip. Hoxer was a little deep on it. LJ there. Bouncer! LJ! He's here to play another goal.
Even if the shots aren't working out for Space Station Gaming, they'll find ways to keep them coming. Hoxer applying pressure. Magic Bear a poor clear. And they are getting suffocated by Space Station Gaming. All 3 players swarming their own net. Nothing you can do, it feels like, but hope for a better clear out of Magic Bear. And the gap just keeps increasing for SSG.
Reynolds trying to keep the ball close. Arsenal tried the delay. It didn't work. Hoxer looking for Arsenal again. Space Station. The delays. The misdirection. That little stutter step first man's giving every time for Space Station. It's tripping Optic up. They keep throwing themselves into the ball. You're on defense for an extended period of time. You feel like you almost need to dodge into that ball. The demo's happening elsewhere. LJ almost put it in the net. Magic Bear, that's a decent pop. Reynolds opens some space. Magic, control. Magic Bear, goal!
Space opened up for the Bear, and he's here to absolutely demolish the defensive side. All those touches to himself, perfectly gliding over the defense, right above their heads. And we're back within 1.
Ain't quite over yet. Optic still need 1 more to tie. Space Station have been able to keep pace. That 1 goal cushion. Arsenal back to LJ. Arsenal deletes 1. LJ tried to get underneath another. Magic Bear getting harassed as well. Hawks are going to keep it
60
close
seconds.
and put it across. AJ deep downfield to Magic Bear, but Arsenal's already in front. Reynolds, last man, got the chip. Magic Bear, AJ trying to turn back into the play, but Hoxer steals it again. Hoxer off the ceiling. Magic Bear takes it away, and Optic surviving on defense is not it. They need to get downfield. AJ just dumps it off. Now they're on the wall. Reynolds wins the touch, but is it enough? Can he actually get this ball out to Magic Bear? The pinch out. AJ
out
in the
middle.
air. Bouncer. Whoa. If you can't beat him, delete him. Tie game.
I think everybody's going to main the Bumblebee after this one. The shot on target, the demo out of here for Magic Bear, destroying the defensive line, and it's wide open, back to being tied up. You didn't think it was possible, but my, oh my, Optic Gaming are resilient.
Big demos from Magic Bear, but they're still under threat. Space Station tried to send in a quick attack, did not work out. Now LJ, oopsies, that's not the touch or the non-touch you want to see. Hoxer's going to make up for it. Nice little chip. Arsenal getting chipped
Quick
out of the way.
turnaround.
Reynolds,
He got the demo.
runaway ball.
Is it on
Reynolds
target?
Missed it. AJ's got another chance. He got the bouncer. He's saying Magic Bear, help out. He's got 1. He's letting it go. AJ got the 50 back over, but Reynolds, the ball's
He got
over
a
his
bump.
head.
He's
He gets
gonna
bumped
bounce.
out. LJ racing. Reynolds gets there. We go to overtime.
A couple more seconds, and that might have been the end for Optic Gaming. Especially if there was a more aggressively positioned player out of SSG, but the action is not over yet. Hoxer, he wants to end things early in OT. This is scrambling on the defense out of Optic.
LJ taking his time. It's just 1 more for another top 3 for Space Station. Hoxer hit that one a little too hard. Reynolds gets it, but Arsenal got the 50. Space Station trying to break.
Nice shot.
Quick shot. AJ got the save. Let's inertia take him back down. 11 boost. Smart again. Dodge economy from AJ trying to keep control of the ball. But still, Space Station, they have control of the thirds. LJ, control of the ball! LJ, control of the green wall! Space Station have taken flight through the atmosphere to top 3.
How many times are we gonna realize that you can't give LJ that kind of space? You can't give him the backboard opportunities because he is going to bury you into the lower bracket. Optic Gaming fall all the way down, and now they head up against FaZe Clan, who look to be just as hungry. And like you said, Space Station Gaming launch into the atmosphere, directly into a top 3, and they're up against Furia now. What a series, Jorby.
Furia versus Space Station. A one-sided rivalry, I guess, depending on which fan you're asking, because an undefeated record is probably not a real rivalry. But hey, Furia get another crack at the boys tomorrow in the upper bracket. Optic not out of this tournament yet, not out of the major run yet, but it has gotten a lot harder. Furia are guaranteed at least a tiebreaker now, somehow.
Oh, yeah. And on top of that, we actually have been confirmed that Complexity are getting sent to Boston now. Complexity have officially made the major with that loss for Optic Gaming getting sent back down to the lower bracket. And that is huge. Big congratulations to Complexity. And now we have more stories to unfold and see what happens, Jorby.
I have been so entertained by this entire regional. Space Station, one of the coolest stories of the split. But we got more teams trying to punch their ticket to Boston. Who's going to join them? Find out after the break.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a promise, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Furia and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Want another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking his steps inside the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly. 1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far, but at least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie. They just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield. 1974.
The Day 2 nightmare for Optic Gaming continues. 2 event Day 2s they've played now, 0-12 across the last 2 of them. Can they find a victory against FaZe? We'll find out at the end of the day. They'll get a little bit of a break for now, but folks, that was a pretty one-sided match. Despite the efforts AJ put up there in the end of the game 4, it sounded like they maybe have a good chance. Swap into the Bumblebee there. Are you ready to take on the Decepticons here, chat? Get the Bumblebee car and wheels and Optimus Prime Goal Explosion and more in the item shop now until June 27th. Bumblebee wasn't quite enough to get them the win here, though, Gibbs.
That yellow, though. Ooh, I love it. I love it so much. So I bought it immediately. Then I played in a very prestigious tournament. It was a snow day tournament, but we won every game while I was on Bumblebee until we played another Bumblebee, and then we lost. So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But going into this match, we have to talk about another beautiful yellow Space Station Gaming. They have been phenomenal throughout this tournament. They look like a team that can contend versus the best in Europe. What they've been doing through these 2 days, they look so in sync right now.
Yeah, I mean, with how absolutely out of this world they looked in day 1, I was thinking, okay, they're going to cool off at some point, right? And they came out in game number 1, 4-1, absolutely destroying Optic Gaming. Then they go on to sweep them, even when Optic looked to be hitting peak form. And we saw classic Optic with Reddles getting demos, Magic Bear ridiculous defending as that third man, and AJ behind the ball doing clockwork with the solo plays. And even that wasn't enough to break through Space Station Gaming, which convinces me even more that this SSG roster is something to fear going into the major that I think all the European teams are going to look at and fear.
I mean, is there in your mind a stronger team in the bracket right now, Turtle? I mean,
I don't think so. I'm picking Space Station Gaming to win the whole thing at this point. I'm convinced, right? How are you not? This is day 2. They continue the trend. Who else would compete with them? I don't see it right now.
Oh, we finally got a little bit of a gap. Space Station moving up there to 45 points, leading the way of all of North America for spring. That does also clinch complexity, though, to make it to the major, because there's 4 lower bracket teams. 2 of them have to go home before they could pass a complexity. So they are looking good to go to Boston as well. Optic, They don't want another 0-8. They're sitting at 38 points, tied with Furia right now, but there's still work to be done. That magic number is now 39 points, so we'll see how this all plays out. But with the lower bracket teams, we see G2, 31 points. They're going to have to make a run all the way to the grand final to have any chance right now, but everyone else is so incredibly tight, so we'll see how it all pans out. But this bracket, we're down to it. Don't got many teams left. Furia and Space Station in the upper final. For both these teams, that is a huge accomplishment. It is the first for Furia, and Space Station now has 3 top 4s in spring, and they had none throughout fall and winter. So congrats to them. On the bottom, G2 and Gen G. Gen G, if they win, they clinch Boston. If G2 wins, they stay alive, and that's the most important thing. Everyone will stay alive at that point, but if G2 loses, they are done. So huge game. Pretty much every game from here on out is going to be absolutely crucial to your spring hopes and your world championship hopes.
It's wild that there's this much to play for. Still left with these few teams remaining. 6 teams left in the competition, folks. 2 of them going to play right now, and 1 of them going to go home. G2 taking on Gen G. The G battles here in Rocket League for North America here. And I don't... picking a favorite for this match feels difficult right now. My brain wants to give it to Gen G just because of recency bias. I've watched them win today, Turtle. I've watched G2 lose, so surely Gen G's got it right, but it's not that simple.
Or is it? Or is it simple? I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, we're looking at an abstract. This man is cooking in the kitchen. This is the most ridiculous setup I've ever seen, but it's awesome at the same time. Like we were talking about during the cast, he's got immediate access to water. And to be honest with you, Abjack, surprisingly, was the catalyst in my eyes against Complexity. I thought he was doing absolutely fantastic work being aggressive as that first man, continuing forward, putting the other team in awkward spots, then finding the passes into the midfield division. I didn't see anybody even matching his performance, let alone that of his teammates. And for me, that's why it's an easy decision. So you can kind of guess who I'm going to pick here with this matchup.
Gibbs, are you also picking Gen G?
G2, I just need them to do something. That's all I really need. They've been so mid throughout this whole year.
Oh, no, not Gibbs called mid.
That's all he's done. They're like, hey, we're like 4th best in NA, and we're happy here, and we're not going to do much else about it. Do something, G2. I want to see you take down a Gen G and potentially knock them out. Make them not go to Boston, make that run to a grand finals, and continue your RLCS major lives to make it to every single one. But G2, at some point this year, you got to look like the G2 from last year, the grand finalist at the World Championship. This is it. This is the last regional. I want to see it here, G2.
I don't know. I feel like the legacy of G2 is always falling just short. And I know that's harsh to hear, but if there are G2 fans who are real G2 fans have been around for a while, they know why I'm saying that. This is another moment to prove it wrong, though. G2 versus Gen G. Let us know who you think is going to pick it here in chat. Turtle.
I can't believe he called him mid. I still can't get over that, dude.
When it comes to top 8, 4 is mid. You know, like it's just...
If I'm competing right now, look, you already know who I'm picking, Gen G. I'm going Gen G. I think this is simple, to be honest with you. I just want to get this out there. If I'm playing right now and Gibbs calls me mid, I'm retiring. It's over for me, bro. That's all I have to say.
The last 2 times they played Gen G, they got 4-0'd. I mean, like, come on, man. But I'm picking G2. I'm picking G2 anyway.
What?
Because I want them to do something. So I'm picking G2 because I want to see it, even though that's probably counterintuitive, but I'm doing it anyway.
So for Rocket League fans who are new to the scene, every time Gibbs predicts G2, they lose unless it's like a sweep or something, some other like curse sort of thing. And I'm picking Gen G as well. So this is not you're alone on the island here. You could have picked Gen G and helped curse Gen G to help G2, but instead this is bad news. And also they're the fan favorites, folks. The chat is always right on this one. You know this one, Gibbs. Let's get down to the field. We're ready to talk to the players. We're ready to see them compete. And one of these teams is going home. There can only be one team that starts with a G in North America. Gen G versus G2. Fight now.
You know, Achieves, it's a bit shocking that you can make 2 majors out of the year and be called mid. I don't know what Gibbs is on, but there is no doubt G2 hasn't been able to find the same heights as they had last year.
Yeah, it's been tough here, especially in the spring split. Really looking for a big performance, and they may have their work cut out for them. A very strong and consistent Gen G in terms of defensive structure versus maybe a G2 that overreaches a little bit. Could put them in some holes and put them in some tight spots. So we'll see if G2 can find the discipline to match Gen G here.
Gen G, they have, it looks like they'll get an early start.
The answer is no.
And is that the answer you expected, Achieves?
Unfortunately, I do. Oh, never mind. It was a demo. Okay, they were in position. I take it back. Apparently, Jack just made a nice play. I had to see it all over again.
So a hot start already for Gen G. And with a Gen G victory, I think the desk said it, but we might as well say it again. But Gen G, they win. They clinch. G2 is out. Whereas if G2 wins, then both Gen G and G2 are still alive, and we have to wait to see how the cookie crumbles. And we'll see an attempt from Chicago to try to equalize in the game, but nothing doing now. JNaps, Chicago respawned right there. Is able to get a pop in. How about it, Achieves?
Wow.
There's a few random things in Rocket League. The kickoffs and also where you spawn, and that time, Chicago spawned in the perfect spot.
Yeah, he spawned right there in that back corner, threw it forward, and you can always trust Atomic to go up there and chase just about anything, and somehow he's able to work a challenge through 2 Gen G midfielders, and they just score for free.
Well, we might see a kickoff goal, and this game, it's a little bit of a fire, I will say.
Oh, and Chicago was up so early, too. Really great read from Nolly on that approach to see how that ball was going to hit Chicago's car and just angle himself perfectly. Really nice from Nolly.
And this kickoff going to go right back to Chronic. Chronic going to beat JNaps. JNaps gets a nice 50. The pinch won't be enough. Atomic stopped it at the midfield, and now it's boomed back. Chicago to the middle of the field. He was thinking about going for it himself, but JNaps finally gets there to the play. Atomic waiting close on the goal line, jumps, and now it's a 2v1. Nolly will go straight for net, hits off the post. Chicago 50s 2 players, and G2 will try to kickstart this counter.
Feels like you're going to need some type of performances. That's a nasty touch from JNaps, going to put him in an awkward position. Apparently, Jack is sizing up the challenge, and everyone from Gen G pulls off it, actually. And they say, you know what? None of those approaches felt good. We'll take our chances elsewhere.
All right, look at how much space G2 has given Gen G in the midfield. Nolly actually missed that ball, and Chronic was able to get there in time, but we see a counterattack now. Atomic going for the double. It breaks through, but Atomic didn't have the read on the waterfall. And that was a scoring chance there for G2.
Really tight one as well. Generally, you can see a player like Atomic working their way through there. Nolly misses the touch, but it's not the skip into the middle, but the pass across is lethal. Not lethal enough. Apparently, Jack turns it aside at the last moment. Gen G patient on the counterattack here just to slow things down.
Gen G is a patient team. I think especially, apparently Jack will often have those 200 IQ plays that you just don't expect, and talk about getting caught out. I don't know how much IQ you needed for this play. JNaps just had to be hit ball at net.
Yeah, and Chronic playing so tight there because he's really thinking that Nolly's going to get that little touch off the sidewall. So he's playing real close, expecting to get that immediate follow-up, but leaks past him, and JNaps right there. And you're right, doesn't take big Rocket League IQ to say put ball in between sticks.
But it works, and JNaps will tie things up for G2. See Atomic actually hitting the brakes, trying to mess up, apparently, Jack. Jack will lob it downfield. Atomic low boost. It's an awkward ball. JNaps actually has to bail out. Chicago booms up to JNaps. JNaps hard off the corner of the ceiling. And now we see boom ball going the full length of the field. Apparently Jack trying to get Chicago's way on the back wall, but Chicago was having none of it.
Chicago definitely holding the power position there with his nose facing into the contact instead of the side of the car. And he's able to muscle that physical attempt out of the way. Nolly needs probably a little help here. And Atomic, a lot of respect to make sure to take that one away as well.
Now Atomic, I mean, making the defensive stop. We know that he's got the offensive capabilities as well, and he might have a chance here on the dribble. Immediately flicks high and goes for the corner boost. Now Nolly down the sideline, hit back to the backboard. Jack and Chronic both go. Double tap from Jack, sends it deep into G2's half. That was a big clear from apparently Jack. Now we see a demo. Jack taking out JNAP. Chicago has Nolly in the middle, but that ball blasted too far ahead of him.
See some of those passes, the idea there for Gen G, but struggling to really find the control in these scenarios. Under a lot of pressure from G2 in terms of the contact game, so. Oh, and it might come back to haunt him. Chicago doesn't play the ball. He went to go demo apparently Jack and make the shot as easy as possible, and Atomic hoping to find somebody. Ends up dumping it to open space, and Gen G get out of a tight spot.
They do. Atomic was looking for a pass, or so it seemed, but nobody was there. And Atomic fully capable of going for that solo play. Now we see a backward pass. JNAPS will try to dribble it out. Nolly back to the middle. Atomic versus Chronic. Final 10 seconds. Position for overtime. That's a big pinch. It's going to wrap all the way around. Jack trying to keep the play alive. The pre-flip, that one actually does bounce high. JNAP's gonna try to 50 that down. No one goes for it, and he's able to just hammer that ball into the ground. Game 1 overtime. Gen G and G2 neck and neck.
Fairly neutral. Nobody really showing a lot of teeth. Nobody showing a lot of weakness. Definitely feels like the start of a series where both teams know that you win and things get a lot easier, or you lose and things get a lot harder.
And you know, with NRG not making the World Championship, that's the first time that we won't see Garrett G at a World Championship. And now for G2, they've been to every major. And now, if they lose here to Gen G, that streak ends as well. It seems like NA continues to evolve, continues to shift. And G2 has been around since the very beginning in Rocket League Esports achieved. So it is wild that now they are here going up against this new Gen G team that has invaded North America, had tons of success, and is starting to try to force them out of the top of NA.
A lot of pressure to think about for a lot of players. Ooh, and Gen G gonna have a decent opportunity here. We'll push G2 back.
Oh, could be awkward. You see Atomic slow to the ball. Nolly trying to get the backboard pass. Chronic with another backboard pass, but no one's there to take the shot. Chronic trying to set up Jack. Jack races to it, beats out JNAPS. Chicago looking for help from Atomic. Atomic back up to the ball. Chronic to the sideline. Jack looked like he bumped Chicago just a bit. It slowed down his approach.
Nice. Ooh, hello, apparently Jack.
Oh, look at the control of Jack, reading the play quite nicely there, Chiefs, knowing that he could slow that down.
It's important to, especially on defense. It's one thing to identify space on offense. JNAP's forced to poke that one away. Counterattack for G2. Atomic unable to work the magic. Chronic will deny the opportunity, but finding that space on defense and that ability to change pace of play because the opponent thinks you're just going to rip one down the field or needs boost, and being able to force that attack to come to a halt. Very valuable skill.
And that skill that is much needed, especially in overtime. But now we see Gen G trying to poke through the armor of G2. Nolly, sidewall pass to Jack, stuffed by Chicago. This puts G2 on the attack. Atomic down to the corner. He gets a big block. Chicago, it's a backward rebound chance for JNAPS. JNAPS towards net. Denied. But a lot of players from G2 went for it. They're out of position. G2, though, couldn't take advantage. You see Chicago lost a bit there at the midfield. Whoa. Still, ball in the hands of G2. Another shot high. Tipped wide by Nolly. Stealing past JNAPS. Just wants to keep this ball elevated above the Gen G net to burn off that boost.
Some real testers from G2 there. The strong clears off the backboard towards the onto the double taps on the attack. Really great ball movement, and Gen G, excellent job on defense to stay equal to all of that. It was a lot to handle as one leaked through, but it was wide of the net. Atomic, glad to see that one bounce off the wall.
Chicago gets the pass back. JNaps double tap off the side while it gets through. JNaps will lob it back up in front of the Gen G net. Atomic pre-jumped. He knew exactly where Gen G was going with that clear. G2 starting to smother this Gen G defense. Oh, and there's a miss from Nolly off the ceiling. Atomic can't turn that quickly. And Nolly will pop it up high. Jack trying to keep this ball out.
Chronic just following up. They realize they need to keep pressure on that ball. They they know that G2 is really starting to come online. At least a little bit hard pass. Big commit from Nolly. 2-on-1. Back the other way. G2 actually kind of slow it down. They couldn't figure out who needed to be in control. That means that Gen G has just enough time to get set on defense.
Oh, and there was a side flip there from Atomic, which left him vulnerable, but Chronic was all the way back.
Oh,
and now a long-range shot. Is it going in? It's off the post and in. Chicago will end it. Game 1 victory for G2.
Another missed touch there. Apparently, Jack, he's third man back, and I went to his camera, and I think he definitely thought Nolly was finding a second touch. That's really the only reason he went diving forward there, I think, because if Nolly calls that he doesn't have that, no shot. Apparently, Jack goes forward there with no regard for leaving the complete backfield totally empty. So a little bit of a misplay. Unfortunately, cost Gen G game 1, but G2, whew, at overtime really started to heat up quite quickly. Some really nice approaches there.
I mean, this game was. I don't know what to call it other than a dumpster fire at the start. It was
Yeah.
a bit ugly. The goals that were not that flashy, and even that last goal in overtime, that long ranger from Chicago, it was a head scratcher of a game. And I don't really know what to make of that first game of Chiefs, to be honest.
Nervy. It's nervy, man. Everyone knows this is it. We win, we feel really good. We lose, we feel really bad. And it's just that there's already enough pressure playing at the top level of RLCS, right? You know, everybody sits there watching. You always can get in your own head about like, oh, I missed a touch, I'm going to get cut next week. You know, that type of pressure is always a constant. And then you add on to the fact, like, we cannot lose here. Everything gets magnified so much. So you kind of see these two generally fairly solid teams kind of make some elementary mistakes like that. And it doesn't matter if you're the best in the world or not. Pressure gets to you one way or the other.
When you talk about that pressure that G2 must be feeling, so many expectations on them. Gibbs calling them mid. I mean, I don't know how much. I don't know how much you can take.
Most brutal indictment.
G2 do get that first win. Atomic playing keep away. Chicago and Atomic both neck and neck, and then the wave dash attempt. The shot. Well, not enough. Chicago and Atomic, they were just so close to stepping on each other's toes, but they managed to avoid each other. Atomic gets the demo. You thought Chicago was going to slot that one. That was a fun play to watch.
G2, it was beautiful. They knew that Gen G was going to have to dive at something. They really had him on the string there, and it was tragic to see that not be converted off of such an intelligent approach to the offense right in front of the net. But unfortunately, they'll have to look elsewhere. What can you do?
Yeah, and Chicago did everything he could. He was wanting to go on that play a bit earlier, but Atomic was still on the ball, didn't rotate off. Atomic, great improvisation there, but Chicago just could not get the distance from the ball to get enough power on that shot. You saw him try. Now G2 back on the attack. JNaps will let that bounce. You could see him take that space on the back wall and just decide to let it bounce. And now we see Nolly going for the demo. The demo lands, and Chronic will finish the play off.
That's the idea. G2 kind of wanted something similar to this. The little stutter step with Chronic to let the player get in front of the ball, and then it's all about the muscles. Who's got the better vector energy? Physics interaction, says Chronic. Got the big part of the car behind the center of the ball, ends up powering it through. Gen G on the board first.
And the car language there
from Nolly. He was trying to feign for a brief moment that he might go infield for a pass, but then came back in for that demo. Well played there by Nolly. Gen G now have the lead. Chicago is trying to equalize, does get the corner boost steal. JNaps with a 50. Apparently Jack, he stopped at the mid. Chicago saving his flip, getting around one, gets it around another, but no rebound shot comes. You can see just in a few of these plays achieves where G2's getting that extra unexpected touch that throws their teammates off.
Yeah, they don't really believe it. Like, I don't think Atomic really thought that ball was going to get through untouched by Gen G, so he starts shading to the corner. Then it ends up just falling right in front of net, and he just can't make the adjustment in time. So some degree of trust has to be lost somewhere on one team or the other in terms of respect for the other. It's just a matter of which way does that coin fall.
We see another chance shaping up for G2. JNaps trying to get a touch. Nolly got a demo from behind. The shot, it wasn't powerful, but it was on target. And G2 equalized.
Chronic's been having to work so hard. I actually don't even think he got a save there. I think JNaps able to actually beat Chronic to that ball in the net, trying to score it, but ends up just working out anyway. Goes right back into the middle of the box, and a great shot from Chicago to finally convert. Off the kickoff, though, it will favor apparently Jack. Gen G take the lead back in an instant.
Oh, that has to be heartbreaking for G2. The quick cheat. Atomic didn't jump into that challenge, and it's just a nicely positioned shot. And that, just like that, despite G2 tying it up, Gen G score on the kickoff, might do it again. There's a bump for Nolly. Nolly trying to get a back pass, but he the demo in the back pass was unexpected there. It finally goes in. A wild play on G2's goal line.
You can see everybody on G2 in that replay, full speed back to the net trying to save it after they see that touch from Nolly. And then when it gets chipped back into the box, everybody slams on the brakes to try and catch back up. And Gen G, the only one with everything in front of them, and they make the play happen. Really, I just don't understand why Nolly just didn't let that ball go over his head and just chip it in the net, but that's okay.
I mean, it could have been one of those situations where he was expecting someone from G2 to be right there. Because, you know, when are you going to have that much uncontested time right in front of your opponent's net in a 3v3?
Not often, that's for sure.
Yeah, so you can understand it a little bit. But still, Gen G convert. Flip reset attempt from Chronic. Doesn't pan out, but Chronic buys lots of time for his teammates to get boosted up.
Really excellent vision from Chronic on that approach, because you're right, it doesn't pan out like in terms of a goal scoring opportunity, but it's recognizing that there is no goal scoring opportunity and not trying to force anything, right? You just start thinking about, okay, how do we keep command of the play? And again, it goes back to that ability to look at a situation and make the proper decision.
And it also allowed a demoed Nolly to be able to get boost and get back in the play. And now we see Nolly almost clipping on G2. Rebound out to Jack. Jack slows it down, takes the first touch. The flick will be easy to handle for JNaps, who now finds Atomic off the ceiling. Rebound out to Chicago, and apparently Jack does not let the post magnetism beat him. You could see he actually landed on that post achieves and was still able to jump off and get that save.
Some big range in the net from apparently Jack, to be sure, and he's going to have to make another one. He'll let Nolly handle it, but dicey few situations for Gen G, but a 2-goal lead. They feel pretty comfortable here at the end of game 2. It's just a matter of closing the door now, because G2 throwing everything at him to try and get back in it. And apparently Jack with a huge stop to keep him away.
Yeah, that's a big play there from Jack. Keeping that ball out of net, keeping that 2-goal lead. And Gen G, well, they had a shaky game 1, but game 2, they looked confident. They had a kickoff goal as well, which helped them. And they're able to snag that win.
Still having to fade off that nasty G2 attack, though. Because again, nothing's free against G2. I always kind of question how hard they like to press on the attack. And they sometimes get caught a little too far forward and give up free goals, but not really an issue in this series throughout the first 2 games. I think G2 realized that against a team like Gen G, they can't really afford to try and crash the box as much as they like to, and they're still making a lot of things happen with just 2 players out there, and you got to give credit to Gen G's defense here. It was a 6-save game against, 9 shots for G2, so really nice showing.
And also, I think you have to give it to Gen G on the physical gameplay as well. Particularly Nolly, he got the demo on the first goal or on one of the goals for Chronic, and then also was able to get that bump. He almost saved it, or I mean, he back passed it when he maybe could have just dribbled it in. But Nolly was all over the field there, and he was so physical, and his bump plays really made a big difference.
In game 3, actually also quite impressed with Chronic on the defensive side. Oh, but not this time. G2 cut him up.
Oh yeah, J-Naps. What a tank. Getting past. I mean, he's 50ing, he's dodging bumps, he's battling for position, receives the pass as well. That was a heck of a pass from Chicago. Just thumps that ball into the net. And you can see the pressure already mounting off the kickoff. G2 trying to stabilize, but man, J-Naps really putting his head down and going to work there. Atomic doesn't have enough boost to get to it. The net looks open, and it is. Where was J-Naps on this play?
So J-Naps, he's stuck in the corner right here. He rotates back, gets his boost stolen, so he commits to this corner boost.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the Cardinals sin. You gotta take that inside line to the near post, or the back post, excuse me, if you're not sure. There's a whole train of 12 boost pads right there.
There are, you know, but I mean, anyone who's played a lot of Rocket League is guilty
every
of that.
time.
You know, you're like, oh, I got enough time. I want that 100 boost. I need it.
Feels so good.
Yeah, but you're right. Those small pads are enough. And I think he must have thought that Atomic had enough boost to get that second touch.
Yeah.
So, caught out. G2 give up the lead. Now we're tied back up at 1 apiece. Chicago hunting for a demo. Flip reset from J-Nap.
Oh,
This is going to come straight down. Chronic. And now Chicago going for the shot, but apparently Jack able to get the stop. And now Jack right towards net again. This time J-Naps will get the save.
Ooh. Chronic won that ball in the corner. Gen G actually might have a decent push here, and Atomic quick to say absolutely not.
And Atomic, I mean, he was a little bit quiet last game. Wasn't able to get that touch to slow down the counter that J-Naps got scored on, so we'll see if Atomic can start to make his impact felt.
I think you raised a good point there. It is kind of one of those interesting series because, you know, there's always kind of been that thought process through the Rocket League ethos of, oh, what a beautiful pass. Forget it. Who cares about the Rocket League ethos?
I mean, look at the pass right here. Atomic uses the underside of his car to control the pace of the pass. And the give and go executed flawlessly. G2 back on top.
You want Atomic, you got him. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, he is a mechanical beast. Now the flip reset denied, and now it's off to the races. Atomic booming that downfield, got some help as well on the pinch. Now J-Naps.
He just didn't even bother. He saw Nolly.
Just bailed out. He also had a teammate there as well.
Ooh,
oh, scary play. Only 31 boost here for Atomic. Doesn't have a lot. Tries to make one defender miss. Tries to bump Jack, but Jack saw exactly what was coming.
Jack, I think he's really starting to say, like, look, someone on our team's got to go make something happen because we're down 1. We got a couple minutes to work with. But right now, G2 with the lead. They're still a tough team to beat. They certainly know that now that they don't have to score, kind of buckle down a little bit. They know they don't have to press, and Gen G knows someone's got to make a play, and apparently Jack's trying to be the guy to do it.
We'll see if he can. Chronic also does have a good history against G2. We've seen him score more than one winner, and he does it again.
He does it again here, but not without a little help from Nolly. Apparently Jack pulls off, and ooh, J-Naps is going to be so sad he didn't even get a piece of that ball. And Nolly somehow able to find just enough space for Chronic to work with there in the midfield. Just poke that into that lower corner.
Chronic scoring that equalizing goal. Gen G starting to surge. Nolly. Oh, Nolly getting bumped way off the ball by JNABs.
But they got the boost steal.
And the back pass from Nolly. Jack trying to chip it off the wall. Finds its way back to Chronic. Jack up very early, but so was JNABs. G2 doing a good job of recognizing those passes coming. And you can see Chicago breaking up another one.
And the long dump as well, just forced Gen G to reset. And that's definitely the way to do it. I think all of G2 feels like, okay, the only way Gen G beats us is with passing. I think pretty mechanically, G2 should feel at least equal, if not better. So they're saying, look, we're just going to force you to reset completely every single time, and JNAPS is denied. The post does not do him a favor.
Post and out. G2 came within inches there of taking the lead back. Apparently Jack coming back down for the 50. Chicago, well-timed hit down to the backboard. Nolly will hit it up. You can see JNAPS perhaps looking for the pass to Atomic, but it was too far away. Chronic. First touch control into a flip reset. Goes low, tried to get the ground pinch, but couldn't do it. JNAPS trying to force the ball upfield. Apparently Jack going for another 50 in the air. Both players miss. JNAPS needs to boom it, and he does. Nails it real far back, making it awkward for Nolly. Nolly back to Jack. Missed touch. The net was vulnerable, but Chicago didn't have enough boost to get much on it.
Oh, and apparently Jackie's like, yeah, I'm just going to manage this 50-50, and almost. If they had been expecting that one to come back across field, who knows what could have happened, but OT in game 3.
Another overtime, and now we see Nolly dodge the bump. G2 already gave up one kickoff goal. Gen G off kickoff has been superior. Nolly into the air. Chicago just trying to stop him. Over to Jack. Jack on the double.
Yep.
He faked it for Chronic. Chronic wasn't ready for it, though.
I just don't understand how you're not, right? It gets called out. You're in position. Oh, that's okay.
And it was the right idea. You could see the pressure that G2 was under, and they still have not yet recovered from it. Jack gets the touch over one, back to the ceiling, trying to get back in the play. Now out of boost. Chicago. That pinch all the way back. Chronic's downfield. Can he redirect it? It's off the backboard. Chance for Jack. Jack maybe going for the flip reset double tap, but was nowhere close on that play.
Just trying to contain the ball. I think it really did go pretty hard over his head. But G2 thinking they got out of the cage, and then that nasty challenge goes horribly wrong for Chicago. And it's lucky that Gen G couldn't make anything of it. Chronic, big 50s in the G2 corner to try and force them onto the defensive.
Nolly trying to weasel his way by the G2 defense, but he couldn't do it. Jack doesn't make contact on the first hit, but lands the pass on the second, and the rebound goes straight up. If that bounces out, Chronic might have had a look.
Worst bounce indeed for Gen G. And a free ball, somebody. Oh, okay. Okay. I was like, whoa.
I mean, that was a little bit concerning as well, because you saw JNAPS in Chicago. They were both right there. They both go for it, and then they back up. So it's kind of a weird pause, because it wasn't G2 that called for that pause. It's apparently Jack who called for it, because just according to what he's saying in the game, no audio right now for Nolly, so he's trying to get that figured out.
Oh,
he's
yeah,
getting
go get
all hydrated up. Thank goodness that refrigerator has a water dispenser on the outside.
That's
Otherwise,
the quality of life that you need.
Oh yeah, convenience. So hopefully Nolly can get that sorted out, and we can get back into the game as soon as possible. But if you're just tuning in, this is game 3. And this is another overtime. Right now, we're sitting tied at 1-1 in the series. Whoever wins this one will go ahead. This is a best of 7 as well, so they're in it for the long haul. It looks like the players have joined back. We're going to be reset to kick off, and we are 1:32 into overtime.
Least controversial pause of the day.
I mean, it doesn't take much to be the least controversial, I would say.
Everyone, I don't think anyone's too upset about that one, all things considered. Look, they missed the attack, they rotate out and call for pause. All right, fair enough.
Now we're getting back into the game. And it was interesting because G2 was just about to clear it. And also, Gen G has been much better on kickoffs.
Oh, never mind. Most controversial pause of the day.
Oh, yeah, it was all part of the plan for Gen G.
Gotta get another kickoff, yeah. They catch Jack here? Not quite. In plenty of time, and it says, excuse me, Chronic, I need that boost.
Yeah, well, Chronic was already pretty much full boost there as well, so worked out well for Gen G. Chronic trying to get that pinch pass out to the middle. Nolly taken back over.
And he's up.
And now rebound out. JNaps, very important touch there. Chicago will set it up for JNaps. JNaps, though, has nothing, has to turn and leave.
Really seeing how those setups evolving for Gen G. They know we got to get it mid, and we got to be there for it instantly. Trying to pre-jump a few more ideas, see if that's what it takes. Wow! So close, the flip reset dump pass, and unfortunately, Post didn't help JNaps either. It's not going to help out Gen G. Apparently, Jack one-on-one with Chicago. Slow play, dump to Nolly, and JNaps will cut through the rotation and kill that attempt. But he's not over yet.
Nolly, he is just a passer. The flip reset pass would have made the highlight reel. Now off the post, and it's tipped out.
Not done. Gen G still pressing. G2, do you run out of gas ever is the question. There's the boost steal.
Nolly stretching out to get that boost steal. Things are looking grim for G2. A double commit as well from G2. Apparently Jack gets it out to Chronic. Chronic tips it straight up in the air, going for the double tap. Chicago hitting it to the corner. Panic clear right into the hands of apparently Jack. There's a bump as well, but Jack, he flew off the path of the ball and gives up possession here to G2, who still are hurting for boost, and JNaps has the boost taken from him.
Right under his nose as well. Now they're trying to get creative. They want the boost steal into some type of fake, and finally JNaps has a full tank and will at least buy a little bit of space with the help of Chicago. Talk about getting by on a thread.
And G2 are hanging on for dear life. They finally got out of it, but now we see Jack trying to kickstart the attack again. Full boost for Chronic for this play. Flip reset. We'll have enough boost to go back to it, but you see Atomic quickly jumping to it to get it out. Chicago, the touch to Atomic, and Atomic scores it! The passing from G2 proves to be the difference maker.
Seems like a good idea to let that ball go in the midfield, but it's not if you don't win the next touch. Chicago comes down with it, throws one up, and as we said, you throw anything up at Atomic, he'll go and get it.
How does G2 win that game, Chiefs?
I'm not going to say it was dumb luck, because it was not dumb luck that made 11 saves. That was hard work.
Yeah, I mean, perseverance for G2. There was that extended stint where it was just no boost for G2. You even saw JNaps in the corner. The boost tantalizingly close, but still gets stolen. And you're just wondering, when is G2 gonna, or Gen G gonna score? Not will they, but ultimately G2, the passing was on point. That play right there, the undercarriage pass from Atomic, the light pass into the give and go was incredible. The Chicago Atomic connection, that was very similar to that other goal that they had. So all around from G2, phenomenal passing.
Yeah, always able to spot where that lane is and always ready to go up and get it. You like to see that type of approach from G2 and outlast an incredibly dangerous attack. Granted, to be fair, while G2 did make 11 saves, the ones that should have went on the back, Gen G just could not quite tuck in. They had a good 3, maybe 4 shots go off the post in that game.
You would have expected Gen G to win that game, seeing how many chances they had. But G2, their defense was able to make stop after stop, and now they find themselves ahead in the series 2-1. And will they get another one here? They will. Atomic walks this one in. You always wonder if this will roll up, but this one bounces right back to him. And Atomic having another big goal.
Yeah, Atomic, really great job out of his own half. Again, Gen G maybe a little bit frustrated, tried to press a little too hard, too aggressively without making sure that they had any contingency, and they paid the price dearly for it here in the start of Game 4.
And will G2 actually be able to do this? They have not been able to reach the heights that they had last year. But, oh my gosh! Chicago raining an airstrike down from the heavens.
Oh, reach the heights. James, that's from the ceiling. That's as high as it goes.
I mean, he didn't even have to drive off the ceiling. And the thing is he really didn't have that much boost. He had just enough for that play.
Ooh, fake kickoff too. Now G2's feeling juicy.
Well, and also, you know, the kickoffs haven't been working great. And I'm not sure that kickoff ended up really working out well for him. You can see the scramble that G2 now has. The first part of it seemed to go well. Great first touch from JNaps, tries to go low. Nolly going for the hit out, but Atomic able to get that to the corner. Atomic, another challenge. Jack over to Nolly. JNaps getting there first. G2 has been sniffing these passes out from Gen G and just jumping early and shutting them down.
It's the right idea as well, and feels like when you need it most, there's Atomic there to break up that follow-up touch, and he's really slotting in nicely right through the middle of that Gen G rotation to just stop everything. As again, another pause here. This time apparently Jack the one to call for it. No answer at the moment.
Yeah, so another pause. I mean, this is... I mean, for Gen G, oh, okay, we just got confirmation again. It seems like Nolly having another audio issue, so we're not quite sure what's going on in that headset achieves, but hopefully Nolly can get it figured out.
Hopefully, indeed. We know it's not, you gotta charge the headphones. They're wired.
Yeah, how does that happen? I was expecting, you just got the earbuds.
They're peculiar. Either
you just
way,
gotta, spin the connection. Everyone has those faulty,
rotate that 3.5 millimeter jack.
Exactly.
Gotta arrange the cord in just the right way.
Yep. And then if any static ever touches it, you gotta redo it. But we're working on getting these audio issues resolved for Nolly so we can get back into the game. Gen G, this is pretty early on in this game. They're trailing by 2. Still plenty of time for them to get back into it, but you can tell a little bit of wind has been taken out of their sails. G2, however, really feeling confident. You called it out right after the kickoff that they had where they tried to fake it and get it back corner.
They really it's always fun to see, some teams kind of draw life from really big shots like that from Chicago with a really nice pass. And it's just like watching, as I like to think that good play breeds good play. It's a big mental boost to see your teammates playing well. It makes you want to do some great stuff as well. It really gets you in that positive mindset.
Oh yeah, it's like when you can play up to the competition as well. When you've got those fast lobbies, everyone's just playing speedy, playing creatively. It does seem to have that domino effect. Now that shot going all the way back. Apparently Jack will easily take that to the corner. JNaps trying to slow play it. We'll get the first challenge going for bumps now. Wasn't able to land either. Jack, a high pop. Atomic out to the corner. JNaps will help him, and JNaps just booms it all the way downfield.
100% the way to go about it if you're G2 as well. I mean, anything on the blue half, punt it. Anything in the midfield, keep it tight if you can. But after that, just try and slot it back post. That's
You could see what they were thinking. Apparently Jack trying to get a 50 rebound out to Nolly, and Nolly hit that ball with a wet pool noodle.
To be fair, didn't have a whole lot to pick from. I mean, the middle and kind of that left side was closed down to him, so I think it's kind of one of those situations where, yeah, you're in a good spot to shoot, but you just don't have time to really think about where it needs to go and how to get it there, and kind of just end up not really making any type of decision, and you go right at him.
And that was a must-score opportunity for Gen G, you feel like. And that one really getting away from them. G2, though, I mean, with a win here, they will be on match point, a chance for G2 to go to the major. They don't clinch if they win, but their hopes are still alive. Ooh, G2, you can tell that when the pressure really gets going, they have the ability to answer the call now. Brief 2v1, but that play shut down quickly by Jack. Nice pass to Chronic. Chronic's shot will go wide, but it was the right idea from Gen G.
Yeah, the perfect idea. It really had the lines drawn up well, but that pass misplaced, went behind his teammate, forced him to hit the brakes, and just really not able to control that approach as much as they would like. Tough tough thing to swallow if you're Gen G right there, thinking that probably that would have been a really solid score and chance.
Now G2 in the driver's seat. One more would put this game away. Jack not giving up just yet. Nolly with the fake. A pop from Chronic, or Atomic rather. And Chronic could not get there in time, had to lay off. Big boom back. JNats will have to play this well. You can see Jack getting a piece of it.
Oh, he won.
Double commit from G2. We'll see how Gen G approach. Jack down to Nolly. Nolly, low shot, rebound out to Chronic, and Chronic couldn't do it. That was really the moment achieves that you felt like Gen G needed to score in order to keep this game alive at all.
The moment, but again, not quite in position. This time he's too tight and couldn't make the adjustment. And unfortunately, Gen G gonna run out of time here. Well, maybe not. Okay, Chicago again. Such a good mental picture. Time will run out. Should be 3 here. JNAP doesn't miss these.
Boom.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Excuse me, Chiefs.
Oh, no. Don't do that to me, JNAP.
Wow, that was a shot, you know, I remember when Rizzo was on G2 and they had a shot like that. So that was a fun end to the game, but overall, G2 firmly controlling that game, so much so that we have a timeout now for Gen G. Gen G have to figure this out. They did not look on the same page. They had a few chances. They were not able to score. You think of the Nolly shot, just had no power. Chronic, the ball passed back to him. He tried to chip it and go into the shot. He missed his wide. There were chances there. I mean, Gen G has had a plethora of scoring opportunities that they have not been able to put away.
Yep, some really good opportunities. And that's the thing, because I feel like the timeout is more just like, okay, not really sure if there's too much you can do gameplay-wise, because what I'm seeing, G2 really has, generally for the most part, really good handle on how Gen G wants to move that ball. Now, G2 knows that they can't really stop them indefinitely, right? Because still some of those chances are coming through. But at the same time, it feels like, look, you didn't have to do too much, Gen G. You just had to convert some of your genuine quality opportunities. And that missed pass in the midfield, not able to chip the ball because you're a little too tight. And it's not like that's a big missed position. It's just how the play panned out. And you try to make the best out of a situation where it's almost unplayable, but you do the best you can, right? And so if you're Gen G, it's like, look, we played pretty solid here. We just didn't convert. Like, there's the missed shot from Nolly. He's got the whole right side. He just can't really square it up. And unfortunately, sometimes that's how it goes. So this timeout may just be more about like, look, guys, we're doing okay. We just got to score it.
Well, when it comes to timeouts, when a team is down 1-3, do you know what the record is for North American teams?
You're about to tell me.
Yeah, I am. It's 0-17.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Gen G fans out there. It ain't looking good.
Don't be the one to break the trend, Gen G. Oh, no. That is a devastating statistic to throw out right there.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can break that trend. But, man, that is a tough one to overcome.
We'll see if Gen G can do it. The fall major champions, Gen G, they had destiny in their own hands. And we've got another pause, so we'll see what this pause is all about.
It says no. This one is I don't know what a ball error means, but that's
if I had to guess, it's
ball indicator.
Ball indicator. Yeah, that's my guess. Yeah.
Which it does happen, but Jack.
I did have that happen to me the first time the other day. I was like, oh, now I know what they're talking about, because I never knew what they were talking about. So I randomly loaded into one.
Yeah, it's just that outline of the ball isn't there. It just doesn't exist, I believe.
I was like,
is what happens. So we appreciate everybody out there watching who has been patient with us for these pauses. We truly do appreciate it. Right now, G2 need one more game win to stay alive and have their hopes kept alive for a chance to punch their ticket to Boston. They've been to every major so far. Can they keep that streak going? That is what they are fighting for. And if you're a Gen G fan, even if Gen G is eliminated here, they still do have a chance to make it. Just have to wait to see
how the day pans out. But here we go. We're back into the game. G2 versus Gen G. Match point for G2.
Things you want to keep seeing from G2, that ability to cut right through the center of those Gen G rotations and how they're trying to pass the ball, really prevent some of those more dangerous approaches and really force Gen G to make some nice plays to get themselves in scoring position. If you're Gen G, I mean, the only thing you can do is not allow transitions like that. Good grief.
But the Gen G surviving for now. JNaps beat to that ball. Atomic doesn't have enough boost to get back to it. A pre-jumping Chicago and a save from Nolly. G2, they are trusting each other. They're going for these passes and they're hitting them. JNaps waiting in the corner and doesn't end up getting the pass there, but G2 certainly feeling confident. But now we see pass from Gen G, and that's knocked away.
Thrown into the middle, Nolly okay. I think Nolly is the guy to keep the eye on. He should be
Uh-oh.
Whoops.
What happened here? I'm switching to Chicago right now. Chicago. Oh, he just
got
gets
bumped.
bumped.
Okay.
Yeah, he got because it looked from the exterior or from the bird's eye view that he just missed, but he did actually get grazed there. And it was enough to prevent him from making that touch.
Doesn't take much. Just a little piece every now and again.
Yep.
Ooh, and that's a nasty miss from Nolly. And it almost cost him. Not quite yet. Chronic covers up JNaps. G2 turned aside on the brink.
G2 now having to play from behind. Gen G, they're not going to give up just yet. JNaps will be challenged there by Jack. Jack will stay upfield. Chronic on the dribble. There's a demo from apparently Jack trying to pave the way. The shot comes through, but JNaps stretches to make the save.
Ooh, and right back at it. Nasty bounce. Apparently Jack gets demoed. He was the follow-up man. JNaps finds the right guy. Nolly somehow able to break up a pass. Great vision to understand where JNaps was going with that ball, but Gen G denied a lead extending play as Chicago almost buries one top of the net.
Chicago hammered that ball, but just wasn't meant to be. G2 come close to scoring, but Gen G able to keep him out. Now back down. Chronic going under JNaps. Chronic will lay off the ball for Nolly. Nolly finds the gap in the defense.
Gotta feel good here for Nolly to score a shot like this, considering his last couple shooting opportunities. A lot of traffic, a lot of people can cover the net, and just able to slot that in that gap right in the middle of them. That near post, great bit of shooting to get the lead to 2.
Oh yeah, that was a really strong shot there. Nolly recognizing there was a very small window, and then he was able to hit that perfectly. So we see game number 5, all Gen G. We just hit this halfway point, so time still for G2. But Gen G has been looking like the superior team. Nice save there from JNaps. Passing from Atomic in Chicago yet again. It pans out. Atomic didn't even need to hit it this time, though. Just the threat of him was enough.
Exactly. It's really Chronic. He knows he's about to be in trouble, so he wants to get as far forward to try and cut off this pass before it can really happen. Unfortunately, he's a bit late to that, so he has to try and make the adjustment because he knows the alternative is to go sit in the net and probably get demoed and scored on anyway. So just trying to do the best he could with a bad situation, and wasn't enough.
But how many times have we seen that play work for G2 where they have Chicago in the mid and Atomic up on the wing? They have been making that work brilliantly for him all series long. Nolly, hard hit out to the middle. JNaps will let this roll up the wall. JNaps now going for the 50, and it leaks back out. Chicago try to keep it close.
Great job.
Chicago getting read by Chronic. Nolly gonna stay behind this ball, going for a 50. It pinches out to JNaps. JNaps trying to take time. And now Chicago beat to the ball by Nolly. Jack with the redirect. Was able to get a backboard bounce, but is cleared right back down. Chicago trying to make a play, but nothing doing for him. Chicago hit up to JNaps. JNaps read by Jack. Jack getting in the way. Atomic making Chronic miss. Chronic doesn't make contact either. You can see a bit of a panic on the back line from Gen G. Chronic, though, getting an extra touch. And it will get cleared out.
There's a really big bump there from Nolly, actually, after Atomic made a couple people miss, but they're not done yet. Atomic, again, just gets smashed off the ball. He's the guy who's been giving them fits in terms of being able to move the ball around the pitch. Big commit from apparently Jack. Should be a strong clear here. Thrown back into the middle just to buy time, and Chronic just able to get there and slow down that G2 push.
Apparently Jack wadding it top corner, and Gen G putting an exclamation point at the end of this game.
Yeah, this is pretty much what Gen G's been going for all time, or all series, I should say. And generally, you see G2 able to go out there and meet that pass into the middle, but finally you see what happens when it's not there. They run out of resources, and bang, apparently Jack, boomer top of the net, no chance to save it.
And I don't know if Gen G was listening to that statistic. 0-17.
Make it 1-17.
Yeah, they might be that one. They might be the anomaly. They continue to play like this. Trying to get one more for the road. Chronic, light touch up, now off the ceiling. JNAPS over to Chicago, and that is going to do it. And this was an excellent adjustment here from Gen G, and I think Nolly in particular achieves. Had such an impactful performance. You saw him slot that goal in between the two defenders from G2, and that was such an important play.
Ooh, G2 call a timeout immediately.
Oh,
fascinating idea here. Kind of like it. You really don't want Gen G to kind of sit there and be like, cool, we won, let's go right into the next one. Try and cut that off immediately. And you're right, Nolly, huge performance, 2 for 6, 4 saves and 1 assist. Getting it done on all sides of the ball there. And apparently Jack doing his best to facilitate things throughout the midfield. I do like that structure from Gen G. It does seem that they're willing to leave Chronic in that third man role more often than not. And he's done a pretty bang up job. It doesn't look good on the scoreboard, but doesn't have to look good. You just need a guy back there to make sure it doesn't go wrong and find a way to slow down that Atomic Chicago connection that was causing them so many issues.
That connection has been pretty unstoppable for the most part. And we knew what the record was. The team's calling timeouts down 1-3. But what's the record for when you're winning 3-2? I have no idea. But I do know G2's records after timeouts are not that great, honestly. G2 in the split are 5-10 in games after they put their opponent on match point. So
that's the timeout. Okay, guys. We're in our most precarious position where we have them on the ropes. Let's make sure to close this out.
Well, we will find out if G2 can indeed close things out. But you had mentioned it already a bit, Achieves, that Atomic Chicago connection. They're passing amongst each other when they're up there on the Vanguard. It has been the highlight, I think, for G2 in this series.
It's been tough, though. They haven't always been able to find a way to make that happen because more often than not, feels like it's kind of been this hotly contested look. We make that for both teams, I will say. You make this one big touch up the field, and then that second player coming through on rotation trying to dump that ball back across the field, left or right. And unfortunately, that's resulted in some huge clears more often than not. And it's been tough for teams to kind of find a way to facilitate that type of connection, which I will say, I think across the series, Gen G has actually got the edge in that department more often than not. It's just been an issue of actually putting them in the back of the net.
Oh, Game 6 takes place here on Neo Tokyo. We'll find out if G2 can again close this out and keep their major hopes alive, or if Gen G will force Game 7. If they end up winning this series, they clinch Boston. Chicago hitting it up the gut.
Ooh.
Chronic, you can see the idea there. Chronic trying to get that over to Jack, but that was risky.
Was risky, especially when you miss it like that. They're just thankful that JNAPS was a little bit too far back to go and jump all over it. It's that type of passing Gen G likes to go for. Big crosses, really get that defense moving. Horizontal, big open space in front of the net. Chronic just sets up Jack off the wall, and he will get punted away, and Atomic will cover it up. Again, That's that structure from G2. They know that Gen G likes to go for that extra pass, just try and draw people out, so they've always got that one person in reserve.
Well, now Atomic! Atomic! He puts G2 on his shoulders with this play.
Huge steal. Oh, so much pace as well. Took a great skip to come off the wall for him, and boy, does he just figure out exactly how to slot that one. Massive goal from Atomic.
How do you even read that? And to not only read it perfectly, but to make perfect contact on that ball and hammer it past the defense. That was a world-class play. Now another chance for Atomic, trying to 50 it through. Chicago will let this roll up the wall. Infield pass. Atomic can't get the double. Jack was also there on that sidewall. G2 have the lead. All they need to do is hold on to it. Nolly towards net, and Atomic back just in time.
Just camp him out there on the backfield. Let Chicago be that brick wall in the mid. Say, look, JNAPS, Atomic, figure it out on the back line, and when we get you in this position, go and do your work.
Ooh, and Atomic actually using his flip reset to get back to that 50. Zero boost for Jack. Chronic trying to preserve boost. We'll have to go for the ball now. Chicago tip up. Nolly straight up the gut. Chronic too slow to it. Apparently Jack will lob it back up, but JNAP's the only one there.
Trying to get aggressive here, Gen G. Feels like they need some type of physicality to remove some of this G2 coverage from the defensive half. Folks one down through the middle, not enough pace, and apparently Jack, you can see him just ranging. He'll take the boost steal over the ball, and Nolly throwing his hands at JNAPS to take him off the play, and Gen G just trying everything they can to throw a wrench in this G2 rotation.
Oh, and that is a lucky corner boost spawn for Atomic. It popped up right after Jack went away from it. So Atomic will be able to stay in that play, but he gets demoed. Ball in the hands of Chronic. Was looking for Jack. Jack taking it to the corner. JNAP's off his own ceiling, and Atomic will get the clear back, but you can tell Gen G positioned now, poised for the attack. You can see how much Chicago is stretching for that ball as well, not getting the touch he was looking for. Chronic gets a bump on one. Apparently Jack going for net. G2, they were off balance, but still make the save.
Off balance, and it just took too long for that attack to develop. The ball rolling all the way out to the side, forcing Gen G to spend those precious moments to get all the way back around the outside. Let G2 recover despite the physicality. Nasty pinch from JNAPS, can't catch it. Lead will stay at 1.
Oh, JNAPS just needed a little bit more speed there.
Oh, that's okay. I didn't see Nolly for a second. I was like, how is it open?
Fortunately for Gen G, it wasn't. They're able to clear this out. Still, tournament life on the line. A chance to control their destiny here as well, but if they lose, they'll just have to watch and see how things turn out. Jack snagging that corner boost. Taking it through the air. Going for a bump. JNAP's waiting, recognizing it. Now Atomic will hit it out to the side. Stays in the play. Chicago gives the space to Jack. Jack, patient dribble. Jack going low for the 50. Rebound out in the middle, and no one was there for Gen G. That was a nice rebound ball. If somebody's there in the middle where you expected them, that might have been a scoring opportunity.
Yeah, they all.
And now a miss! Atomic! Who needs teammates when you're Atomic?
You cannot miss this clear off the backboard. I know it's hard, but that's what happens if you do. Atomic slides the dagger in between the ribs of Gen G.
Atomic. Big time plays from a big time player. And now 2 goals separating Gen G and G2. G2, they're holding on so far. Final 10 seconds. And Gen G, it looks like they add to the statistic. 0-18 in those situations when you call a timeout. Gen G are taken down, sent home, and G2 will stay alive, as do their chances for a trip to Boston Achieves. That was quite the performance from G2, and in particular, Atomic. What a game that was from him.
Massive clutch, to be sure, from Atomic. You can't take that away. It's not about always making the right play all the time, but when you get the opportunity, do you deliver? Atomic absolutely did in this series, and especially in that final game. Unfortunately for Gen G, they found themselves in some good spots, but overall, for once, that G2 defense completely unwilling to allow some strong counterattack and just give something up through the middle, some long type of counterattack. G2 knew what they were up against. They're like, look, we have to be more trusting of our opponents and give them that respect. And that meant they were always ready to go cut out some type of pass from Gen G. And it worked out quite nicely for them.
What do you think Gibbs' response is going to be now after calling G2 mid?
Good game, I knew it. That's what Gibbs.
That would be a very Gibbs thing to say. He insults G2 and then he predicts them. And guess what?
Says you're welcome.
Gibbs was right. So we're gonna have to go to a break and contemplate that. And after the break, we've got Optic Gaming taking on FaZe. Stay tuned.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Want another rise under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking his steps inside the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody?
It's not long ago that G2 versus Gen G would be considered a grand finals matchup, but here, this maybe is considered an upset. 4-2, G2 able to take down Gen G, and their hopes are slim now to see Boston. Welcome back to the desk, Gibbs. We need a breakdown of what does this mean for Gen G.
Gen G, they have two options. They either play a tiebreaker or they are out. That is all they have left, but they need a lot of help. They need FaZe to lose that next match. They also need G2 not to make the grand final. So need a lot of help, but for G2, this is what I wanted. Yes, I called them mid because they have not looked like this for this entire season. I want to see them take down these giants of NA and show up on a major stage. And here's that first baby step, Turtle. They looked solid.
And for me, it felt like the moral of the entire series was just striking while the iron is hot. And Gen G created several opportunities, several chances, but there was a lot of whiffs on the goal line, whiffs when it comes to executing or just simply hitting the ball too soft. And G2, anytime they were able to finally break out of their defensive play style, they would strike so well. And that's mainly because of Atomic. I mean, look at this man right there doing all the work, hitting his shots.
And here we go, Gen G sitting number 6, but they are tied with FaZe. They are done, obviously, so they need FaZe to lose, but G2 slowly creeping up in the same spot, but they have more points, 33 now. Again, G2 has to make that grand finals. For Optic as well, they play FaZe right now. Whoever wins this match qualifies for Boston. Absolutely huge. But for Optic, they still have other ways in, but they would much rather do it right now.
My goodness. Can you imagine a world where Optic knocks out FaZe and then, barring the sun run of all sun runs from G2, we have FaZe versus Gen G for Boston. It's crazy. But Optic's got to break this losing streak they're on. You can see up there in the upper semifinals, we had Fury and G2. Fury is now waiting to play Space Station tomorrow after Space Station swept Optic Gaming. Optic currently on a 12-game losing streak on day 2 of events here in North America for Spring Split. Does it break here? We're about to find out. FaZe taking on Optic Gaming, the Green Wall. They've been built stronger and stronger as the event goes on, but they're going to have to hold now against one of the Titans of North America.
And you would think that long break, right? You have 3 weekends off for Optic to go 0-8. That's probably the best time, right? Because you have time to regroup and figure things out. But it's happening again. They go 0-4. To be fair, that was a fantastic Space Station team that has been destroying everyone. But the problem is they're going up against FaZe, who also gave them an 0-4 last time. And FaZe, we know when they get ramped up in that lower bracket, literally no one beats them. So we'll see if that FaZe will show up here. Like, I thought they didn't look fantastic in their first series, but at moments, First Killer did what First Killer does, and I just need to see a little bit more out of FaZe. But if Optic even comes out like 10% flat, I think FaZe is going to eat them up. So Optic has to show up. They don't want to wait on other results. They want to get it done now. It'll also knock FaZe down, which is a potential major winner because they're always top 4 team, which will help their chances as well. So Optic Gaming, it's now or never.
Yeah, I mean, This is a tough team to face off against, but there's such a quality of player, such a veteranness across the entire Optic Gaming roster. They've been in situations like this before, Turtle.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just as good a time as ever to reiterate just how important these first few games are for both of these teams. I mean, G2, you saw what happens once they get to match point, and Gen G tried to battle back. They were unable to do it. Optic Gaming, they got put on match point against SSG so quickly and couldn't get into the series. And it's going to be difficult if you start out slow. I want to see both of these teams playing, obviously, peak Rocket League for their own respective sides, because if you have a false start, it might as well be over. And with what's on the line, Boston right now coming at both of these teams, it's crucial that you're warmed up and ready to go in this series alone. And for me personally, I think that Space Station just looked so good that I can't take away from the brilliance of Optic Gaming. So for me personally, I don't know. I want to pick FaZe Clan. My brain's saying FaZe Clan, but I just can't go against Optic Gaming. I think that they still looked solid, even though they got swept, which I know is an absurd statement. And even though I was wrong in the last series, and I'm also an idiot, I'm going for Optic Gaming. Okay.
He's got the 3 strikes and he's out of problems. But he's going with Optic on this one. Okay, Gibbs?
So I don't think it's going to be a 4-0, but I still think FaZe is the better team. I'm going to go FaZe in a closer match.
You do have to put this one on FaZe. I think this is clearly FaZe's match to lose, and especially given that if they were to lose this, then they have to play a tiebreaker to make it in. They're going to feel the pressure. There's no way they're sleeping on Optic in this match. They're going to come out all guns blazing. I'm going with FaZe on this one as well. I'm ready to find out what's going to happen, though. This is going to be a tight game of Rocket League. Optic Gaming is the fans in chat. FaZe is the favorites on the desk. Let's get down to the pitch. Final match of the day with huge implications for who is going to Boston. FaZe versus Optic. Game 1 starts now.
No guns, no shooty bang bang, no GAs. It is just carball. Best of 7 to send somebody to a Gannis Arena in Boston.
The only gentleman's agreement here is both teams are going to give it their all. There may be one GA. Somebody might be buying general admission tickets in Boston. 2 teams with history. Optic Gaming and FaZe Clan. Best of 7. It's pretty simple. Winner moves on. Loser could be potentially out here. FaZe Clan may have a chance at a tiebreaker like they said, but Optic are giving everything they got in this series.
Last call to take control of your own destiny, as AJ will float one netward, easily dismissed by First Killer. Magic Bear will bring it over towards Reddles, but it's typical in the way. Drop down now with Mist, and he's got First Killer in front of him, but then he's got a Demolition, and just barely getting back is typical to save FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan got to be careful to watch out for some of these off-ball plays. Reynolds is going to do what he can to disrupt. Again, Demo there on First Killer. He's also looking for bumps now, giving AJ space. Everybody's going to have eyes on AJ here. AJ has the ability mechanically to break down teams individually, setting up open lanes. But of course, everyone on Optic needs to be informed if they want to have a chance of taking down FaZe.
Locked here at midfield, so First Killer will take charge. He's got Mist and Sypical waiting at the center line. Zip now will turn into the zone, and he's got past one. Loose up high and set away by Magic Bear. Big center ball here, but just nothing there in front for FaZe Clan, so they retreat back to their own end. It's First Killer with a full tank of boost. One of the most dangerous things in all of Rocket League, and then Reynolds cutting down the angle on the left side, just barely keeping this out, and Optic kind of get away with one. FaZe can't afford to give up an opportunity like that again.
Ooh, AJ was trying to get that flip reset in. Optic have been doing a good job being able to maintain and control the pace of play. Now they're still giving FaZe Clan too much room to work with and setting up a lot of their own individual plays. First Killer's definitely kind of been quiet here in the first couple minutes. He's got a couple of saves here, but you want First Killer in that midfield with open space, being able to just control the ball and do what he wants. Right now, looking for a little bit of disruption there. He was trying to go for a bump. Typical's getting bumps in net, forcing Reynolds to be able to make this save out. FaZe in a good spot, but they need a little bit more. First Killer maybe setting up some space there. Can Mist get there first? He does. That one goes straight down, but it'll go into Reynolds' control. He's going to carry this one slowly in the corner.
FaZe have been oh so close on multiple occasions. Meanwhile, Optic have not been able to give the ball to that man, AJ, in a scoring position. This is in front, and Mist shot rings wide, followed from First Killer. That went off of Mist and out.
Mist was trying to get out the way, ended up getting in the way. And now still tied up. Definitely a strong opportunity there for FaZe that's just gone by.
I mean, I remember when he was a top quality defender with Envy, but those days are long gone. These aren't your teammates anymore.
He's saving everything, literally.
Really? Well, this goes across. First Killer will chase it. Typical win as well. So a double commit from FaZe Clan gives Optic a chance to break out, but Mist will have this back over to First Killer. Everybody recovers. That wasn't the best ball out of First Killer, but that got away from AJ. Magic Bear can't jump for it. Didn't have the angle. And it's a comedy of errors on either side that finally results in First Killer breaking the scoreless deadlock.
Press from Optic, a little awkward. FaZe gets space. Look at this. Beautiful pass. Finding first killer in that midfield. So important. He gets that first goal. Strong counterattack from FaZe Clan to put him in front.
So it is FaZe Clan that scores first. Can they add to it? One might be enough. I mean, we're used to seeing these teams be able to score a little bit as that one goes wide, but they are not playing up to their usual standards in this particular game. Wide open net. Mist will score. Optic have fallen apart.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see, especially here out of Magic. He's probably going to be the X factor for Optic in this series. He needs to be locked in and informed. Free ball to Mist. Again, this is a major contention match. He's not missing that shot if you give it to him.
16 straight games lost in best of sevens by this Optic squad. About to be 17 as they've just made a complete mess of this. Magic Bear getting back for the save there that at least gives them some life here with just over a minute to go. As Typical from the ceiling gets to first killer. And they could have a numbers advantage as Mist will play one forward. AJ just barely getting away from Typical. But now we dip down into the final minute. And it's been all FaZe Clan outshooting Optic 9-3 here in this opening game.
Such a strong opening from Optic, but they've definitely given up there in terms of the midfield battle. Reynolds, almost was able to get one off the flip reset. Even Magic Bear was running interference, but First Killer still able to make the save. That's his third of the game. And FaZe Clan doing a great job of stopping Optic. The defense has been phenomenal. AJ trying to make something happen, but even there, missed in the back end to get the stop out.
AJ over to Magic Bear. Did not work out. It's cleared away again by FaZe Clan, and then deep into Optic territory they go. Typical got the boost, got the pass over, but that's intercepted by AJ. Got a score here to give themselves a chance at a kickoff goal. That one didn't have nearly as much pace as AJ had hoped. They're still in position, but that will be bounced away, and that will do it for game number one. FaZe Clan. It took a while to finally get one on target, but they did. First killer and Mist give FaZe Clan a 1-0 lead as they try to qualify for Boston.
Clean, commanding game out of FaZe Clan. Biggest things for them, limiting Optic, who had a strong start possession-wise in the offensive front. They take that away from them. They start putting the pressure on the offense, as well as, again, hitting Optic with a couple of counterattacks. And then you could kind of feel Optics letting the game kind of slowly fall through their grip. Looking back here at the Mobile 1 High Performance replay, you see just, again, those passes, finding first killer in that middle space, making sure that they honestly spread out and take all advantage of the field. And of course, that miss from Magic Bear definitely going to be something that a lot of people are going to be paying attention to moving forward. You cannot have these mistakes when, the major is on the line here in this series.
This looked to be a revival of sorts for Optic in the spring split when they got off to a much better start than they ever had before, and it looked like, okay, surely this team is now a lock for Boston. Not so fast, my friend. They're still struggling now to close it out. And again, once they get to this stage in any of these tournaments, they have really struggled. 4 in a row dropped to Gen G after they had won the first game of that series back in the Open. Then they lose 8 in a row to V1 and FaZe in the Spring Cup. They were swept earlier today by a very tough defensive Space Station squad as Magic Bear getting the opening shot here, blocked away. First killer putting in the work on defense. And now the losing streak is up to 17 in a row in best of 7 series. It's just, there seems to be a mental block that they can't overcome here.
They have to. We're past that time. If Fury can overcome 06 in best of 7, Optic can overcome things here, but they have to prove it within themselves. One of the biggest things, though, stop is Typical. Great flip reset, and it'll go in. Sip strikes first for FaZe.
That gives everybody a goal now for FaZe Clan in this series as AJ could not keep it out. Off the corner, still in. First minute belongs to FaZe Clan. And it really has felt like this is their series to lose. Here goes AJ, though, cheating up off the kickoff, and then Mist is right there for the save. Back the other way. Magic Bear's got the initial stop. FaZe Clan are not keen on retreating just yet. Now they do. And it's AJ. this is the guy you've got to feed. Because it was not his fault that Optic have dropped the series that they've dropped. He has tried and tried and tried again. He needs a lot of help. He tried to do it himself here. No, he's going to leave it for Magic Bear. Had to come up from way in the back, and that just took too long to develop.
Yeah, you're right. Too long to develop. FaZe Clan's defense were able to easily read what's going on and get that block out. If Magic Bear's a little closer, shot with a lot more power, maybe gets past FaZe's defense. Optic in a tough spot right now, but I have liked what I've seen from Magic Bear in the opening of this game. Definitely some strong early offensive shots put on from him, and off ball as well. He has been making a strong effort of making his presence known, but First Killer will also make it known. He dances around everyone. Sip will put it in the back of the net, but this is all First Killer. Play by one, flip past two, and AJ can only just sit and watch us in the back of the net.
And just looked like everybody else was a spectator on that play. 2-0, FaZe Clan. That was the scoreline in game one. Could be the series scoreline unless AJ can just take matters into his own hands, because it's very clear that he's probably not going to get a lot of help. Reynolds to the back wall, right at Mist. Magic Bear going to take over. Try to get through Typical, and Mist will come in and slap it away. Now AJ to the back wall again. Nobody there. And First Killer's just ahead of Reynolds. So Magic Bear will try and outlet towards AJ. Not happening. Everybody's got to retreat back on defense now for Optic. Minus Reynolds as he trades with First Killer. Here goes AJ. Looking for the opener. No.
Try to Magic Bear in the right spot, but that ball pinched just past him. Optic down by 2 halfway through the game. AJ running interference. Reynolds off the corner. Mist was up so early for that. No chance anybody getting a 50 on that play. Instead, 50 in the midfield. Magic got the flick. AJ will secure it. And Optic strike when FaZe are weakest.
That's a great pick from Magic Bear. Realized he's got the opportunity. Almost put it in himself. AJ there just to make sure, and a good thing he was, as that was on its way down and out. So Optic finally get their first goal of the series. It comes a game and a half into it, but they've certainly got some life now.
And you can see the threat there on FaZe. I mean, he got 2 to jump there, Typical and First Killer on that play. And the jump just gave him a wide open lane. Good flick from Magic, good goal from AJ. Now they got 2 minutes to go here if they want to try to build something else, but you can bet FaZe Clan are going to start tightening up things defensively. Oh, wait, offensively, maybe Mist. Does he have a flip? No. Reynolds played it perfectly as he was patient on that goal line. Typical chance. Magic Bear with the block there. And that'll be his 3rd save of the game. That'll also be Optic's 7th.
Well, they got real lucky, too, that Mist didn't have that flip reset, because they had 2 way downfield on the back line of FaZe as this is ricocheted away. And now Reynolds will take his pot shot, but it's right at Typical. He recovers nicely. And almost deflected away, but here's Sip. Oh, tried to leave it back for a First Killer. Magic Bear's all over it. Got AJ to his left. AJ tried to pull the string on Mist, and he got to try a little bit more than that. He's too clever. Here goes First Killer back the other way. And Reynolds there to slam the door shut.
Wow. Back pass. Then straight to First Killer. AJ had to stop that just in case he had to redirect to put a hand up. But now things are moving left and right. Dibble on the play there. Reynolds looking for the bump. Doesn't have the bump. AJ, no, he can't force his way past Typical. Holds the line down for FaZe Clan. Pass the First Killer will clear away the danger. 40 seconds on the clock. Optic got to get moving.
Here goes AJ from his own back wall, and now he's got a lane maybe to shoot through with the bump, and there's Mist. Recovering to save the day again, and now he'll try to trigger the counterattack, but it's going to be right out to Magic Bear. AJ back to Magic. AJ, oh, he had to put the brakes on. The pass wasn't exactly where he wanted, and Optic have the attack stall out briefly. Down to 14 seconds, and First Killer missed the dagger. Typical, he can't put it away, but Mist can with 8 seconds left.
And you see Optic scrambling trying to get to this, but it's just FaZe pressure coming through. They put Optic in the most uncomfortable spot possible, and Mist is closing the door on Forbidden Temple. Such a strong fight from Optic in the final minute, but they came up empty, and FaZe looking to submit this game. Maybe a chance here. Play, no, the ball was too far out, and Reynolds can score this. It won't matter. FaZe will go up 2-0 in the series.
Optic have gotten very dangerously close to the FaZe net. This is a game of missed opportunities for OG here in game 2. And I don't think we're going to see the timeout, and I wouldn't blame them if they don't call it, because I feel like they did have a lot of positive momentum in that game. They know they can get into those scoring positions. They just have not finished. So I would not write off Optic Gaming just yet, but it is worth mentioning, just for the sake of historical accuracy, neg 18 now in these best of 7 series, individual games, the streak for Optic.
So now, game 3 situation here. I mean, you talked about it, but you also can see it in the stats there as well. Optic just so many shots. I believe it was 7 from I think Magic or Reddles, and then 6 from AJ alone. They're putting on the offense, but they're coming up empty. FaZe's defense is definitely a test for Optic. If they can push past them, I mean, they'll put themselves in some really good spots. But as you can see, FaZe playing very confident in their defensive ability. They held the line, and they hit hard when they ever move up on their offensive pushes.
Oh, Magic Bear. We try to take this out of the zone. He has just about had the lone goal for Optic. It was credited to AJ as he had the rebound on the doorstep. Magic Bear there. Watches Typical go by. AJ's going to turn on it. What else can he do here? A whole lot to work with. Reddles got the boost steal out of the corner. Didn't get to do anything with said boost. Here goes first kill it out for FaZe. Reddles off the respawn dives in, and Mist will have this at the back.
Watch Mist as he approaches this. Tries to send it across. Saw AJ sitting there on the sidewall. It's Typical in a perfect spot. This is credit to FaZe's spacing right now. Even there, first killer can get a back pass and pick up corner boost. These are things that make a big difference when you start to see, okay, how are Optic going to be able to disrupt FaZe? They have to start to kind of disrupt the space to take advantage of any of that free movement. This is a free ball here, and AJ will send it flying, just hoping Typical is ready for that reaction time. Either way, Typical gets the big dunk and gets a lot for that initial aerial, giving FaZe more room to work up the field.
Would have been just like the way things have gone for Optic for that ball to somehow find its way in, but Reddles was there for it. And now out to the side, Typical trying to bring it back in, but Reddles in the way. AJ starting to run onto this as well. Reddles will dish it off to him. I don't know if they're necessarily on the same page. Didn't seem like a very competent offensive attack. As now first killer has this down in front. And who's going to take charge here? It will be Reddles. AJ now across the center line, and there's Typical just in the way to slow him down enough.
First killer. Trying to find a little bit more control there of the ball. AJ, strong carry. Reddles is upfield, looking for someone to see if he can get a bump through to slow things down. Magic has to retreat though. Saw the threat of FaZe and that push. Optic, when they send 2 up, they really have to make sure they're getting the most bang for their buck. So far, they've been coming up empty, and at least sometimes whoever's last man having to make some really desperate plays.
What happened there? AJ burned a lot of boost going down towards the ball. Reddles came over from the right-hand side of the field all the way across. Ultimately, neither ended up playing the ball. Turned into a big waste of boost, a big waste of time, and I mean, at least it's still scoreless right now, but it just doesn't feel like there's a lot of trust on this Optic side. It's Magic Bear trying to get the offense rolling now, and first killer will just let this bounce, and then he'll take charge. Typical underneath, Mist in behind. One team looks like a well-oiled machine, and the other is Optic Gaming.
Well, Optic Gaming are up in the shooting department 2-1. That's to let you know how low offense this game has been. And finally, that second shot, but that doesn't, I mean, that registers because first kill just carried the ball into net wide. Here's Reddles trying to get a bump on Mist. Did bump Mist out the play, but AJ can get there first. And Typical will have all the time to work with as he'll try to carry that downfield. Optic still trying to disrupt. AJ still trying to see if he can get the carry. He got the dunk, but Mist had to save. Good read on the play from Mist. He's moving upfield trying to disrupt as well. Typical had a lane. Now it's first killer with the ball. Demo on the play. Reynolds doesn't have any boost. And FaZe Clan are going to score.
What happened here? I mean, Reynolds kind of gets nudged up to the back wall, and then he just can't get his momentum going at all. Nothing in the tank, and first killer gets the opening goal of game 3. Just there, if it can go wrong, it has for Optic here. in the first 2.5 games. Magic Bear shot blocked wide by Sypical. Now AJ will try again. Trying to just dash along here and get into a scoring position, but Reynolds couldn't get anything behind this. Magic Bear's got to range back. You know what? Magic Bear's put in a lot of effort now into this series, and it unfortunately hasn't been rewarded. Missed trying to go over the top of everybody, and First Killer will try and keep the possession alive.
Right off the respawn, Typical on top of the ball. He's gonna get a goal from that. He just charges through. No one's stopping him.
About to be neg 19. Unless Optic can come up with a pair of quick goals. Unconventional kickoff, unconventional result. It's back in their territory. Reynolds will at least bring it out. There's Mist high above everybody else. I mean, FaZe Clan have won the aerial game, but AJ along the ground got the steal and the goal.
Magic Bear though to set it up, plays it off the corner. First Killer trying to control it off the back wall, and AJ decides to press. Optic got to take this. Use it as momentum moving forward. 40 seconds left in game 3. You lose this, you go on match point in a lower bracket round against FaZe Clan. Almost impossible to come back from, but AJ keeps it going.
Third one for AJ. He's got them all in the series. What a setup from Magic Bear. And Optic trying to rise from the ashes with 35 to go.
They're screaming in the cams. They're feeling the energy, but they gotta make that happen in the play. Time is 30 seconds. FaZe Clan are still gonna give everything they've got here as time ticks down. Optic are using the demos and trying to press forward, hit FaZe while they're rattled. AJ with the flip reset will go to Mist on the goal line, and you can see FaZe getting ready to try to move up as the clock ticks.
Oh, Reynolds nudging Typical, but that knocked him into Magic Bear. Reynolds will take a shot, and it's easily stopped by First Killer before it becomes an official shot. Final 5 seconds before we go to overtime of all things here in game 3. AJ just willing to bring it down to ground. Hey, after the last couple of kickoffs, why not? Try and roll the dice here if you're Optic, but it's going the wrong way. It's Typical. Got a piece of it. What can Reynolds do now? Starting from the back, nothing. It's knocked right back through his face. Now First Killer. Look at his center. Can't do it himself, so he'll pass it over to Mist. FaZe Clan being very patient, even though the momentum seems to be against them.
And Optic are trying to make things work.
My
That's a big
goodness.
demo! Mist! Ends it in OT! Blows up the defense! Gets the pass from Sip and scores the open net!
And AJ way downfield thinking maybe they could spring him on the counter. Instead, it blew up in their face. FaZe Clan has 4 shots at qualifying for Boston.
Well, here we go. Even with Optic striking back and putting on as much pressure as they could in the final seconds, seeing if they could get FaZe rattled. Held firm, waited for the overtime, continued to play their game, and also here Optic would have tasted their own medicine. Lots of demos coming out of there from Optic, especially when overtime started. Mist got the most crucial one and was in the right spot to close that game out. He also had 4 saves that game as well, just being a menace all over the field. And I remember some of those saves were from some really close chances, including an AJ dunk that Mist ended up having to come through and getting the save out, a squishy save on that one. Optic now, I mean, yeah, can't take it with you. Tactical timeout.
Optic have looked better game by game. The problem is they still haven't burst through that glass ceiling. They're still stuck on a massive losing streak. 19 games in a row at this stage of tournaments. But now something's got to give because they are now officially out of time. When this timeout ends, they will load into Utopia and they must win 4 games in a row. Pull off another best-of-7 reverse sweep in North America, of which there have been oh so precious few. Otherwise, FaZe Clan will survive, persevere, and advance to Aganis Arena in Boston it's creeping up on us, just a couple of weeks.
3-0 series score. You see First Killer looking comfortable. FaZe Clan seem like they are in the complete driver's seat now at this stage of the game. Optic Gaming backs against the wall. 5 minutes on the clock.
It almost doesn't even look like a real background there. It looks like he's just superimposed himself on just some other rich household background.
He just shows up to someone's house to play RLCS matches.
Right? Like, hey, yeah, I just threw a dart at the board. You know what? It's here now. All right, here we go.
Speaking of
Rio.
here.
Yeah. Oh, could be here in Boston. So we will take a moment, make sure all the players are ready to go coming out of the timeout here, as we are just about ready for game 4. And again, it can't be overstated how disappointing this would be for Optic if they can't find a way to pull this all the way back after such a great start to this split. Won't they get rid of Magic Bear? Will they replace him? Or they getting calm, doing this, doing that? None of that came to fruition. They stuck with Magic Bear. This is the guy they said he's the guy at the start of the season when there was a lot of criticism. And to Magic Bear's credit, he has performed fine. It hasn't been like he's been a liability on this team. I think he's certainly earned his spot. He's earned the respect of Optics fans, or at least should have. Now, whether or not he has, fans are fans, right? But it'll be all for naught if they go out with a resounding whimper here in the Spring Invitational.
Right. So just making sure you can kind of like lock in and leave everything out there is going to be so important, especially as we kind of get things figured out here and getting everybody back loaded into the matchup. You can see just trying to mitigate the nerves, mitigate the pressure here, especially on that Optic side. FaZe not really kind of feeling that pressure at all, but seems like we do have everybody in.
Yep.
Stacked.
Everybody's good to go. Everybody sees everything they're supposed to see.
If I see another no problem at a FaZe clan, I'm going to have to mute them. We get it. You're ready.
Well, it has been minimal problem in this series so far. Wins of 2-0, 3-1, and 3-2. Optic are starting to get it figured out. But it's do or die now. Their season on the line here on Utopia.
5 minutes. Things could start to shift in plenty of direction. If you're Optic Gaming, you're taking it game by game. They got to win 4 on you. They've only got 3 so far. For FaZe Clan, it's just about playing the same pace you played all series long and closing it out.
Optic would not be completely out if they drop this, but again, like we were saying about version 1 yesterday, you got a foot in the grave and you're as close to being buried as you can be. As Reynolds let that bounce over him, and it's AJ to intercept before it gets too close to the back line. Magic Bear taking over. His shot didn't have anything behind it. And here goes FaZe Clan. First killer with Mist to his right. AJ intercepts. And the follow-up shot from Sypical gives FaZe the lead.
That's that FaZe space. You give First Killer the ball in the midfield. He's going to make the defense jump. Mist was there as well to disrupt. And Sypical, top right corner. You can see it a little bit from Mist. It looked like he was almost going to save that one. But FaZe ended up getting the first goal here. And now they're going to put Optic on the clock.
Well, nobody else from Optic was going to save it, so I don't blame Mist for maybe giving a little bit of charity. Magic Bear will circle around on this, and he can challenge Mist at the side wall. It falls right down to Sypical. A lot of things coming up FaZe Clan's way right now. First killer hard to the backboard. He won't be able to follow it up thanks to AJ's efforts. Waiting for someone else to come alive here from Optic. AJ's got all 3 goals for them so far, all assisted by Magic Bear. Reynolds going forward, trying to get first killer, could not. And he's going to have a tough time getting all the way back, too. He didn't have a whole lot of boost when he went downfield. So now AJ out of the corner. He's just going to run forward and let Reynolds try and bring it across. And It's working well enough. AJ running forward, going after Mist, got him, and Magic Bear scores.
There it is, tried and true. If you can't push past him, say toodaloo. Gets the demo, Magic Bear gets the lane, wins the 50, and Optic in front. Well, no, they're tied up. I almost forgot about that first goal. They still got some more work to do.
Trying to get Optic any kind of a lead in this series. Show that they've got a little more fight in them. Magic Bear will pop it up. Saw AJ go to the Bumblebee up in the upper bracket. Not so much this time around. It didn't work out for him there, so he's going to play it straight up here with their effectively season on the line. Here's Reynolds. Nothing doing there. Intercepted by Sypical. Reynolds tried to take him out. Did not happen. And it's first kill, and now trying to line up the double. No. Sypical follow-up denied by Reynolds.
Reynolds had to be quick there, too. You saw first killer trying to get on top of that ball. Definitely would have been in favor of FaZe there. Now Mist trying to start things off. That's a great dunk. It's going to allow FaZe to really think about how they want to approach this moving forward. Stiff goes for that initial challenge. You see first killer just taking his time. How does he want to play this? He knows his team needs to get some boost, so he tried to control it, but Reynolds on top of the ball, cleared it all the way to the back wall, and first killer needed again to get his team some more space to just try to reset, because right now Optic, they're trying to disrupt them really well. Even Magic Bear was making some bumps down in the orange half.
First killer tried to recover quickly. What a challenge. Reynolds got to scramble back, and he does. Banging off of first killer there to make sure he could get possession away and not allow FaZe a freebie. First killer knocked up to the ceiling, but couldn't get back onto it quickly like Garrett G. So now Sypical will try. He got through Magic Bear, but AJ unfazed by it. Now in numbers advantage. Mist has to get around Reynolds. He can't, and AJ scores.
They're really using that lead block. Now Optic in front. Reynolds in front leading the charge here, and like you said, gave AJ the space. Flick came through. 2-1. As Optic, you know, they've realized things are starting to work here more so on the ground. They've been keeping FaZe at bay. How much longer can they hold on? Because first killer is hunting for a chance there to add another goal to the score total.
Sypical will play this over towards first killer. It didn't quite work out, so now FaZe may be on the back foot as Mist makes the initial save. Reynolds over towards Magic Bear after play it himself, and the spacing right now is awful for Optic. AJ kind of got stuck in the mud there and was able to scramble back in time. Now Magic Bear going to take this himself. Flip reset, forced Mist into the net. And there's another save up high by Sypical. Give him a savior medal. 5 saves as a team now for FaZe Clan as they find themselves having to work for it here on Utopia.
A little awkward there was a back pass. Magic Bear's gonna press that. Trying to dodge the demo. First killer removes him from the play so Mist can get the clearance upfield. Snip was there, and AJ gonna be needed now. Very physical though, as the ball's been moving up and down the field. Both teams trying to get as much just physicality, as much of a uncomfortability on the other side as they can, as 30 seconds are remaining in regulation.
AJ tried to dive through the corner. This will come right to Magic Bear, and who's up for it? It's Sypical. Good communication out of FaZe as Mist plays it onward for first killer. Sypical, little hesitation, met by AJ. Down to 10 seconds now, and it's Magic Bear putting this away. No, Reynolds will try, on target but saved. Now AJ back to the backboard. Optic have to be real careful not to overextend. AJ will bring it down to ground, and Optic Gaming finally get a win. They end the streak at -19. Now they've got to make it +4.
On a first sweep and a best of 7 against FaZe Clan. Sounds like a monumental task, but Optic is starting to climb. They do it there off, again, a couple of plays where just strong, recognizing they got the numbers advantage, using that awareness and making FaZe, again, as uncomfortable as possible. Those types of plays end up working out really well. On the other side of FaZe, the only difference here is really just Optic just kind of shutting down a lot of their space in the midfield. They allowed a couple of shots there from FaZe, but they never got to the point where Optic looked like sloppy on defense, and that was the biggest thing. Very cleaned up on the back end.
You're looking at over a year ago, FaZe Clan has had a 3-0 lead in a best of 7 in one of these North American regionals go by the wayside. It was under maybe the most unlikeliest of circumstances against a subpar NRG squad that was, I mean, Garrett was sick as a dog and still managed to reverse sweep them. And not one day previous, Reynolds involved in a best of 7 reverse sweep, trying to channel that same energy. Got to do it one brick at a time here as this goes out to the corner. Magic Bear trying to drop it back in, but Mist will have it away. Typical still downfield. His shot is saved away by Reynolds off the bar. Another follow-up stop by Reynolds as well.
I was surprised Typical has so much room on that for free. You see how deadly it is when you give him a shot like that. Missed in the air. Finally, Magic Bear goes up. AJ, though, has the read. They made him play it high. But this is a little awkward. First kill is not going to bite on that. Recognizes the Optic defense had things set up. He's going for that one, though. Kind of crashes, forcing a double commit. Either way, ball not in a spot where FaZe can really capitalize just yet. But definitely starting to see signs of them making Optic jump in the first minute.
Maybe intended for Reynolds, but he was too far forward. Now Magic Bear trying to beat the defense, and he has! He beat First Killer on the half flip, and Magic Bear gives Optic another lead.
Okay. Listen, hey, anything that gets the bear going, that's what Optic are feeling right now. Rolls that one all the way in, and FaZe just caught a little bit out there, rotation-wise. Plenty of time left, though, in Game 5. See if they can figure things out, or maybe this is exactly what Optic was looking for.
Missed with a full tank of boost. Thought about turning on that, but he was probably unpleasantly surprised to see Reynolds there. Now AJ lets one go right by, and First Killer being pestered by Magic Bear. Managed to at least pop that away, grab boost so he don't get starved out, and he can be downfield for that outlet pass. First Killer to the back wall, easily dealt with by Magic Bear, and here comes OG. A lot of momentum. I mean, they go from being shut out to dropping another game, but at least scoring. Then they get a game into overtime territory as Reynolds will have that away. They finally win a game. All the momentum very slowly forming on the side of Optic at just the right time as Magic Bear has this through traffic, and another job well done defensively by OG.
Reynolds kind of struggling there on that side wall. Double commit, though. That's dangerous. AJ does get there, though. We'll keep the ball close. Playing a 50 out, and he also getting past First Killer, who tried to aerial there. He probably missed it. Ended up hitting the crossbar. So he's going to get out of there as quickly as he can. Halfway through this game, Optic just trying to hold on to the 1-goal lead. It's so fragile. FaZe are pushing, but they have not gotten past the green wall just yet.
That could have been disastrous as AJ and Reynolds ran into each other in their own corner going after the same boost, and then they're not on the same page downfield. They almost get scored on as a result. Now Reynolds will be all by his lonesome over there. Magic Bear falling in behind him. He can't get back to this, though, central. So First Killer pops it away. Just wonder if AJ and Reynolds can get on the same page at any point during this series, because they have been in the same place at the same time far too often for this to be sustainable for Optic. Now Reynolds is way downfield. Can he line up a double nose? Typical in the way.
Yeah, a lot of space there, but couldn't necessarily get there in time. Now, those try to get some demos upfield, which actually creating some space. He actually got a piece that's typical. It was awkward. Magic with the fake, and Magic with the goal! Optic up by 2, and they are on a run here.
Make it 3 goals now with 3 assists from Magic Bear. He had the 3 assists on AJ's first 3 goals. But Magic Bear being fed. Minute 35 to go. Wonder when Raul will use the timeout that he's got in his pocket as AJ will bring it across. Of course, FaZe haven't lost this game yet, but all signs point to yes. Typical over towards Mist. AJ has something to say about it, and the lead remains 2-0.
Chance here to shut out FaZe. First Killer able to get a piece of that, but this is AJ. Does he have the flip? He used it. It's typical. Was there to deny just in time. Optic cannot afford to, again, let this game kind of slip away from them. They got to keep the gas on for the next minute or so. We've seen teams feel like they've had games in the bag, and then next thing you know, 1 goal leads to 2, and then you'll end up dropping the OT. AJ not trying to do that as he gets a shot on, but FaZe able to get the block out as they're trying to get those transition plays going.
Basic pass towards Mist, intercepted, and now another lob forward, but not a whole lot of teeth to this FaZe Clan attack right now. They find themselves trailing by 2 again. Mist, flip reset, set off by AJ. Reddles couldn't get down to that midfield boost. First killer did take it. He's still being chased all over the field. Now down to 23 seconds and counting. First killer can't pinch it downfield. AJ wide open and he puts it away.
It just feels like they're picking them apart, Stacks. First killer trying to catch up to that ball. There's a demo on the back end. AJ has an open look at the net. It's been all optics, showing no signs of letting go of possession and no signs of even letting FaZe Clan in to the blue half. They've had their opportunities. Mist has 8 shots this game. If you want to look at first killer, he's got 1. Sip has 3. And FaZe have 0 in the goal scoring department. It's been all optic all day long. They are going to go to game number 6 in Neo Tokyo as, again, they are fighting for their lives here, fighting for their major run against FaZe Clan. We at least got one more game in us.
We've at least got one more game. FaZe Clan will use that timeout before we head to Neo Tokyo for game 6. Look, you don't look at a player like Mist to fill up the net and score a boatload of goals, but to go 0 for 8. It's got to be just something that, as a FaZe fan, you kind of raise your eyebrows like, guys? Like, first of all, why is he the guy that's got 8 shots? And second of all, can we put maybe one of these in the net? Starting to be just a little bit more nervous. Maybe some fingernails getting shorter on the side of FaZe Clan after they are shut out 3-0 in game 5.
You can tell, you know, they're just trying to make sure that this doesn't get out of control here as well. Timeout before even entering in game number 6. Don't want it to wait until it's in that game 7 territory. Just kind of makes it feel like, you know, Optic have them on the ropes, so to speak. Yep. That gives Optic so much more confidence moving forward. And you can even see it. You can see it in our own screens. We're in the timeout. AJ was so quick to join the lobby here as we have things ready, but we still have to wait for the timeout to finish up. It's just, again, keeping it Optic in the slow momentum here for FaZe, but also talking things over because, yeah, sure, you gave up 3 goals, but the fact that you didn't get any after so much pressure is the biggest thing for them. So they're going to take a lot of time to figure out what they need to do next.
I mean, statistically, FaZe individually has looked fine. I mean, you've got 4 goals out of Typical. He's also got 4 assists. You got a couple goals out of First Killer. He's got 4 assists. Mist is right there behind Typical with 3 goals of his own. I mean, you feel like if I told you that was the FaZe Clan stat line against Optic, you'd probably take that and feel like you're in good shape. And they still are. They're on match point. But all of a sudden, it looks a lot less certain. As we are getting ready for game 6 to see, first of all, if Optic Gaming can bring it all the way to Champions Field. I feel like we've seen this before, Daz, with a team in green down 0-3 and fighting to bring it all the way back. And then, of course, if they do get to a 7th game, what happens then? But that's a future problem. Neo Tokyo Game 6 underway.
The wall so far has stood tall. They denied a sweep. Now they're trying to see if they can perform the reverse sweep. FaZe Clan still fighting tooth and nail, but they took a hit that caused them to take pause. AJ not taking pause though. He's taking it all the way to the net. Optic with the first goal in game 6.
Poor Typical never had a chance here. He realized as soon as AJ got liftoff that he was beat by a mile, and all he can do at that point is hope they miss. And they're not anymore. This isn't game 1. 18 seconds in. Optics in front again.
Right after the FaZe timeout too. Pick these up where they left off, and you saw that too. It looks like AJ feeling so much more comfortable as he's able to get past FaZe's defense. We'll see how things respond, though. First 30 seconds have gone by, definitely in favor of Optic Gaming. Demo's on the play out this time. First killer shot denied by Reddles.
Reddles playing with some new energy as well. He's trying to psych himself up. Been waiting for a reason. See, skips one forward, and Typical will just pop it up. Reynolds got the boost out of the corner, but he trades demos with First Killer. Seems like every time Reynolds has got a steal deep in FaZe territory, he hadn't been able to do anything with it, but at least this time he took first with him. Magic Bear circling around. Now Reynolds got a demo on Typical. This is still dangerously close, and Reynolds gets on the board.
What is going on the side of FaZe? There's a breakdown here. Look at Typical and First Killer. No one knows who's going for the ball. First Killer tried to go for the boost. Reynolds said, I'm taking out Sip. First Killer, you didn't get the corner. You're not a problem. Open net situation, and he's screaming in that camera too as well. 2 goals here, but this one, it just feels like that miscommunication from FaZe. They cannot afford to slow down at these moments.
At the worst possible time. They go down 0-2 in the first less than 90 seconds. Magic Bear through the corner. Couldn't get any bodies. AJ will bring it back in, but Mist is right there. Who does he have the outlet to? It's First Killer. Second touch to get to the back wall. Magic Bear will play it close, though. I think FaZe Clan were just expecting the dead giveaway, and it was never coming. Now Mist without Typical behind him. Pass up ahead, just hit it where they ain't. Dump and chase. And it will be Magic Bear up to bring it over, at least in the direction of Reynolds, but he has to retreat. Now a chance for FaZe. It's Mist trying to get through Reynolds. First Killer went in to pick up the scraps. Not happening. They're all pushed forward. And a good thing Typical got a piece of that, but they're still not back. First Killer barely saved it.
Gotta be careful. FaZe can hit him with a counter here. Here's Mist, who tried to wrap it around AJ. It's a good 50 and even a better follow-up from Reynolds to slow things down. He's trying to get a flip reset. He bumps it! What? Reynolds! I cannot believe it. Look at this control. Got the light touch, activated the flip. See ya, Sip. This one's going in.
I think Typical has probably stopped 90% of the shots that Reynolds has had in this series. He had not had a single goal or assist for Optic. Up until this game, he's got 2 out of the 3 now, as Optic leads by 3.
This is wild to me. Oh my God, almost a 4th goal there. Mist will make the save. He needs another one. Double commit there on the side of Optic. They can't get too comfortable now. The game's only halfway done. But the fact that they've already picked up a 3-goal lead this early in the game on FaZe after they called a timeout. This team was leading 3-0 in the series. Now they're down 4-0 in game 6. It's another goal for Optic.
Yes, you may have another, and another, and another. AJ adding to the tally. Reynolds is finally connecting on bumps and demos, and it's a runaway for Optic towards Champions Field. Still over 2 minutes left, and the only drama here seems to be, Daz, how many more will they get? Will they add one here? He got through, but nobody on the receiving end of that pass, so everybody's got to scramble back. It's a wide open net, and FaZe Clan begins the comeback charge.
Wide open net. They finally end the drought. Remember, no goals scored for them in game 5. Now they're able to get the goal. This one goes all the way downfield. Now 2 minutes left, and we've got to pause.
We have a pause for the sake of transparency here. It looks like a FaZe pause. First Killer was DC'd there, it looked like.
Yeah.
So can't imagine there will be any any.
Can we move the camera? Look on his disconnected face.
FaZe Clan loading. Well, I can't imagine this will be reverted, considering it was FaZe having to play with a disconnected player, and they scored. So everything seems to be fine, though there was a question of whether or not we're still carrying on. So we will see. Well, as soon as the referees give us info, we will pass it on to you. But as it stands right now, welcome back, First Killer. 4-1 if it stands at 1:58 remaining here in Game 6, where Optic is trying to complete, or at least continue, a reverse sweep here. They dropped the first 3 games, outscored by a couple of goals in the first 2, then the tight 3rd game, and all of a sudden, all the momentum just downhill towards the FaZe Clan net. And it just seems like they've had a real tough time battling back against this Optic wave.
They got to lock in because Optic is a team that I'm telling you, they get these momentum, they get this run, and they'll try to get into your head as well. Looking at this right now, like we said, FaZe Clan ended up scoring, but they might end up almost conceding here. 1:46 on the clock. They've got to get 3 to tie in game 6, otherwise we're champion field bound. That'd be a great way to end off the day. But no matter what, both these teams still trying to see if they can change the narrative of this game.
A typical jump forward, and that at least forced AJ into the air, but Magic Bear comes across for the save. And now AJ will try and play it away from Typical, who's waiting. First killer chasing Magic into the net, but it's Reynolds to set up AJ. AJ could not line up the double, and so Optic will go back in defense mode. It still feels like it's kind of hanging on the edge here, even with the 3-goal lead, but that's pushed wide by Magic Bear, and a little more security now for Optic, and if they could just add one more to make absolutely certain they could all breathe a sigh of relief.
First killer is going to try to see if he can get going 2 in the final minute. Gets to miss, and they got one.
They did. Make it 5 now for Mist. Add another assist for first killer. It's now a 2-goal lead now with 50 seconds remaining. Just whittling away at it here. Important kickoff to say the least, and Magic Bear coming up to make sure it does not go towards his net too early. You know FaZe Clan's gonna get their look here, Daz, but at least if you can delay it, you give them a lot less time to capitalize.
Right. Play it out. Sip with the shot. Sip with the goal. FaZe with life here. 33 seconds left. They definitely can tie this one up. Stacks, that one gets through.
They're just standing there back to them. They're facing their own net, stationary. What do you expect was going to happen? FaZe Clan now within 1. And where Optic had to feel like they had this in the bag, exactly what you warned against, Daz. It's a game again. And it's first killer up the wall. Oh, barely slowed down by Magic Bear. Typical almost tied it. Somebody's going to get in the air. They don't. Typical ties it. Oh, what a comeback.
AJ hands in his head. What is going on with the ball? Bounces up on the goal line. He can't get a touch. Sip can. It's falling apart. Halfway through the game, they were up by 3. Have they let it slip?
I think they were up by 4, were they not? I mean, this is crazy. First killer. Just throw it forward. Why not? Everything else has worked. Here's Mist. Through the corner. AJ delays, and we're going to overtime. Listen, when we said they needed 4 in a row, we weren't talking about giving up goals. All of a sudden, Champions Field is not a certainty.
Listen, I know Reynolds and AJ, they got good YouTubes, but this is not the content we wanted to see right now. Maybe it is drama, as they have conceded late. And now they've got to fight to see if they can score one more. Reynolds trying to make that happen. Missed backflips, and Magic Bear tried to crash the net. AJ last back, needed a good challenge on first killer, got it. And Sip, that bounce is not favorable for him. Reynolds here will try to bring things upfield. Sense of urgency for Optic Gaming, but if they get too antsy, Mist could be the one to end it. Dunk there, but it bounces off the back wall. Sip with a light touch, looking for a follow-up. AJ's there to deny. First killer's even trying to keep this in play. Mist with the shot, and AJ with the block. FaZe hit the house, and it came up empty.
If you're an Optic fan right now, I'm sorry, you're screaming. I know. I can feel it too. This is wild. Reynolds dropped down towards AJ, and that might break them free. And it's only Magic Bear at the back. First killer pitch went high. Follow up, floating. And AJ saved it with Magic Bear helpless on the goal line. AJ will get this over Mist. Magic Bear breaches the center line, but it's only a brief reprieve. Maybe it's exactly what they needed.
This game feels like it was in FaZe's control, except for that touch right there, a lack of touch. Reynolds to AJ. Oh, Sip able to cut that out. Big touch there from Sip, but here we go. Freedom in the midfield. And first killer and FaZe are not playing around. They are taking all of that space and making goal line touches. Magic Bear does get a demo out in front. Reynolds may have a chance here. Oh, but the ball just gets away from that's not the best first touch there. And now FaZe will have possession once again.
It looked like maybe if they had bumped Typical, it was a wide open
Oh,
net.
they bumped each other.
Now nobody's back. Magic Bear, cherry picker, and we're going to game 7.
2 minutes in overtime. They get the redirect. FaZe just has too many people in one spot. Optic Gaming forced game 7, but they didn't make it easy on themselves. Gave up goals late in the game. FaZe came back, but ultimately, they end up doing it in overtime. It just didn't need to be that dramatic, Stacks.
At about, I don't know, 5 different points in that overtime, Optic absolutely should have lost maybe the most embarrassing game of their lives. And instead, they hang on by less than a thread. And Reynolds can celebrate now as they're going to game 7. Wow, wow, wow.
Win percentage for a team when they go 4-0 up. Someone asked D-Rect, he said basically 99%. Things have
don't happen
changed
often.
today. Again, I said it earlier, Furia, they broke that best of 7 curse. It's a weird day today. This is the last match, and we've got everything on the line. 5 minutes on the clock, 1 winner as game 7 starts off, and FaZe almost started off on a hot foot. It was a shot for miss that got blocked out by AJ.
AJ getting back just in time. Apparently he's the only person in North America who's watched a Johnny Boy kickoff video. As this goes downfield, first killer's there, trying to get in AJ's way. Delayed him, but only delayed the inevitable. It's still cleared out. And Magic Bear can circle around on this, but he can't get past to AJ directly. They'll have to use the walls. Reynolds there, it's wide open, but AJ couldn't get out of the way.
AJ right in front of the ball. That was a good chance of Optic to start game 7 off right. You've made it this far. Surely you gotta close it out, right? Or is on the side of FaZe Clan just too much power as first killer forces his way through for the first goal?
Their first lead since early in game 3. First killer got one through. What a tangled web we weave here, where Reynolds and AJ have kind of been in each other's way all series long. That shot bouncing off of AJ could be catastrophic. Reynolds all alone with Mist bearing down on him. Magic Bear coming in to help him out. AJ nudging Typical away for a brief moment. And AJ through the ceiling actually beat first killer there. I don't think first expected he was there. And now it's Magic Bear given all the time in the world to start Optic downfield.
Demo on the back end. Reynolds sends it across. This could be a free ball for AJ. It does have the 100 boost. What's he gonna do? Has a flip. Bump on a play. No, didn't have it. Now the ball just gets away from Optic and FaZe Clan can take control. Reynolds trying to get the bump on first killer, but first killer is still putting that back into the Optic zone, was looking for more. And now Mist will be needed to slow things down the air. When you see Typical, he's sitting on the sidewall. Could have been a chance to kind of get a strong clearance downfield on the side of Optic, but Sip able to recover things and slow things down as things in this game are slowed down. But wait a second, Mist! Uncharacteristic whiff there. He's in an awkward spot. Didn't read this 50 correctly. Out the play, and the bear hops right on top of it.
Everybody on both sides just trying to be way, way too cute over the last 45 seconds. And finally, Optic getting back to business. But we're all knotted up. AJ trying to play it for himself. No. Magic Bear going to try and keep possession. That bounces out towards Reynolds, and he just plays it over first killer. And we'll let Magic Bear try and create. It goes off of Reynolds, though, and now Typical can try and bring it forward. A little slow on the pace there, and AJ is given all day with this ball. That could be dangerous. It could be dangerous. Oh, he got spun out and had to recover. That leaves Magic Bear all by his lonesome, but he does enough to give his team time to get back. But now they can start downfield again. And it's Reynolds with Magic Bear running forward. Nothing doing just yet, though, with Mist with the initial stop. Magic Bear thought about it. Now he's got to try and recover with First Killer having a dead device, and he picked him apart.
Big-time players make big-time plays, and that's a big-time play. Calling off Sip, I got it. Flip reset pass to just under the crossbar. That is a superstar moment for First Killer as he is keeping his team going. FaZe with the lead.
The napping giant has awoken, and now it's Magic Bear. He'll try his luck against First Killer. Not happening. Follow-up corralled by Reddles. Good first and second. Touch to set up AJ. Back and forth like a heavyweight fight.
You get one hit, Optic take it back the other way. Good control from Reynolds. Miss, see you later. AJ, open net look. And FaZe Clan are gonna have to rely on more than First Killer if they want to take this away from Optic. Both teams leaving everything they got out there.
Here goes Magic Bear, past one. It's Mist. Final boss at the back, and Sipical will gather. 2 minutes remain in regulation. Overtime, just the way this story has gone, feels like a foregone conclusion at this point, but we'll play it out anyways. AJ racing downfield. First Killer got the boost, but he got demolished. Here's Magic Bear for the lead. No, he sailed it high.
So close to Magic was bearing down on that ball. Ball of freedom. Magic, the bear! He's got it! Optic in the lead!
There's no shot this happened. They ran into each other again, and they keep getting away with it because it goes to Magic Bear. Unbelievable. Just as entertaining as watching this, just to peel back the curtain for a moment, we can see the reactions of all the others waiting to go on the desk, and they're just beside themselves, as are FaZe, as AJ and Optic have turned this on its head.
Back-to-back goals, more bumps on the goal line from Reynolds. AJ's been there every single time, and you can see that momentum in Reynolds' face. They got everything lined up, but can they hold on? We saw them drop 3 or 4 goals in the last game. They've got to stop FaZe Clan for a minute 30.
What a wild turnaround this has been for Optic Gaming, with their season's life hanging in the balance. A save away here. Missed up ahead to First Killer. He's got to be the guy again. Not this time, it's high.
Got the bump. He's going to turn on this. This was sent across. Typical tried to see if he could contest AJ, but he couldn't. FaZe now having to control the pace of play while Optic are running all speeds go in the last minute. Maybe a chance here for Sip. It's a good shot, but Reynolds has to save out, and Magic Bear the follow-up touch.
We had 2 last season in North America. We're about to have a third unless Sipical has got something to say about it. With 43 seconds left, the defense breaks down.
This is solid on Sip. Freedom in the space. He knows what space he has. Identifies it, the light off-speed touch, and then the follow-up to be able to push that through. 43 seconds left. Optic cannot celebrate yet. FaZe are still fighting.
Here's First Killer. Magic Bear put a hand up, didn't matter, but AJ stopped him. Down to 35. We had a 4-4 overtime in Neo Tokyo, which feels like forever ago. Oh, Mist was open for a brief moment, but AJ got a piece of him. Down to 23 seconds. And now First Killer given all the time in the world again. Now Reynolds will close out. AJ ahead. Can Mist catch up? No, he can't. And the lead is back to 2.
Back to 2 with 15 seconds left. You can see the smiles on Optic's face. This goal man just booked their trip to Boston. AJ catches the read out, puts it into the back of the net, and now they got to get these together. It does not look good there on the side of FaZe. Hands in the head. Kickoff goes towards them as time ticks down.
Oh, it's just wide and wide open again. Sipical refuses to die.
Goal after goal after goal here. We've got 7 this game. We've got 7 seconds left. And even though FaZe are down, they are not out. One more kickoff.
8 goals for Sipical. Gonna need a 9th. But it goes off of Sipical. It stays in Optic territory. All hands on deck defensively for OG. It's typical over towards first killer. Was not too strong. Reynolds will spike it. And Optic Gaming completes the third North American reverse sweep.
Congrats on Optic. We'll see you at the Spring Major. That is celebration there. They pull off an incredible feat. Down 3-0 against FaZe Clan. They show up, call a timeout, and then they just take it game by game. Even in game 6, things looked a little dicey. Even in game 7, things looked a little dicey, but they never gave up. Well deserved from Optic Gaming.
Just, I don't know how to put this into words, but there have now been 3 of these in North American regionals. I'm sorry, FaZe. I've been here for all 3 of them. First with Corelli, then with Subi, and now with Daz. And this time, it's Reddles getting his second. He had the first back when it was with Space Station. And it's Optic Gaming shipping up to Boston after just the wildest day you could. They were negative 19. They had lost 19 games in a row in the best of 7 stage of tournaments. And then, by some miracle, hanging on Neo Tokyo, they make it 4 in a row. And we just keep cycling through here, and it's just the relief, the elation. I mean, you could see it with Reddles. I mean, just about leapt through the roof when they closed it out.
Oh, Magic
now
Bear.
I think it's finally setting in. Optic has finally turned it around.
They did. They really did. I mean, you got to think about, too, it just amidst all of the drama between the winter and this split starting, the roster moves. I mean, for that man right there on that camera, Magic Bear, I don't think anybody knows how much that means to him. He's been playing this game for a long time. And to be able to get to this stage, he earned every bit of that.
He sure did. Validation for sure. I mean, what did he have? 6 goals? He had the first 3 assists, and he thought, okay, well, it is just going to be AJ or bust. And then Magic Bear started filling up the net. They fed the bear all right. And then Reddles got it going with a couple of goals and a handful of assists. And that is the look of a man who knows that he watched his life flash before his eyes. But it's okay, because they won in the end. As if we, of course, we had to start with that. Reddles and AJ getting in each other's way. But boy, oh boy, was it ever a Mobile One high-performance replay. Looking back at the wild roller coaster ride that was Game 7, that puts Optic Gaming into the major in Boston and, once again, into Championship Sunday. I'm sure the desk has a lot to talk about. I think we've bought them enough time to finally compose themselves and gather their thoughts. So, Wavy P, take it away.
I think we're going to be composing ourselves for a few days here, maybe after that one. My goodness, one of the best series of Rocket League I feel like I've seen in months. It starts off with the 2-0 standard day, game 1 on Manfield. 2 9-goal games go to 2-minute overtime in games 6 and 7. Took 9 goals to beat FaZe. That was, oh my goodness. You okay? You still, I think Turtle crashed. I think Turtle crashed.
Dude, I'm the one who picked Optic Gaming, and I don't even know what just happened. I have no idea how they ended up winning that. That was the most ridiculous reverse sweep I think we've ever seen in a best of 7. I'm nervous as I could ever be right now, and I didn't even play at all in that series.
That was insane. Like, my dinner was actually ready when FaZe was up 3-0. I'm like, all right, good timing, good time. It's cold. I'm happy it's cold. I don't care at this point, because that series, entertainment value, 12 out of 10. Easy right there. Optic, with everything on the line. Sure, there was a way to make major anyway, but you don't want to wait on that stuff. And Optic comes out versus not only, like, a team, it's FaZe Clan, a team that just destroyed them last regional 4-0. And all I got to say is no one beats Optic 20 times in a row in a best of 7. All right, seriously. Like, Optic comes back and they just go for it. Then they almost blow a game 6. Somehow come back. They also did this on day 1 with Complexity. They were up 2-0. They almost blew that. They blew a 2-0 lead. They still won that series. Somehow, Optic has the ice, and they need it. For World Championship hopefuls, they absolutely need it. They make it to Boston, and the sky is the limit because you know Reddles, when he's in front of a crowd, man, he's going to perform.
The missile guidance system himself is standing by for an interview. Let's go talk with Reddles.
Reddles, it's good to have you back for an interview. Welcome, welcome. You finally make it back to your first RLCS live event after Worlds last season. Tell me what it's like for you right now.
This is undisputed, including Montreal, including RLCS, the greatest win of my career. I mean, personally, of course, kick from SSG, written off. Our team, Fall and Winter, not performing as well as we knew we could, written off. No one thought we could do this. We knew we could do this the entire time. And I mean, it goes to show, this series is a great example of that. The SSG series, our mental wasn't there. All 3 of us, we were not good teammates. We were not good players. And that's how it goes. When everyone is this close, you have no chance. We had a good talk. Everyone put it on the table. No one gave up this series. Not a single one. And, that's a lot of credit to AJ. That's a lot of credit to Magic Bear, especially AJ, because, the first 3 games, we played the exact same. Myself and Magic just made defensive mistakes. It happens, it's with this pressure, with this amount of money on the line, this prestige, it's how it goes. But AJ being as good as he is mechanically, of course, and watching his teammates do that time and time again for 3 straight games and then bringing the mental back and still being there, you got to tip your hat. That's just, one of the best, and it's a weird thing to say, one of the best mental performances I've ever seen from him.
You can't really understate the mental performance, obviously, especially at the peak of drama. The game 6 up 4-0, and FaZe bring it back. You go to overtime. An incredible situation to be in, especially considering the whole season's on the line. Talk to me. How do you dial in a guy like Magic Bear, who's been playing this game forever? And it's like, you can make your first live event ever. And how do you dial in a guy like that and have him show up so huge?
Magic is, personally, as a Rocket League player, the most humble and compassionate and just the nicest guy I've ever teamed with. He is so wholesome. It's not an act at all. He is seriously, he's a quiet, shy, but uber talented, just a great teammate. The one thing he does struggle with is nerves sometimes, and today he did not at all. Went to the game 4. It did not matter. He was amazing under pressure. He was our MVP today.
Super locked in, but yourself, of course, 29 demos, just over 4 a game. Don't tell me you didn't go in thinking I have to kill FaZe Killer all series, because you had quite a show yourself. Were you dialed in and knew that you needed to open up all that space, or was it just kind of something that happened for you?
It's all respect to that team. Mist and Civil, 2 guys I've teamed with, I've won a lot with in the past. First Killer, still the best player in the world in my head. But it's no secret, he is the heart and soul of that team. It's any basketball fans, it's a box and 1. You keep that man contained, and we did it really well. We didn't let him get off. Obviously he's gonna have his shots, and that's him. He's gonna score goals. He's gonna score great goals. You have to limit those goals, and we did that perfectly in the last 4 games. Yeah,
great structure to be sure, but you finally can continue on. You secure Boston, but now you got to focus in on the rest of the tournament. There's G2, Furia, and Space Station Gaming left. Who are you looking forward to be the biggest challenge for you guys to get over that last hurdle?
All great teams. Anyone left on Saturday is going to be a great team. It's going to be close. We've clinched Boston. We're now playing with house money. We're going to get our points up as high as possible so we can guarantee that world spot over V1, and that's 6th place. It's all, right now we're preparing. We're going to try our hardest to win this regional, but we made the next step. We did the next step. We are officially a major team, which, regardless how the season went, no one can take from us. Not a single team can take that from us, and we're just proud of ourselves. So we're going to go in. It's going to be some good series. I'm excited to play.
Yeah, hard-fought series and an incredibly well-deserved win. You're absolutely right about that. Reddles, thank you so much. Go and enjoy a well-deserved celebration, and we'll see you back tomorrow. Good luck.
Yes, sir. See you soon.
It got a little bit lost in all of that, but many like ramifications of this win. Furia has clinched a spot at the major. We have locked in Space Station, Complexity, Optic, and Furia at this point. I believe we have G2, Gen.G, and FaZe still on the outside looking in. If G2 makes the run, they can eliminate both Gen.G and FaZe. Otherwise, Gibbs, I believe we've got a tiebreaker happening at the end of today, and at the end of day tomorrow.
Yeah, it would be Gen.G and FaZe in the tiebreaker. Only if G2 loses in either the lower final or before that. So it's going to be wild. It's already been wild. Today was insane, but Space Station, Optic, Complexity, and Furia are in. Again, FaZe and Gen.G, 37 points. If G2 does not catch them, that means they have to win 2 matches tomorrow, make that grand final, then they will play a tiebreaker. But if G2 does that, G2 will knock out the 2 top seeds in North America, both FaZe and Gen.G, out of the major. So either way, there's going to be drama for tomorrow. But Worlds points is huge too, because Optic, obviously that was huge for them to have a chance for the World Championship. Huge for Furia as well, because both those teams are trying to catch up in that World Championship race. There's so much on the line, and we knew that coming in to this weekend. And this weekend has delivered, Turtle.
I mean, I can't believe it. And it's not even over. Like, I'm reflecting right now on that series that we just watched, and it's not even over. That's not even all that we get to witness this weekend. There is still championships under. There is still, G2, Gen.G, FaZe, all racing to make this major in Boston. And my goodness, we have been treated this weekend, Wavefunk.
This is wild. And this is all building up to Boston. Here's the thing. We're playing double elim through all of these events here in the spring. That's all that Boston is too. One massive double elimination bracket, and we can actually start to show you. North America is the last region to put their teams onto this page. So you can see the NA 4, 5, 1, 2, 3 spots all open right now. But outside of that, the other teams are already locked in. We can start to talk about this bracket a little bit, Gibbs.
Yeah, so one very important thing. There's a lot of teams that already know that they're going to Boston now for North America, but those top 3 seeds, very important. We saw what Vitality did in Europe. A perfect split. They won every single regional. You don't want to be on that side of the bracket. So if you're NA 1, 2, or 3 seed, you will not have to worry about Vitality until the upper final. So that is huge. You definitely want that as well. But as we can see, here's our bracket. Some big matches. I'm really excited, of course. Crew versus Rule 1. Sam versus Nina. That's going to be a lot of fun. And then there's so many good matches. And one upset is going to throw things crazy. Like, everything's going to go crazy. When we
know what that means, though, Gibbs? One upset could also turn into the greatest lower bracket run we could ever see from a team. That's what's amazing about this format is that, maybe your favorite team doesn't perform well in the upper bracket round 1 or something. Then they go the distance and make it all the way through the lower bracket runs, which we've seen before. And that just makes it all the more exciting.
This is wild, folks. If you want to be here, if you want to see this bracket go down in person, ! Tickets in chat. You can get your tickets right now. Again, that event coming up very quickly, July 8th through 9th. It's going to be here faster than you think it will be. Don't think about it any longer. Just go grab your ticket, get your plane tickets, get in the car, whatever you need to do. Show up in Boston. I'll be there. I hope to see you guys there. And my goodness, this has been a crazy day. Tomorrow hopes to be even better. Again, we're still trying to find out who's going through, and if G2 doesn't make the full run, we will have tacked on to the end of this a tiebreaker match between FaZe and Gen.G. They're the 2 teams from NA that have Worlds locked already, and they're having to play to qualify for Boston. How crazy would that be, right? But G2 is going to be trying to play spoiler the whole time. We're going to be kicking off the day here, Gibbs, with Furia versus Space Station tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be fun. Again, top 3 seeds, very important. So everyone is going to try and win this tournament. And honestly, it's going to be G2 or those guys. But I think, based on this spring split, it's been chaotic. I feel like a tiebreaker is coming. No offense to a G2, but it just feels that way at this point. So
you call them mid, and then now you do that. That's a
Hey, I'm trying to anti-curse them, maybe. Okay, who knows? But it's been a crazy spring split for all of North America. And no matter what, it's going to end with a fantastic finish. We know that.
You could say whatever you want about NA, EU, SAM, MENA, whoever the dominant region is. North America is so entertaining right now. It's just the most entertaining region at the moment. I don't think you can argue that one, folks. Then the final day of the RLCS 2023 season of online play is tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. Be here. I'm going to be here. Pre-show starts at 9:30 Pacific, kickoff at 10 a.m. Thank you all so much for watching today. We'll see you tomorrow.
She found a way into my heart. She don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely, hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a promise, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Iron Boys 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Rotation back. Forced it. It won another